Chapter 1 Chapter 001 Return to Earth. Pingyang. It's an ordinary prefecture-level city in central China. Under the scorching summer sun, people are walking hurriedly on the streets. On the roof of an unfinished building, a young man in ragged clothes stood, looking down at the whole city. On his tired face, there was a smile. "I'm finally back." A slight cry, carrying too many sad memories. Perhaps, Tang Feng never thought that he would be able to return to this planet in this life. Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar city, the beautiful figure that haunted his dreams appeared before his eyes again. He didn't know how many years had passed on Earth after he left. Even if thousands of years have passed, he will come back for the sake of that promise. After thousands of years of fighting in the starfield, he was already tired. He traveled through the endless starry sky and crossed countless dilapidated starry sky teleportation arrays. Even though his soul was almost destroyed, he did not regret it. Boom! The low bell rang, and he looked in the direction of the bell. On the tall building in the distance, the Big Ben that he remembered was ringing again. When his eyes fell on the huge LCD screen below Big Ben, Tang Feng was stunned. His eyes were fixed on the time displayed on the screen, and he became excited. August 23, 2018, today is the day. At that time, he left on August 20, 2012. That is to say, only 6 years had passed on Earth after he was teleported to the depths of the starry sky by the broken starry sky formation. 6 years, 6 years. Mengjia is still here. She should still be in this city. Tang Feng stood there, his body trembling, and his voice trembled when he spoke. Who could have thought that Ziwei Star Lord, who dominated the Taoist demon battlefield, would actually lose his composure like this? Find her. I must find her immediately. Tang Feng kept repeating in his mind, and instinctively he was about to take off. His feet successfully stepped on the outside of the roof, and then, under the influence of the Earth's gravity, he fell from the roof. Boom! More than 10 seconds later, a dull sound was heard from downstairs. Tang Feng struggled to get up from the construction waste. His clothes, which were already tattered, became even more tattered. He fell from a building more than 10 stories high, but it was fortunate that his body had been honed strong enough in the starry sky, otherwise he would have been dead. Damn it, after passing through that ruined starry sky formation, my soul has almost collapsed. Now, I can't use any magic power at all. Right now, I can only rely on my physical strength. After crawling out of the ruins, Tang Feng muttered to himself bitterly. Fortunately, this is an unfinished building and there is no one nearby. Otherwise, if someone saw him, he would be on the headlines tonight. In order not to attract too much attention, Tang Feng quietly took a set of clothes that someone else had hung out to dry in a residential building. Relying on his memory, he returned to the community where his home was. However, when he returned there again, the familiar community had disappeared, and was replaced by a high-end community. He searched for several times but couldn't find even one familiar person. In desperation, he had to take the risk and use his soul again, trying to find his mother's location through the same blood aura. His soul was almost destroyed. It would be extremely dangerous to use it again. If he was not careful, he might be doomed. However, he could not care about that anymore. The soul started to move, and the extremely damaged consciousness was released and began to extend in all directions of the city. In the east, 3 miles away, there is a bloodline with the same aura as mine. In this city, the only person who is related to me by blood is my mother. This should be my mother. Because his soul was badly damaged, he could only sense the presence of blood aura and could not see any scenes at all. After determining the location of the blood aura, he withdrew his consciousness, suppressed the feeling of fainting, and ran quickly in that direction. When he approached the location, what he saw was a dilapidated factory. No one knows how many years this factory has been abandoned. Looking inside from the factory gate, there are half-human highweeds everywhere, as well as various abandoned industrial waste products. Why did mother come here? Looking at this abandoned factory, Tang Feng was full of doubts. He frowned slightly and walked quickly into the factory. As he entered the factory, even without relying on his spiritual sense, he could clearly feel the exact location of the blood aura. Passing through piles of industrial waste and bypassing a collapsed factory building, he finally arrived in front of a warehouse. At this time, a domestically made off-road vehicle was parked at the door of the warehouse. He lowered his footsteps slightly, walked to the side of the warehouse, and looked inside through a damaged area. In the sight, inside the warehouse, several men of varying heights and weights were sitting at a table playing cards and drinking. In the corner of the warehouse, a little girl was curled up, wiping her tears. When his eyes fell on the little girl, his mind buzzed and he was completely stunned. Because he clearly felt the same blood aura in this little girl as his own. As a true Lord of Heaven, even though his soul was damaged, he could still tell that the blood aura of this little girl was inherited from him, which means that this little girl was his daughter. At this moment, Tang Feng was confused for a long time. He didn't even need to guess, he already knew what was going on with this little girl. When he and Lin Mengjia graduated from university, they returned to Pingyang together. 6 years ago, he followed a few hikers to the Kunlun Mountains for a hiking adventure. On the way, he encountered an accident and fell off a cliff. Since then, he has never been able to come back. At that time, Mengjia should have just become pregnant, and this little girl was his and Mengjia's daughter. After figuring it all out, Tang Feng's eyes gradually softened when he looked at the little girl. At the same time, when he looked at the burly men, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. He didn't know what had happened before this, but after traversing the Starry Sea for thousands of years, how could he not see that his precious daughter had been kidnapped by these people? Since you dare to make my daughter cry, you will have to pay the price. Tang Feng said in a low voice. At this time, the tattooed men in the warehouse were still playing cards and drinking, completely unaware that they had been targeted by a brutal beast. Chapter 2 Chapter 002 Domineering Action. Brother He, do you think that woman Lin Mengjia will honestly give us the money? Inside the warehouse, 6 or 7 strong men were drinking and chatting. The young man called Brother He, with a cigarette in his mouth and cards in his hand, sneered when he heard the question from the person next to him. It would be best if she gives us the money. If she doesn't, we will just let her precious girl disappear from the face of the earth. Anyway, the money has already been given. No matter what the outcome of this matter is, we will definitely make a profit. Have you arranged all the brothers I asked you to arrange? Then, the black man looked at the burly man sitting on the right and asked. Don't worry, Brother He. The 4 of us are good at using crossbows. We have 4 specially made military crossbows. We can kill the enemy with 1 shot within 20 meters. The sturdy man said, glancing towards the top of the warehouse and grinning. Remember, they have told us that this time, we will only kill the woman who follows Lin Mengjia and cannot hurt Lin Mengjia at all. Brother He said in a low voice. Bang! A loud noise interrupted their conversation. Following the sound, I saw that the tightly closed iron door actually bounced off the doorframe and fell to the ground a few meters away from the door. Outside the open door, a sturdy figure walked in slowly. After a moment of daze, the black guy was the first to react. He kicked over the table in front of him and stood up. The others also stood up and picked up the tools next to them. Looking at the young man who walked in alone, Brother He looked him up and down, but didn't see anything unusual about him. He was just an ordinary person. Boy, you are lost. Brother He tilted his head, looked at the young man who stopped a few meters ahead, and said gloomily. Tang Feng stood there, glanced at the burly men, then raised his head and looked around upwards, then snorted with disdain. But they are just mortals without any cultivation. He would not even look at such beings when he was walking in the starry sky. Seeing the disdain on Tang Feng's face, He's pupils shrank, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then, he gave a look to the person next to him, and the sturdy man understood and nodded secretly. Then, the sturdy man squeezed the iron rod in his hand, took 2 steps forward, swung the iron rod in his hand, and smashed it towards Tang Feng's head. This person's action was very sudden. An ordinary person would not be able to react at all. Seeing that the iron rod was about to fall on Tang Feng's head, Brother He, who was standing in place, raised the corners of his mouth and a cold smile appeared on his face. However, his smile only lasted for a moment and soon froze. As he watched, the falling stick suddenly stopped. When he looked closely, he found that a hand was grabbing the iron stick. Bang! There was another muffled sound, and the burly man holding the stick flew directly from the ground, flew several meters, and hit the wall behind him heavily. When he landed, the strong man had already fainted. The whole process happened so quickly that no one, including Brother He, could react. Inside the warehouse, there was deathly silence. Kill him for me. After all, the black guy was not an ordinary person. He quickly recovered from the shock and then shouted loudly. 4 men leaned out from the iron rack above the warehouse, each holding a military crossbow in their hands, with sharp arrows already installed on the bowstring. Tang Feng didn't even look up. He flicked his fingers upwards several times and 4 stones flew out in succession. Immediately afterwards, 4 muffled groans were heard in the warehouse. The 4 archers who had just stuck their heads out fell directly from above, landed heavily on the floor, and were completely motionless. He Gu and his friends stood there, dumbfounded at the scene before them. Even though he had seen many storms, he had never seen a situation like this before. The man in front of him just flicked his fingers, and his 4 archers hiding in the dark were all shot down. Could this man be the legendary martial arts master? Brother, I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. After swallowing his saliva, Brother He put on a smile on his face and said with a smile. Tang Feng only glanced at this black guy, and seeing his stinky face, he felt disgusted. Although he had struggled at the bottom of society and knew the hardships faced by people at the bottom, he always held the idea that as a man, one must have backbone. Even if one's head falls off, one must not lose backbone. Perhaps it was because of this anger in his heart that he was able to climb up step by step in that world where people eat each other, and eventually became the Ziwei Star Lord who suppressed the Northern Star region. If you cripple one of your hands and feet, you can live. Otherwise, you will die. A cold voice without any emotion sounded in the warehouse. When this cold voice reached their ears, Hage and others shivered involuntarily. They felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar and the cold was biting. After a moment's trembling, Brother He finally came to his senses. The initial smile on his face gradually disappeared, and the pair of eyes looking at Tang Feng flashed coldly again. Today, it's not. Brother He originally wanted to say something harsh, but unfortunately, before he could finish his words, he saw a black shadow flash before his eyes, and then a hand like an iron clamp pinched his chin, and then he could no longer speak. Crack! The sound of breaking bones was particularly clear in this warehouse. Then, there were a few screams. Brother He and his brothers all fell to the ground, each holding their arms or legs and screaming in agony. Tang Feng didn't even look at these people again. He stepped over them and walked towards the little girl in the corner. At this time, the little girl who was originally wiping her tears in the corner had already calmed down. Her beautiful big eyes blinked as she looked at Tang Feng, who was walking over. Tang Feng is the Purple Star Lord. His bloodline is so powerful that even if the little girl in front of him was born to him an immortal woman before he became immortal, when he returns to the earth, the little girl in front of him will inevitably have a reversed bloodline. After the bloodline was reversed, they were connected as father and daughter. Even though they had never seen each other, they would be extremely close to each other. At the same time, with his powerful bloodline, the future of this little girl would no longer be ordinary. Without any verbal communication, Tang Feng stretched out his arms. The little girl curled up in the corner looked at him for a moment, then obediently threw herself into his arms. Chapter 3 Chapter 003 Crushing. The little girl just snuggled in Tang Feng's arms obediently. Although her big eyes were full of tears, she didn't cry. From beginning to end, the pair of small hands tightly grasped Tang Feng's clothes, as if they were afraid that Tang Feng would disappear suddenly. Tang Feng gently hugged the little girl who was related to him by blood. His cold eyes swept over the people on the ground, and a hint of murderous intent was revealed. However, after a moment, the murderous intent gradually disappeared. After all, this is not in the Starfield. Killing people here will cause a lot of trouble. The most important thing is that his soul is now damaged and he has lost all his cultivation. It is better for him to keep a low profile until his cultivation is restored. After a moment, Tang Feng suddenly turned his head and looked towards the open door of the warehouse. His hearing ability far exceeds that of ordinary people, allowing him to catch even the slightest sound from a distance. Just outside the warehouse, a group of people were rushing towards here quickly. Judging from their footsteps, there were no less than 15 people in this group, and they should all be adults. He must be an accomplice of these people. With this guess in his mind, Tang Feng was not in a hurry to leave. Since he had met them, he might as well take advantage of today to get rid of this group of people. Don't move, police. An urgent voice came from the warehouse door. When he heard this voice, Tang Feng couldn't help but frown, and he secretly regretted it in his heart. He originally thought that the group of people coming up behind him were accomplices of the group of people he had defeated, but he never imagined that they were actually police officers. Okay, this seems to be a bit troublesome. At the door of the warehouse, a pretty and heroic female police officer stepped into the warehouse. In her hand, she held a pistol with the muzzle waving uncertainly. Standing at the door of the warehouse, Xiaoyu looked at the scene inside the warehouse, and her pretty face showed a slightly stagnant expression. Her eyes first swept over the strong men lying on the ground wailing, and then fell on the 4 military crossbows on the ground. This scene told her that a fierce fight had just taken place here. After a moment's pause, her eyes finally fell on the young man who was standing holding the little girl. Judging from his appearance alone, this young man is very ordinary, nothing special about him, but when he stands there, you can't ignore his presence at all. More than a dozen men and women in police uniforms filed in. Zhao Yu stepped in, and during the whole process, the muzzle of the gun in her hand was always locked on Tang Feng. Born into an ancient martial arts family, her intuition told her that the plain-looking man in front of her was dangerous. Don't move. Put down the child in your arms, hold your head with both hands, and lie on the ground. A male policeman following behind Zhao Yu shouted loudly at Tang Feng. Tang Feng stood there holding the little girl, with a silent expression on his unprepossessing face. He swept his eyes over the muskets and snorted coldly. He used to be full of awe for guns, but after years of fighting in the Starfield, he had seen too many terrible weapons, including one that could destroy a planet with one blow. How could he take the guns made by the Earth civilization seriously? Even if he had lost all his spiritual power, it would undoubtedly be a joke for these people to threaten him with just these few guns. If he wanted to take action, he could kill all these people on the spot in just a few breaths. However, he did not intend to do so. He returned to Earth and his hometown at all costs. Wasn't it just for the people he cared about? If he killed these people today, he would inevitably fall into endless pursuit. If his cultivation was still there, he could just teach those people and forces that dared to threaten him a lesson on how to behave, just like he did in the past. But now his soul is damaged, and it would be very troublesome if he was hunted down by a country. In order to reduce unnecessary trouble, he'd better keep a low profile until his cultivation is restored. First of all, let me make it clear that I am not in the same group with these people. I attacked them because I wanted to protect this girl. I did not have any ill intentions. Tang Feng took a step back and then spoke. Tang Feng felt that some necessary explanations were needed, although, in the past few hundred years, he had never asked anyone to explain something to him. At this moment, the atmosphere in the warehouse was somewhat tense. The dozen or so policemen were staring at Tang Feng as if they were facing a great enemy. There is no way. No matter who encounters a man who can easily defeat 10 robbers, they will probably feel threatened. How can they not be nervous before they control the other party? When Tang Feng was explaining, this unintentional step back made the already tense atmosphere even more tense. Bang! The sound of the gunshot completely broke the tense and solemn atmosphere. The moment Zhao Yu heard the gunshot, she hurriedly looked to the side. She saw a young police officer standing next to her with a look of astonishment on his face, and his hand holding the gun was shaking. Damn it! Zhao Yu couldn't help but curse when he saw that his police officer accidentally fired his gun. If accidental injuries occur due to this accidental discharge, she, as the captain of this operation, will have an unshirkable responsibility, and the Bureau will definitely investigate the matter. Her nerves were tense and she turned her head again. When she saw the young man standing there unharmed, her heart fell back into her stomach. Fortunately, the shot missed. At this time, Zhao Yu did not notice at all that when the police officers around her looked at Tang Feng, the horror on their faces, their eyes and expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. Zhao Yu hesitated for a moment, took a step forward, and prepared to move forward. Sister Yu, don't go over there. This person is too dangerous. Almost at the same time, the police officers following Zhao Yu shouted at the same time. Zhao Yu, who had already taken a step, turned her head and looked over. She couldn't help but wonder why these guys, who were usually fearless, had changed their tempers today. Although she was puzzled, Zhao Yu still walked forward. At this time, the police officers were all nervous and squatted slightly. Almost all of them locked their guns on Tang Feng's body. They also made up their minds that if this dangerous man really attacked their sister Yu, then they would shoot together. Even if he could dodge the bullet just now, he could still dodge several volleys of pistols. Tang Feng tilted his head and looked at the female police officer who was walking towards him. I have to say that this young female police officer is really good looking. Her good looks are secondary. The key is her figure. Due to long-term training, she has no extra fat. Wearing a police uniform, she looks heroic and can fully satisfy all men's uniform control. Chapter 4 Chapter 004 Policewoman. Tang Feng did not resist and let the policewoman put the handcuffs on his wrists. Tang Feng was very disdainful of these iron handcuffs. Even though he had lost all his spiritual power, his physical body alone could not be trapped by anything in this mortal world. If he wanted to, he could break free from the handcuffs with just a little effort. Of course, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he didn't intend to do that. Just like that, Tang Feng, the little girl who was related to him by blood, and those hooligans whose hands and feet were broken by Tang Feng were all taken back to the city police station. In the narrow interrogation room, Tang Feng was handcuffed and sitting on a stool, and opposite him, the policewoman Jia Yu was sitting there with a stern face, holding a file. Tang Feng raised his head and looked around, feeling amused. He, Tang Feng, was the Ziwei Star Lord, who had dominated a starfield for 1,000 years. Now, after returning to Earth, he had become a suspect and was handcuffed by several prisoners. If the news were known by those guys in the starfield, they would definitely treat it as a joke for 100 years. Your name is Tang Feng? Jia Yu put the file on the table, looked at Tang Feng with her beautiful eyes, and asked. Tang Feng sat there, just looking at the policewoman in front of him coldly without answering. In his opinion, the woman opposite him was simply wasting his time. Feeling the indifference of the man in front of her, Jia Yu couldn't help but feel annoyed. She had seen all kinds of people, but she had never seen someone so cold and arrogant. She could see that the coldness and arrogance of the man in front of her was not deliberately pretended, but seemed to be cultivated over the long years. It was as if all things and people, including her, were not worthy of his attention. Indeed, in the past years, Tang Feng, the Lord of Ziwei Star, would never even look at a mortal like her. Madam, I think you are wasting your time. If I have not broken the law, please let me go now. I still have a lot of things to deal with. Tang Feng said. According to the files, you followed a few travel buddies to explore Kunlun Mountains 6 years ago. You encountered danger in the mountains and fell off a cliff and disappeared. Since then, there has been no information about you. Can you tell me where you have been in these 6 years? Jia Yu put her hands on the table, looked at Tang Feng, and asked word by word. Tang Feng had no answer to Jia Yu's questions. After all, the internet was too developed in this era. For now, he had no way of explaining the blank 6 years. So he chose to remain silent. Looking at Tang Feng, who had fallen silent again, Jia Yu felt furious again. She found that she didn't know why, but every time she met this man, she couldn't help but lose control of her emotions. Don't think that I can't do anything to you if you don't say anything. Just say that you crippled those thugs, and I will send you to jail. Jia Yu clenched his fists and said fiercely. Tang Feng raised his head and looked towards Jia Yu with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Jia Yu, who was sitting there, was stared at by this gaze. She felt as if she was being stared at by a ferocious beast, and a chill went through her heart. Fear. It was the first time in her life that she felt fear. There was deathly silence in the interrogation room. After a moment, Jia Yu came to her senses. She glanced at Tang Feng and said nothing more. She picked up the file and ran out of the interrogation room as if she was escaping. Walking out of the interrogation room, Jia Yu let out a long sigh. She turned around and looked inside, and saw the figure sitting in front of the table. Sister Yu, have a cup of coffee. A young male police officer handed over a cup of coffee. Jia Yu took the coffee and took a sip. This guy is so lucky that he saved the precious daughter of Lin Mengjia, the chairman of Mengtang Group. Lin Mengjia will definitely give him many benefits. The male police officer said. When the police officer heard the 3 words Lin Mengjia, the police officers on duty became interested and came over. Lin Mengjia is a well-known iceberg beauty. She doesn't even look at any of the young talents in the entire Nanhai. So, which man did she and the other man give birth to that little girl? A middle-aged male police officer said, smacking his lips. The identity of the little girl's father is probably only known by Lin Mengjia. Lin Mengjia is the eldest daughter of Yanjing Lin Jia. Giving birth to a child out of wedlock is a huge family scandal for the Lin family. I'm afraid the little girl's father has already been secretly dealt with by the Lin family. Zhao Yu, who was leaning against the door, put down her coffee cup and glared at the young police officer who was speaking. Watch your words, this is a police station and we are the police. The young policeman who was glared at by Zhao Yu shrank his neck and smiled awkwardly. From now on, you'd better not say too much about Lin Mengjia's affairs. Whether it gets to Lin Mengjia's ears or to the Lin family's ears, I'm afraid they won't let you off easily. Zhao Yu said coldly. In the interrogation room, Tang Feng listened to the gossip of the police officers outside through the wall. His thoughts flew back to 6 years ago. On that day, he went into the Kunlun Mountains with his companions for an adventure. When they were climbing the ridge, the rope broke. He remembered clearly that he had checked the rope carefully before setting out. Now, thinking about it, he was afraid that someone had tampered with the rope. As for Lin Mengjia's identity, he didn't know it at first. Now, after listening to these people talking about it, he realized that his talented girlfriend was actually the eldest daughter of a big family in Yanjing. No wonder, when I asked Lin Mingjia about her family situation, she always refused to say more. Ice beauty. Tang Feng was totally unable to connect these 4 words with the little woman he knew. The little woman in his memory, although passionate and talented, was not indifferent to people and things. Especially when she was with him, she always liked to stick to him. He had no idea what had happened to Lin Mingjia in the past few years that made the lively and cheerful Lin Mingjia become indifferent. Sister Yu, Miss Lin is here. When Tang Feng heard the voice through the thick wall, he raised his head suddenly. The heart that had been calm for many years finally showed a slight fluctuation at this moment. 1,000 years of waiting, day-to-day longing, risking life and death to cross the starry sky, wasn't it just to come back and see this woman again? Chapter 5 Chapter 005 Entering the police station. At the entrance of the police station building, a white figure walked in quickly. She wore a white hook and eye top and a knee-length plaid skirt. Her 1.68-meter figure, paired with this simple and appropriate outfit, was a feast for the eyes. However, on that perfect face, one could not see too many emotional fluctuations. At first glance, one could feel a sense of indifference. Moreover, underneath that indifference, there was a bit of anxiety hidden. Ms. Lin, you're here. 2 male police officers came forward and greeted the cold beauty warmly. Where is my daughter? Lin Mingjia looked at the 2 male police officers and asked anxiously. Ms. Lin, don't worry. Your daughter is safe and sound. She hasn't suffered any harm. Zhao Yu walked over from the interrogation room and said slowly. Officer Zhao, please take me to see my daughter now. Lin Mingjia looked at Zhao Yu and said very quickly. Looking at Lin Mingjia, who looked a little anxious, Zhao Yu nodded. Your daughter is in the lounge, please follow me over here. In the corridor, the echo of footsteps could be clearly heard. In the interrogation room, Tang Feng sat on the chair, listening to the sounds outside. Gradually, his mood calmed down. Having experienced too many storms and seen too many joys and sorrows, his heart is rarely disturbed anymore. Even if it is disturbed, it is only for a short moment. Since Lin Mingjia is safe and sound, they will always meet again and there is no need to rush. In the lounge, when Lin Mingjia saw her daughter, she abandoned her usual calmness and indifference, ran up, hugged her daughter tightly in her arms, and refused to let go. To her, this is everything, her life, and her only spiritual support in this world. Tears silently fell from her eyes. No matter how strong she appeared in front of others, she was still a woman and a single mother. Behind Lin Mingjia, from beginning to end, there was a long-haired woman in jeans. This woman in her 20s had not said a word since she entered the police station, as if she was a stranger. Mingjia, Yao Yao must be tired. Let's take her home to rest first. After a long time, the long-haired woman spoke to Lin Mingjia. Lin Mingjia secretly wiped the tears from her face and stood up. Mom, and that uncle. The little girl looked up at her mother and said in a slightly childish voice. Hearing her daughter's words, Lin Mingjia lowered her head. I want the uncle who saved me to go home with us. The little girl looked at her mother with her big eyes and continued. Lin Mingjia smiled. Although the smart woman didn't know the whole story, she had guessed everything from her daughter's few words. Although, normally, this woman is very serious, but this smile is like 100 flowers blooming in spring, full of indescribable beauty. Shangguan, please help me take care of Yaya first. Lin Mingjia said to the long-haired woman. The long-haired woman nodded, walked forward and took the little girl's hand. Officer Zhao, what's going on? Did someone save Yao Yao before you? Lin Mingjia walked out of the lounge and asked Zhao Yu very politely. Hearing Lin Mingjia's question, Zhao Yu smiled bitterly in her heart, but still nodded. Where is he now? I want to meet him and thank him in person. Lin Mingjia said. Zhao Yu hesitated for a moment. To be honest, she was a little scared of the man named Tang Feng. As for why, even she herself didn't know. She just felt that the man was very dangerous, like a ferocious beast that would eat people at any time. Officer Zhao, is there any inconvenience? Seeing Zhao Yu's hesitation, Lin Mingjia asked again. No, Miss Lin, please follow me. Zhao Yu hesitated for a moment, but finally forced a smile, then took Lin Mingjia to the interrogation room. When she reached the door of the interrogation room, Lin Mingjia stopped and looked at Zhao Yu in confusion. Officer Zhao, since he saved my daughter, why are you still interrogating him? Did he commit a crime? Ms. Lin, when he was saving your daughter, he injured and disabled 9 robbers. Moreover, his identity information is incomplete, with a gap of 6 years. Zhao Yu responded. Hearing Zhao Yu's words, Lin Mengjia's eyebrows raised slightly, and she couldn't help but feel a little curious about the man who saved her daughter. Since he saved my daughter, I believe he is not a bad person. Please let me in and meet him. Lin Mengjia said to Zhao Yu without thinking much. Zhao Yu hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and opened the door of the interrogation room. Accompanied by Zhao Yu, Lin Mengjia walked into the door of the interrogation room. The moment she stepped into the interrogation room, she was stunned. Tang Feng sat there with a smile on his face, looking at Lin Mengjia quietly. Countless times in the middle of the night, this face would always appear in his dreams. Countless battles in the starfield were fought, and it was because of his longing for this woman that he was able to grit his teeth and hold on. Now, he finally met the woman who had been haunting him again. However, when they met again, the woman who was once full of youthfulness no longer had the youthful beauty she once had. Instead, she looked more cold and elegant, just like the dead woman, the saint of heaven realm. Thinking of the saint maiden of the celestial realm, Tang Feng felt a chill down his spine, only because when he entered the celestial realm that day, he accidentally ran into the saint maiden bathing in the celestial lake, and that saint maiden had been pestering him in every way. He had been hiding for 500 years, and that woman had been chasing him for 500 years, like a dogskin plaster. Lin Mengjia stood there blankly, her eyes fixed on Tang Feng. Too many emotions fluctuated on that beautiful face. There was deathly silence in the interrogation room. Zhao Yu stood at the door, looking at Lin Mengjia with a strange expression, and then at Tang Feng with a gentle smile on his face, her heart full of confusion. Her intuition told her that this man and woman must know each other and have a close relationship. But she couldn't understand how this seemingly plain-looking man could know Lin Mengjia, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, the most talented and beautiful woman in Yanjing. Jia Jia. Tang Feng called softly. This call woke Lin Mengjia from her daze. The expression on that beautiful face gradually turned cold, and the light in her eyes was even colder. Looking at that familiar face, Lin Mengjia was struck by lightning. Her slender body staggered and almost fell down. Once, for this man, she gave up everything, even breaking up with her family. Once, for this man, she left her hometown and moved from the prosperous city of Yanjing to the bitter and cold Pingyang. But what is the result? When she was pregnant, the man disappeared. Later, her mother told her that the man took money from her father and left her. Reality slapped her hard in the face and made her understand the truth: your sincere efforts may not be rewarded, and the so-called love often cannot stand the test of money and reality. Thinking about the time when she was pregnant and struggling alone in Pingyang, and the difficult times when she and her daughter had to build her own career in Pingyang, her heart was filled with hatred for the man who abandoned her. It turns out that what they said was true. It turns out that you are still alive. Lin Mengjia looked up at the ceiling, smiled sadly, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. Chapter 6 Chapter 006 See you again. Lin Mengjia once warned herself not to be weak again and not to cry for this man again, but at this moment, she couldn't help it after all. These 6 years were too hard and tiring for her, and all these hardships were caused by the man in front of her. Without looking at Tang Feng again, Lin Mengjia turned around and walked towards the door resolutely. The moment she went out, she reached out and wiped away the tears on her cheeks. There was only a slight surprise on Tang Feng's face, but it disappeared in a flash. In this instant, he had already thought that something must have happened in the past 6 years that caused Lin Mengjia's personality change, but now was not the time to ask about these things. Zhao Yu stood there, a little surprised by Lin Mengjia's abnormality. This famous ice beauty in Pingyang has always been indifferent to men, but now, she has lost her composure because of an ugly man. This is a bit weird. Tang Feng, who was originally sitting there, suddenly stood up, took a step forward and chased out. On the floor, the cold handcuffs fell alone. Tang Feng took 2 steps at a time and followed Lin Mengjia closely. Zhao Yu, who was full of gossip, did not stop him at all. Even if she had time, Zhao Yu was not sure whether she had the ability or even the courage to stop this man. Even now, with Tang Feng's soul damaged, it would be easy for him to stop Lin Mengjia, but he did not do so. Instead, he followed behind Lin Mengjia and shouted, "Jia, listen to my explanation." Explain? Lin Mengjia stopped abruptly, turned around, stared at Tang Feng with a pair of cold eyes, and snorted, "Since the day you left, there is no more talk between us." Tang Feng was about to speak when Zhao Yu caught up with the 2 people, still holding the broken handcuffs in her hands. After she caught up with them, she nodded slightly to Lin Mengjia and said, "Ms. Lin, if you want to leave with this gentleman, you can arrange bail for him." Although she said this, Zhao Yu's eyes revealed a curiosity as she looked at the 2 of them. It was obvious that the fire of gossip was burning in this woman's heart. At this time, Lin Mengjia had regained her usual indifferent demeanor, and seemed to realize that she shouldn't lose her composure in front of outsiders. She didn't look at Tang Feng again, but nodded to Zhao Yu lightly. "Okay, Officer Zhao, please notify my assistant and ask her to handle it." It was obvious that this was meant to get Zhao Yu away from here, but the gossip fire in Zhao Yu's heart had already been burning. She snapped her fingers, signaling the young policeman who popped his head out of an office nearby and obviously wanted to watch the show to go run errands. Although the young policeman was reluctant, he did not dare to disobey Zhao Yu's order and ran over quickly. Although Lin Mengjia hid her anger, she did not pay any more attention to Tang Feng, because this man had hurt her too deeply. She turned around and walked towards the door. Tang Feng knew that there was a misunderstanding between them, but he didn't know how to explain it. He could only smile bitterly and continue to follow Lin Mengjia outside. At this time, Tang Feng's bail had not been completed, and it seemed a little unreasonable for him to leave now, but Miss Lin, who came from a prominent family, had already spoken, so these young policemen naturally did not want to offend her. Besides, Tang Feng, this man in front of him, had knocked down 9 vicious robbers in an instant with his own strength. It was obvious that not everyone could afford to offend him. Even Zhao Yu didn't say anything, so naturally no one else would be willing to run into this bad luck. Watching 2 people walk out of the police station gate, Zhao Yu really couldn't follow them out, and she couldn't help but narrow her eyes slightly. Who is this man? Why did he give himself such a strong sense of pressure and fear? Looking at his file, his resume was quite ordinary, nothing surprising. He had disappeared 6 years ago and there was no news since then, but now he appeared inexplicably. Yes, it's inexplicable. You have to know how developed all kinds of information are in this information age. It is impossible for a person to live in a city and hide himself for so long. Also, what kind of past does Miss Lin, who has always been so arrogant and looked down upon outstanding men, have with this plain-looking man? Zhao Yu frowned and said secretly in her heart, "Tang Feng, I will remember you, I will definitely figure it out." When I walked out of the police station, the sun was setting. In the dusk, Lin Mengjia walked with her head down. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the more aggrieved she felt. When she walked to the red Cayenne parked in front of the police station gate, she suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at Tang Feng. Tang Feng stopped and wanted to speak, "Jia Jia." At some point, a bank card appeared between Lin Mengjia's fingers. She grabbed the bank card with her trembling hands and said in a cold voice, "Here is 1 million, the password is 6 zeros. From now on, I hope you don't appear in front of me." When she said this, it was like a knife stabbed into her heart. The pain almost made her unable to breathe. No matter how much she hated this man, deep in her memory, it seemed that the good old days had never left her. When she chose to take out this bank card and when she said these words, her heart was actually bleeding. Tang Feng did not expect Lin Mengjia to behave like this. Could it be that because he left without saying goodbye that year, Lin Mengjia had such a great hatred for him? When he thought of this, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart, but he was not a person with high emotional intelligence after all. Sometimes, he could not say some things when it came to men and women. Looking at Tang Feng standing there without any movement, Lin Mengjia bit her lower lip, then threw the bank card at Tang Feng's feet and staggered away. Money? Tang Feng felt a little bitter in his heart. Would the Ziwei Star Lord, who dominates the Northern Star region, care about money? As a person who stands at the pinnacle of power and can make things happen with a wave of his hand, and everyone has to bow down to him, everything he sees belongs to him. When will he ever care about money? Tang Feng really wanted to laugh out loud to the sky, and return to this planet he had longed for after going through so much hardship. However, when they met for the first time, the situation was so terrible. But at this moment, he couldn't laugh, and even if he laughed, it would only be a bitter smile. Seeing that Lin Mengjia had walked to her car, Tang Feng reached out and grabbed Lin Mengjia's wrist. At this moment, a sound of breaking air was heard from the side. Tang Feng didn't even look at it. He waved his hand casually, and the black shadow that broke through the air flew backwards. The black shadow was not someone else, but Shangwan, who followed Lin Mengjia. At this moment, Shangwan, enduring the pain in her feet, stared at Tang Feng with her beautiful eyes. At this moment, her heart was in turmoil. The man in front of him had an ordinary appearance and wore ordinary clothes. He would be hard to find in the crowd. However, he exuded a dangerous aura that was invisible but could make people feel almost unable to breathe. Since Shangwan could remember, she had never encountered such a terrifying situation as this one. Although what she saw before her was just a plain-looking young man, in her heart, this man was as ferocious as a scourge. Although she didn't know much about him, she had the illusion that this man could kill her in an instant with just the slightest movement of his fingers. Chapter 7 Chapter 007 Old Friend. Tang Feng turned his head and looked over. After seeing Shangguan, a look of curiosity appeared on his face. Who would have thought that on this earth where the spiritual energy had been exhausted, there were still martial artists? Although this woman was a little weak, her aptitude was acceptable. Shangguan at this moment didn't know what Tang Feng was thinking. She still stood there, staring at Tang Feng vigilantly. Under that gaze, she felt uncomfortable all over. Even though it was a scorching hot summer day, she still couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart, shivering as if a sharp sword was at her back. It's terrible. The man in front of me is so terrible. His aura is suffocating. Although Shangguan knew that she was no match for the opponent, she still had to fulfill her duties as a bodyguard and protect Lin Mengjia even if she had to die. You don't need to be like this. I won't hurt her. Seeing Shangguan so alert and nervous, Tang Feng said calmly. Over the past few hundred years, Tang Feng has seen many guys who were silent in front of him. Shangguan was just a martial artist with weak strength, so it was normal for him to react like this after seeing him. Even if his soul is damaged and he cannot use his magic power, the murderous aura in his body will not disappear after fighting in the starry sky for thousands of years. After hearing Tang Feng's words, Shangguan felt as if she had been pardoned and was slightly relieved. At least, this man had no hostility towards Lin Mengjia. Otherwise, even if she tried her best, she would not be able to save Lin Mengjia. Lin Mengjia stood there with a cold face, her beautiful eyes moving between Tang Feng and Shangguan. At this moment, she was also surprised. Shangguan had been following her for several years, and no matter what happened, he was always unusually calm. Why was he so abnormal today? However, Lin Mengjia had no time to ask these questions at the moment. She struggled hard, trying to shake off the big hand that was on her wrist. Unfortunately, her efforts ended in failure. Tang Feng, I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore, let me go. Lin Mengjia suppressed the anger in her heart and shouted almost hysterically. Lin Mengjia, don't you even give me a chance to explain? Tang Feng's expression gradually turned cold. He looked at Lin Mengjia and asked. When Tang Feng's expression turned cold, the temperature around him seemed to drop by several degrees. Shangguan, who was standing not far away, couldn't help but shiver twice. No need. I'll thank you as long as you disappear from my world. Lin Mengjia, an ordinary person, was completely unaware of this. She forced herself to remain indifferent and said in a cold voice. These cold words were like a bolt of lightning, striking Tang Feng's heart. Looking at the indifferent Lin Mengjia, Tang Feng wanted to speak several times, but finally, he gave up. He loosened his hands and let the slender jade hand slip away from his palms. At this time, the little girl standing in the distance trotted up, and Shangguan hurriedly stopped her and held her in his arms. The little girl was held in Shangguan's arms, but her big eyes were looking at Tang Feng. Can you accompany me home? I want you to accompany me home. That slightly childish voice sounded. Tang Feng looked at the little girl. The feeling of blood connection made the coldness in his heart dissipate again, and a warmth began to flow in his heart again. Lin Mengjia, who was standing in front of the car, was completely panicked when she saw this scene. Perhaps others did not know the relationship between Tang Feng and the little girl, but she knew it. She was afraid in her heart, afraid that this unfaithful man would snatch her daughter away, and she would never allow such a thing to happen. Shangguan, take Yao Yao to the car. Let's go back, right away. Lin Mengjia tried her best to control her emotions and shouted loudly to Shangguan. At this moment, Lin Mengjia just wanted to escape and take her daughter away from here. No, no. I want him. The little girl cried out and stretched out her two pink little hands towards Tang Feng. Lin Yao Yao, shut up right now. Shangguan, what are you still standing there for? Take her to the car. The little girl's crying made Lin Mengjia completely explode, and she roared almost hysterically. Shangguan stood there holding the little girl, looking at the hysterical Lin Mengjia, and then at Lin Yao Yao who was crying in her arms. Her heart was full of confusion. She found that both mother and daughter were very abnormal today. Lin Mengjia would never get angry because of someone or something, and she would never have any entanglement with men, but today, Lin Mengjia was like an angry tigress. Lin Yao Yao inherited her mother's good genes. She was very smart and sensible. Normally, she would hardly have contact with strangers. But today, she cried and made a fuss for such a strange man whom she had never met before, and she didn't even listen to her mother. And all this was caused by this terrible man. She couldn't help but become more and more curious about this man's identity. Who is this man who is as scary as a ferocious beast? With a lot of curiosity in her heart, she held the little girl and quickly got into the car. Lin Mingjia sat directly in the driver's seat and started the car. Tang Feng stood there and looked at Lin Mingjia. Jia, some things are not what you think. Lin Mingjia forced herself to pretend to be cold, without looking at Tang Feng, and said coldly, I ask you to stay away from me and my daughter in the future. Tang Feng also understood that Lin Mingjia had a deep misunderstanding of him and hated him very much. At this time, if he continued to explain, she might not listen. He had to find another opportunity. Seeing Lin Mingjia get into the car and drive away, Tang Feng stood there for a long time, his brows full of helplessness and bitterness. But in a flash, he returned to normal. The little girl who was sitting in the back seat with Shangguan turned around and leaned on the rear windshield, staring at Tang Feng's figure getting farther and farther away. Her little mouth pouted and she started crying again. What's wrong with this kid today? Shangguan, who was sitting next to him, glanced at Lin Mingjia in front of him intentionally or unintentionally and said in a low voice. At this moment, Lin Mingjia was getting more and more upset. She couldn't help but raise her voice and said sternly, Yao Yao, stop crying. Did you hear me? Hearing her mother shouting, the little girl stopped crying, then slid down from her seat aggrievedly, turned her head to look at Lin Mingjia, her big, bright eyes red from crying. Lin Mingjia saw this in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but feel distressed. She regretted her harshness just now, and her voice became gentle, saying again, Yao Yao, you are a good child, please don't throw a tantrum, okay? The little girl sobbed, I want him to come home with me. Lin Mingjia's expression suddenly changed. She bit her lip and did not answer. Shangguan had long noticed something was going on between Lin Mingjia and Tang Feng, but he had never had the chance to ask. Seeing her like this, he took the opportunity to ask, Ms. Lin, who was that man just now? Lin Mingjia remained silent and drove the car silently. She didn't say anything, and Shangguan didn't dare to ask any more questions, so he remained silent. In the car, only the little girl's low sobbing was left, and she muttered from time to time, I want him. Yao Yao will be good and obedient, as long as he accompanies me. When Shangguan thought that Lin Mingjia would not answer, Lin Mingjia suddenly said, Old friend. Where does he come from? Shangguan asked hurriedly. Lin Mingjia did not answer this question, but asked, You seem a little abnormal today? This is not like you usually are. Shangguan comforted Yao Yao, who was still sniffling. When she heard Lin Mingjia's question, she raised her head, smiled bitterly and said, Although I don't know what your relationship with him is, I know that he is very dangerous and scary. When he said this, Shangguan's expression revealed a hint of fear. Hearing Shangguan's words, Lin Mingjia didn't take it seriously. She snorted softly and said, He's just a cowardly and greedy man. What's so scary about him? Shangguan frowned and shook his head, Ms. Lin, you don't seem to know that man very well. Chapter 8 Chapter 008 Shangguan's suspicion. Lin Mingjia raised her eyebrows slightly and said nothing. Shangguan continued, Although I know nothing about him, as a martial artist, I can sense how terrifying he is. Lin Mingjia sneered lightly, still not caring much and said, Are you mistaken? For Tang Feng, no one in this world knows him better than me. He is just an ordinary person. Is his name Tang Feng? Shangguan silently memorized this name in his heart, and if he had the chance he would definitely ask the people in the sect to find out where this name came from. Shangguan pondered in his heart and said, Ms. Lin, you know that I never say anything I am not sure of. This man is very dangerous. If possible, it is best not to provoke him. Hearing Shangguan's words, Lin Mingjia paused, and a look of horror appeared in her eyes. She naturally understood Shangguan's abilities. It had been 5 years since her mother asked her to follow her to protect her. During this period, every time she encountered danger, she would be able to turn danger into safety under her protection. She was completely convinced of Shangguan's abilities. However, Tang Feng, the man who had been the closest to her, she was sure that he definitely did not have any special abilities as Shangguan said, but why did Shangguan say that? Seeing that Lin Mingjia didn't speak, Shangguan continued, I have always been conceited and felt that there were few people in this world who could surpass me. But he only looked at me and I felt cold all over. His realm is so high that I cannot fathom it. Could it be that he is better than you? Lin Mingjia was even more surprised. Shangguan smiled bitterly, Don't tease me. If he had really attacked me just now, I wouldn't have been able to survive a single move. Lin Mingjia couldn't believe it. You are kidding, right? When I met him, he was just an ordinary guy who couldn't even fight. Shangguan sighed deeply. She had never felt so insignificant as she did at that moment. Lin Mengjiao was right. There shouldn't be such evildoers in this world. This man named Tang Feng can hardly be called a human being. But Shangguan did not say this to Lin Mengjiao. After all, Lin Mengjiao was not a martial artist, and she might not understand if he told her too much. The little girl beside him was tired of crying, and had already leaned on Shangguan's legs, dozing off with weariness, her little shoulders heaving, as if she was still sad that Tang Feng didn't follow her. Shangguan stroked the little girl's hair tenderly with pity in his eyes, and said with some heartache, "Yao Yao must be frightened by what happened today, but if that Tang Feng can protect Yao Yao, no one in this world can hurt her." The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Lin Mingjia subconsciously glanced at the little girl in the rearview mirror, and couldn't help but have some thoughts. Although Shangguan was by her side and nothing serious had happened in recent years, she was unable to protect both herself and the little girl at the same time. Lin Mengjia is still very frightened by what happened today. It seems that she must find a reliable bodyguard for the little girl. However, hiring a bodyguard is different from other positions. You need to have skills and abilities, and you also need to know the details to make sure that the person has no ulterior motives. Otherwise, if you secretly collude with the other party, wouldn't that be like having a wolf by your side? Moreover, the bodyguard chosen for the little girl must be someone she likes. Although the little girl is young, she is sensible at an early age. She will definitely not let anyone she doesn't like get close to her. While Lin Mingjia was daydreaming, the car had already arrived at Pingyang's most upscale villa community, Yunjing Bay. The security guard standing upright at the door saluted to Lin Mingjia's car, and the remote-controlled gate slowly opened. The car drove straight to a 3-story villa. Before it stopped, an old man about 60 years old was standing in front of the villa. The old butler Zhang Huayan, after Lin Mengjia became pregnant, her mother sent the old butler and several other people to Pingyang. In a blink of an eye, more than 5 years have passed. As soon as the car stopped, the little girl opened the door and jumped out by herself, running towards the door. When Butler Zhang saw the little girl, he became very excited. Fortunately, nothing happened. "I hope the young lady is back safely." The little girl ignored him and still pouted, looking unhappy. She ran straight to her room as soon as she entered. After entering, she slammed the door shut with a bang. Butler Zhang was a little stunned. He had been in Pingyang for 5 years and had watched the little girl grow up. Normally, the little girl was always polite to others and had a close relationship with him. This was the first time he saw her lose her temper like this. But then he turned to Lin Mengjia and Shangguan, who had just gotten off the car, bowed and said, Miss Shangguan." Lin Mengjia frowned, watching the little girl run into the villa side, and said to Butler Zhang, "Uncle Zhang, Yao Yao was frightened and is in a bad mood. Please don't be surprised." Butler Zhang smiled and shook his head. "What are you talking about, young lady? How could an old man be angry with a young lady?" As they were talking, the 3 people had already walked into the villa. Lin Mengjia went straight to Yao Yao's door and wanted to go in, but when she pushed it, she found it was locked. She was about to shout, but Shangguan stopped her. "Ms. Lin, Yao Yao is unhappy, let her stay alone for a while. I'll go in and keep her company later. You're tired too, go and take a rest first." Lin Mengjia frowned, and a cloud of gloom shrouded her beautiful face. She nodded gently, walked up the stairs, and went towards her bedroom on the 2nd floor. She was indeed very tired. It wasn't just what happened today that made her feel tired, but she was exhausted both physically and mentally over the past 6 years. Outsiders only thought that she was cold as ice and never treated anyone kindly, but no one knew the pressure and torture she was under in her heart. She got pregnant before marriage and was criticized by many people. However, she was strong-willed and worked hard to build the Mengtang group today. In the past few years, she was on guard and careful in everything, but mistakes still happened. She understood that the girl's accident was not accidental. Normally, Lin Mengjia and the little girl are almost inseparable. Today, she attended the groundbreaking ceremony of a new real estate project of Mengtang Group and still brought the little girl with her. However, after only speaking to the partners for 2 or 3 minutes, the little girl disappeared. The security measures for the groundbreaking ceremony were first-rate, and they were all handled by the Mengtang Group's internal personnel. How could outsiders just come in? And how could any cat or dog take Yao Yao away who was under strict protection? This matter was most likely the work of her father, who was a powerful figure in Yinjing, or it was the dirty tricks of the eldest son of the Zhu family. Lying on her back on the soft big bed, Lin Mengjia stared absent-mindedly at the ceiling lamp swaying gently in the breeze. She didn't know how many conspiracies and calculations, traps and dangers there would be in the future of herself and the little girl. She could ignore her own safety, but she would never allow the little girl to make the slightest mistake. Chapter 9 Chapter 009 Killing in the Dark. As night falls, the heatwave gradually fades away, the stars are like water, and insects chirp. Lin Mingjia was preoccupied with her own thoughts and had no idea that the window of the children's room on the first floor had been quietly opened. A small figure climbed up the window railing with great effort and flipped out. She would never have thought that in this high-end residential area with extremely complete security and video surveillance everywhere, someone could completely avoid the cameras and sneak into the garden of her villa. At this moment, the dark shadow that sneaked in was staring coldly at the little girl's tender figure with a pair of wolf-like eyes. Lin Yaoyao was totally unaware of the danger. She jumped into the garden, lost her balance and fell to the ground. It hurt a lot, but she didn't cry. She just bit her lips and endured it. Tears were almost falling from her eyes, but her face showed a courage and determination that didn't match her age. The little girl dusted off the dirt and ran towards the back door. The dark shadow followed closely like a snake. His purpose this time was to kill two people, the little girl in front of him and the woman who was proficient in martial arts. He was still thinking about how to sneak into the villa, but unexpectedly, before he entered, the little girl ran out by herself. This reduced the trouble for him. He just had to wait for the little girl to go to a place where there was no surveillance, and then he would take action without leaving any clues. This task was too easy to complete. He sneered in his heart, carefully hid in the blind spot of surveillance to avoid leaving any clues, and followed the little girl. Just when the black shadow felt that the time was ripe, he quickened his pace, quickly approached the little girl, and reached out his hand towards her tender neck, at which time a figure mysteriously appeared behind him. As a top killer, he was quietly approached from behind during an assassination without being aware of it. This is simply a shame in the killer world. The dark shadow that appeared behind slowly stretched out his hand, extended a finger, and pressed it on the head of the killer in front. Then, a stream of blood gushed out. The killer who sneaked into the Lin family villa was shot in the head with a finger. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. A cold light flashed in Tang Feng's eyes, and then, when the little girl wanted to turn her head to look at the corpse, he covered her eyes in time. At the same time, an anxious call came along with the sound of footsteps, Yao Yao, Yao Yao. It was Lin Mingjia and Shangguan who noticed that Lin Yao Yao was missing. They rushed out of the villa and looked everywhere for her. The little girl ignored him and hugged Tang Feng's thighs, tilted her head back, and smiled sweetly at him with excitement on her face. Looking at this cute little girl, Tang Feng felt his heart melt. He squatted down, gently scratched the little girl's nose with his fingers, and asked with a smile, "Why did you run out so late? Aren't you afraid of meeting bad guys?" Lin Yaoyao giggled happily and reached out her hand to imitate Tang Feng to scratch his nose, but she couldn't do it all at once. Her soft little hand scribbled on his face, "I came to find you. Little girl, you don't even know where I am, and you just ran out rashly. What if you get lost?" Although Tang Feng felt warm in his heart when he heard the little girl say this, he was also a little scared. If he hadn't arrived in time, he couldn't imagine what the consequences would be. The little girl raised her face and said confidently, "Of course I know you are there. I only came out because I knew you were there." Tang Feng smiled slightly. His bloodline of Ziwei Star Lord was ultimately incomparable to that of ordinary people. Even though the little girl did not understand this power and could not control it at will, she could rely on the blood of Ziwei Star Lord in her bones to sense some things, such as his breath. Seeing that Tang Feng didn't say anything, the little girl blinked her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering, and touched Tang Feng's face with her hand. Her expression became very serious and she asked, "Are you my dad?" As soon as the little girl spoke, Tang Feng felt that his blood was about to freeze. Even though it was just a question, when he heard the word dad coming from the little girl's mouth with such a tender voice, his heart was filled with warmth. Before Tang Feng could answer, Lin Mingjia and Shangguan had already run over. Shangguan stopped beside the corpse, squatted down, and looked at it in the light. When she saw the true appearance of the corpse on the ground, she couldn't help but exclaimed. On Earth, martial artists are extremely rare. Most of them live in seclusion and practice in places where spiritual energy gathers. Only a small number of them live among ordinary people. Shangguan is one of these few people. She couldn't say she knew every detail about this group of people, but she knew a little bit. The policewoman named Zhao Yu could barely be considered one, and the man lying on the ground in front of her was even a well-known figure. He has been in the world for more than 10 years and is a killer by profession. With his martial arts ability, he is almost unstoppable. He has never failed and has never met an opponent. He is a guy that many martial artists are quite afraid of. But now, this man was lying dead here, looking at his head with blood flowing and a bloody hole as big as a finger on his head. All the hairs on Shangguan's body stood up. Unlike Shangguan, Lin Mengjia was more concerned about Lin Yaoyao. She walked straight to the little girl and bent down slightly to hold her hand. At this moment, she clearly heard the little girl repeat the question she had just asked, "Are you the father?" Lin Mengjia froze, as if struck by lightning. She had not expected that the power of blood was so strong that just one meeting could make the little girl believe that Tang Feng was her father. Tang Feng gently stroked the little girl's hair and a smile appeared on his face. When he was about to nod, he suddenly felt two cold eyes staring at him. This feeling. Tang Feng felt a little helpless. He looked in the direction of Lin Mengjia and smiled bitterly. Lin Mengjia grabbed Lin Yaoyao's arm without saying a word and pulled her behind her, still staring at Tang Feng with that cold gaze, like a lioness protecting her cubs, her whole body standing on end. Shangguan barely suppressed the fear in his heart and shifted his attention from the corpse to Tang Feng. What she saw was clearly a family of three, but everyone's expression was strange. Tang Feng had already stood up. He didn't say anything more to Lin Mengjia, but walked towards the body. When he passed by Lin Yaoyao, he gently stroked her head and said softly, "Listen to your mother, don't run around, and don't let her worry about you." Lin Mengjia bit her lips tightly and her body trembled slightly. Shangguan silently watched Lin Mengjia, who usually kept her cool and reserved, behave in such an abnormal way. Her intuition told her, this man must be that person. The unfaithful man who had failed Lin Mengjia. "You take them back, I'll handle this here," Tang Feng said calmly when he passed by Shangguan. Shangguan's body trembled again when she heard the voice. Chapter 10 Chapter 010 Lin Mengjia's decision. Lin Mengjia looked at Tang Feng again, then carried the little girl back to the villa. This time, she did not let the little girl stay in the children's room alone, but took her directly back to her room. She finally managed to coax the little girl who was still clamoring for Tang Feng to stay with her to sleep, and then she tiredly said to Shangguan who had been accompanying her, "Who was that person on the ground just now?" Outside the villa, the figure had disappeared, but Shangguan was worried and silent. When he heard Lin Mengjia's question, he raised his head and frowned. That was a killer. Killer? A hint of shock flashed across Lin Mengjia's eyes. It is not uncommon to encounter danger in daily life. Those who are looking for trouble with you are mostly not presentable people. Although there are some extremely vicious guys, there has never been a killer. He is the ace assassin of a foreign assassin organization. Almost no one knows his background. All we know is that he used to be a mercenary and once single-handedly killed a special forces team from country M. He has been an assassin for more than 10 years and has never failed. No matter whether it is a high-ranking official or a wealthy businessman, once he is targeted by them, no matter how powerful the protection measures are, they are useless. Shangguan naturally knew this person's identity, but there was no need to tell Lin Mengjia some things about martial arts. She wouldn't understand, and it would only add to her troubles. The drug lord who was assassinated in Mexico in the news a few days ago should be his masterpiece. He usually operates in the West and rarely comes to China. This time, I didn't expect someone to ask him to come to Pingyang. Shangguan's eyes fell on the sleeping little girl's face, and he smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. In her dream, the little girl had a pouty mouth, frowned, and looked unhappy. Lin Mengjia sat on the bed, stroking Lin Yaoyao's hair, her brows full of worry. After a while, she said, "I think he's not just coming for Yaoyao." As she spoke, Lin Mengjia looked at Shangguan. Their eyes met, and Shangguan's face became even gloomier. What happened today was too dangerous. If he hadn't intervened, I'm afraid I would be in big trouble too. Shangguan had already sensed that this top killer active abroad had appeared in Pingyang, most likely because someone had targeted her and wanted to get rid of her as well. Lin Mengjia bit her lips slightly and lowered her head, but she didn't know what she was thinking. Seeing her like this, Shangguan continued, "Ms. Lin, if you believe me, go find him and ask him to protect Yaoyao." Is he really that powerful? After a moment of silence, Lin Mengjia murmured. At least as far as I know, no one can defeat him. Shangguan's voice was very firm. She knew in her heart that not only was no one able to defeat him, but even all the martial artists in China might not be able to defeat Tang Feng. However, Shangguan's gaze shifted from Lin Mengjia to Lin Yaoyao's cute little face. If his guess was correct, Tang Feng was the one who let Lin Mengjia down back then. Given the grudge between the two, would Lin Mengjia agree to let Tang Feng protect the little girl? Lin Mengjia was having a fierce struggle in her heart. Even a professional killer had appeared. She didn't know what danger she would encounter next. It seemed that it was urgent to find a reliable bodyguard for the little girl. But there seemed to be no one more suitable than Tang Feng as the bodyguard. Although in Lin Mengjia's memory, the man who had made a vow to her should be an ordinary person, but Shangwan said so, and she had seen the body with her own eyes, so she thought it was true. Shangwan saw the hesitation on Lin Mengjia's face and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It would be better for him to stay out of the affairs of these two people. He believed that Lin Mengjia would make the right decision. This night was speechless. Just as Lin Mengjia did not sleep all night, standing in front of the window, looking at the night outside all night, Tang Feng also did not sleep. He stood outside the villa, in the invisible darkness. After thousands of years, Ziwei Star Lord Tang Feng spent his first night after returning to Earth in this way. When the morning came again, Lin Mengjia, wearing a light-colored dress, walked out of the villa alone. Without disturbing anyone, she opened the door of the villa and walked outside. Seeing Tang Feng resting against the wall in the corner, Lin Mengjia stopped and looked at the familiar figure with her beautiful eyes. Her heart was filled with a mixture of emotions that were hard to describe. In the past 6 years, where had this man been, and what had he been through? Why could he no longer feel the same as before? Tang Feng opened his eyes, and their eyes met across the street. After a brief eye contact, Lin Mengjia lowered her head, took the key, walked to the front of the car, then stepped into the driver's seat, started the car, and slowly drove to Tang Feng's side. "Get in the car." Tang Feng smiled indifferently, got into the car, sat in the passenger seat, and closed the door. The car started and drove forward along the street. Tang Feng turned his head and looked at Lin Mengjia's profile. 6 years had passed, but there were not many traces of time left on her face. She only added a bit of maturity and coolness. Compared with the girl in her early 20s, she looked even more beautiful and full of charm. The car drove all the way to a school-like gate with a playground and stopped. Tang Feng saw a plaque hanging in front of the school gate with a fence. On it was written in colorful and cute fonts, "Sunshine Noble Kindergarten." There were also pictures of small animals and flowers and plants next to it. "This is Yao Yao's kindergarten." Lin Mengjia's voice rang out. Tang Feng looked calmly into the kindergarten. It was nap time and it was very quiet inside. There were only 2 cleaning staff members who were cleaning the playground. At this time, he had already guessed what Lin Mengjia wanted to say. As Tang Feng expected, Lin Mengjia continued, "I want you to be Yao Yao's bodyguard and protect her safety 24 hours a day." Lin Mengjia made this decision after struggling all night. In the end, her concern for the little girl overcame her hatred for Tang Feng, and she decided to let the man she swore she never wanted to see again return to her life. Tang Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. If he could watch his daughter grow up, perhaps it would be happier than fighting in the starfield. After 1,000 years of fighting, he was tired and it was time to stop and rest. "Don't be too happy. This doesn't mean that I have forgiven you." Lin Mengjia's voice was cold. "We have 3 rules. You can only live in my house if you accept them." Tang Feng was not surprised. He just nodded slightly and looked at Lin Mengjia. "You say." Tang Feng's attitude made Lin Mengjia stunned. When they first met yesterday, Tang Feng had been trying to explain something to her, but at this moment, he seemed so calm that made her a little confused. After a long while, Lin Mengjia said, "First, you cannot tell anyone about our relationship. Second, you cannot tell Yao Yao about your relationship with her. Third, we are only employer and bodyguard, and you cannot do anything that crosses the line." Chapter 11 Chapter 011 The son wants to support his family but cannot wait. After Lin Mengjia finished speaking, she turned her head slightly to look at Tang Feng, waiting for his reaction. She thought Tang Feng would object, but to her surprise, after listening to these somewhat harsh rules, Tang Feng just nodded without much expression. Seeing that Tang Feng didn't speak, Lin Mengjia continued, "Your salary. Just provide food and lodging." Tang Feng said lightly. Money is something that Tang Feng has access to easily, so he naturally doesn't take it seriously. Besides, how could he let Lin Mengjia pay him? After all, he was protecting his own daughter. A very complicated expression flashed across Lin Mengjia's face, and there was a hint of surprise in her eyes when she looked at Tang Feng. This man left me heartlessly when I needed him the most. There has been no news from him for 6 years. Now he has returned without any signs and refused the money I gave him. What is his purpose? Although she didn't believe in her heart that the person she loved so deeply would do something to let her down, her father had clearly put evidence in front of her to prove that he left for money. Thinking of her father, Lin Mengjia frowned slightly again. Even though my father always secretly tried to get rid of Shangguan and the little girl, he was my father after all. While Lin Mingjia was thinking about these things, Tang Feng interrupted her thoughts and asked, "The two things that happened yesterday were not accidental, right? What happened? Who attacked the little girl? And your female bodyguard, I guess she is also a target, right?" Lin Mingjia did not answer Tang Feng's question, but hid the expression on her face. Instead, she remained expressionless as usual and said indifferently, "These have nothing to do with you. You just need to protect Yao Yao." Although Lin Mingjia tried hard to remain indifferent and not show her emotions while speaking, her lips were trembling slightly, and she had to exert a lot of effort to suppress the surge in her heart. Yao Yao. Tang Feng repeated the name, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a rare warm smile. For thousands of years, Ziwei Star Lord has roamed the starry battlefield, and has witnessed the indifference of life and death. His heart has long been as hard as a rock. Who can find a trace of tenderness on his face? Only Tang Feng himself knows that he is not a heartless person. His warmth is only left in the softest corner of his heart, and is only reserved for the person he loves most. Since Lin Mingjia didn't want to say anything, Tang Feng didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, he could find out these things by himself, so there was no need to hear them from Lin Mingjia. At this moment, Tang Feng had another more important thing in mind. He looked at Lin Mingjia's beautiful and cold face and slowly said, "Do you know where my mother is now?" Lin Mingjia's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly turned her head away from Tang Feng. After a long silence, she said softly, "She is gone." From Lin Mingjia's expression just now, Tang Feng had already guessed this result, or rather, on the previous day, when he could not feel the presence of his mother in the city, he had already thought that it would be like this. But when he heard this definite answer from Lin Mingjia, Tang Feng's eyes dimmed. Tang Feng sat leaning against the passenger seat, his head tilted slightly upwards along the angle of the seat back, without saying a word. "You know, my aunt had a bad heart. Not long after you left, she fell ill from missing you and passed away due to a relapse of her old illness," Lin Mingjia said softly. There was no indifference on her face at this moment, but sadness, and her voice was also full of sorrow. No matter how Tang Feng had let her down, Tang Feng's mother had always been very good to her. In her mind, she had long regarded her as her own mother. Thinking of the past, she couldn't help feeling sad. Tang Feng knew that although he was missing at the beginning, under the circumstances at that time, he had fallen into a ravine from Kunlun Mountain, and no one saw him alive or dead. Most people would believe that he was dead. He lost his father at a young age, and was raised by his mother alone. He was everything in his mother's life. When she learned the bad news, how could her old and frail body withstand such a blow? If it were an ordinary person, he would have been crying bitterly at this moment, but Tang Feng was, after all, the Ziwei Star Lord who had experienced thousands of years of war in the northern star region. Every day and every hour, separation of life and death happened before his eyes. He had long since become indifferent to life and death. To him, death was nothing more than losing the body, but the spirit was immortal and entering another reincarnation. How could he be entangled in this like an ordinary person? Tang Feng didn't say anything. Lin Mingjia thought he was crying and glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, but she saw that he was just sitting there silently, without a tear in his eyes, and his face was calm and expressionless, without the slightest emotion. Seeing him like this, Lin Mingjia couldn't help but frown slightly, wanting to say something but stopping herself. "Where is my mother buried?" "Beishan Cemetery," Lin Mingjia replied in a low voice. After that, there was no sound in the car. Neither of them spoke, but just remained silent for a long time. A depressing silence filled the car. In this depressing atmosphere, the Red Cayenne drove back to the Lin family villa. Shangguan, who was standing at the second-floor window, saw the car door open, a man and a woman get out, and they walked towards the gate together. A smile appeared on her face. When Shangguan walked into the living room from the stairs, the butler Zhang Huayan was taking Lin Yaoyao to choose candies, and Lin Mingjia and Tang Feng had already opened the door and entered. Lin Yaoyao saw Tang Feng at a glance, her eyes lit up immediately, and she didn't care about the candy on the plate in front of her. She jumped up immediately and ran towards Tang Feng, holding her hands high, giggling, "Hug." The old housekeeper stared in amazement at the strange man who had just entered the room and picked up the little girl with a smile on his face. He was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. He watched the little girl grow up. This girl would never get close to strangers. Not to mention getting close to them, even if someone approached her to talk, she would avoid them with great caution. But now, she actually took the initiative to ask the man to hug her. Lin Mingjia did not stop them. She just looked at the two of them and said, "From now on, Tang Feng will be Yao Yao's personal bodyguard. He will protect Yao Yao 24 hours a day. From today on, he will live here so that he can take care of Yao Yao at any time." Although she was speaking in the direction of Tang Feng and Lin Yao Yao, she was obviously talking to someone present. Upon hearing this, the little girl's face was even more delighted. She hugged Tang Feng's neck with both hands and put her little face directly against Tang Feng's face. "That's great. Uncle lives with us." Chapter 12 Chapter 012 The Past. Seeing this, the old butler was so shocked that he let out an ah and his eyes widened even more. He couldn't believe Lin Yao Yao's reaction, and Lin Mengjia's words shocked him even more. After taking care of Lin Mengjia and her daughter for the past few years, he was clearly aware of the dangers lurking around them. Lin Mengjia didn't trust anyone except Shangguan, so how could she let a man he had never seen enter her home so easily and take care of her precious daughter 24 hours a day? Unlike the old housekeeper who was in disbelief, Shangguan already knew the result. She still stood at the stairs with a smile on her face. Tang Feng's arrival undoubtedly lightened much of her burden. After all, she was unable to protect two people at once. With this man around, she would no longer have to worry all day long. Just when Shangguan felt relieved, Tang Feng, who was originally smiling at the little girl, suddenly looked at her, still smiling, but that smile was obviously different from the one he gave the little girl. There was a playful look in his eyes. The moment this gaze came over, Shangguan's scalp went numb, the smile on his face disappeared immediately, and he couldn't help but shiver, as if he was stared at by a ferocious beast. At that moment, the chill spread throughout his body and even his breathing almost stopped. Lin Mengjia didn't notice the momentary exchange of glances between Tang Feng and Shangguan, let alone Shangguan's reaction, and continued, "This is my housekeeper, you can call him Uncle Zhang, and that one is Shangguan." Lin Mengjia only made this brief introduction. Apart from telling the old butler Tang Feng's name, she did not explain anything about his background or other circumstances. The old housekeeper was suspicious. During dinner, Shangguan walked into the restaurant alone and asked her quietly, "Where did the young lady find this man named Tang Feng?" Shangguan just smiled and said, "He is an old acquaintance of Miss Lin. I don't know the details of the relationship." "What? The lady is going to let him live in? And she's going to protect him personally? What if?" "Uncle Zhang, don't worry. Tang Feng is absolutely trustworthy. Besides, he is very capable. With him around, Yao Yai won't be in any danger." The old housekeeper was still muttering, "I've never seen this man before. I've been with the young lady for so many years. Who around her could be hidden from my eyes?" The young lady seemed to be quite familiar with him. Normally, the young lady is not like this. When she saw him, she gave up her favorite candy and even shared it with him. Listening to the old housekeeper's mumbling, Shangguan shook her head and smiled helplessly. When she was about to say something, she suddenly felt a chill again. She immediately looked towards the restaurant door subconsciously. As expected, Tang Feng appeared there with a smile on his face and a slightly raised corner of his mouth. This was a normal expression, but it still made Shangguan silent and he dared not say more. "I'm going out for a while tomorrow morning and will be back in 2 hours. I'd like to trouble you to look after Yao Yao," Tang Feng said casually, as if he didn't notice Shangguan's silence. Shangguan nodded and said but didn't dare to ask Tang Feng where he was going. The old butler looked suspiciously at Shangguan, who was obviously a little unnatural, and then looked at the back of the man who had turned and left, and his doubts grew even more. This man is so mysterious. Where does he come from? How did he know the young lady? Why did the young lady trust him with her? Why did the young lady get so close to him out of character? With these thoughts in mind, the old housekeeper deliberately observed Tang Feng, but there was nothing suspicious about Tang Feng. He always accompanied the little girl. The little girl was also very attached to him and was almost inseparable from him. Except for Lin Mengjia and Shangguan taking her to take a bath, she stayed with Tang Feng the whole night and asked Tang Feng to tell her stories before going to bed. After Tang Feng coaxed the little girl to sleep, he returned to his own room. He slept next to the little girl. That room was originally the nanny's room. Before Lin Yao Yao went to kindergarten, Lin Mengjia had hired a nanny to take care of her and live there. The room was not big, with only a bed and a cabinet, but Tang Feng didn't care. It was closest to the little girl, and if there was any movement, he could be by her side the first time. Before dawn the next day, Tang Feng went out alone. Shangguan stood at the window of her room on the second floor, looking at Tang Feng's back. When Tang Feng walked out the door, he turned his head and looked in her direction, which made Shangguan break out in a cold sweat again. This man didn't have to do anything. Just a look was enough to make this outstanding female martial artist in the sect feel terrified. Tang Feng went straight to Beishan Cemetery. There were very few vehicles and pedestrians on the road at this moment. Relying on his physical abilities, he ran very fast, like a ray of light. People who saw him thought they were dazzled. The Beishan Cemetery is very large and far away from the city. In the morning mist, there are occasional bird calls, but no other noise, and it is very quiet. Tang Feng did not ask about the location of Lin Mengjia's mother's grave. He entered the cemetery and searched row by row. After a long time, he finally found his mother's grave. The location of the tomb is very good, the tombstone is clean, and the photos are spotlessly clean. It is obvious that people often come here to pay their respects. No need to guess who is doing the worship. In Pingyang, he and his mother had no other relatives, and apart from Lin Mengjia who buried her, probably no one else would come. Tang Feng stroked the tombstone gently, bent down, and put his cheek against it. He felt the cold touch of the marble tombstone covered with morning dew, but he didn't care. Looking at the old lady with a kind smile in the black and white photo, even Ziwei Xingjuan, who had long been indifferent to life and death, felt a slight pain in his heart. "Mom, I'm back." Tang Feng murmured, "I'm back, but you don't have the chance to see me again, and I, after all, didn't get to see you for the last time." Just as Tang Feng was whispering to his mother, a bang sound suddenly came from beside him, breaking the silence of the cemetery. The person who made the noise was an old man who was sitting in front of a tomb about 4 or 5 seats behind the tombstone of Tang Feng's mother. He was holding a wine bottle in his hand, which just fell on the tomb base, causing the noise. When Tang Feng arrived just now, he saw the old man, but didn't pay much attention to him. When he heard the sound, he took another look. The old man was about 50 years old, with a haggard face, and was already a little drunk. There was only the bottom of the bottle of liquor left in his bottle, but he still held it up and poured it into his mouth. Although he looked depressed and his face was full of sadness, like a drunkard, there was an unconcealable spirit between his brows. The clothes he wore were very neat and straight, showing his extraordinary spirit. The old man was wearing casual clothes, but Tang Feng could tell at a glance that he should be a soldier, and not an ordinary soldier, but also a martial artist. Even so, in Tang Feng's heart, he was no different from an ordinary old man. Chapter 13 Chapter 013 The Old Man. Tang Feng just glanced at the old man and then looked away. He didn't care that there were other people around. He knelt in front of his mother's grave and kowtowed 9 times in an orderly manner. As his forehead touched the cold marble steps, Tang Feng felt a sense of loss again. After bowing, he did not stand up, but straightened his upper body, stared intently at his mother's smile in the photo, and sighed silently. After a while, Tang Feng saw that the sky was gradually getting brighter. Thinking of the little girl, he stood up and prepared to leave. Just as Tang Feng stood up, the drunken old man also stood up. He looked at Tang Feng with misty eyes, and Tang Feng glanced at him indifferently. The two men's eyes met briefly, and Tang Feng turned away without any concern. The old man's expression suddenly changed. His half-drunk face instantly became sober. His squinting eyes suddenly widened and he stared straight at Tang Feng, his eyes fixed on him, his whole body revealing shock. Just now, the two of them looked at each other for a brief moment, and the old man already felt an extremely powerful aura that almost did not belong to this world coming towards him. The person in front of him was clearly an ordinary-looking young man, nothing special about him, but in his eyes, there was something extremely complicated that he could neither grasp nor see clearly. The only thing he could be sure of was that when their eyes met, an invisible pressure rushed towards him like a tidal wave. He had not felt such a powerful force for many years. "Young man, are you also a martial artist?" Seeing that the young man had turned around and was about to leave, the old man hurriedly called him. Tang Feng stopped, turned slightly, and looked at the old man again. "No." Tang Feng said this calmly, and then left without looking back. Behind him, only the old man was left standing there, staring at Tang Feng's receding back, his eyes and brows filled with a solemn expression. Even though the young man spoke lightly and did not admit his identity as a martial artist, the old man could clearly feel the terrifying murderous intent emanating from him, as well as the powerful aura that looked down upon the vast ocean and the world that no one could match. It seemed that this person had seen through everything in the world, as if power, money, and status were nothing but clouds and smoke in his eyes. But he is so young and should not have experienced so many things. How could he be so indifferent to the vicissitudes of life and think that everything in the world is just like this? This young man must be no ordinary person, but I have never seen him before, let alone heard of him. Where did he come from? A strong curiosity welled up in the old man's eyes. He was just paying tribute to his former comrade in arms as usual, but he did not expect to have such an unexpected encounter. He walked slowly towards the tombstone where the young man had just knelt, and what caught his eye was a photo of a kind and ordinary old woman. He wrote down the old woman's name, narrowed his eyes slightly, and made up his mind to follow this clue to find the young man. After Tang Feng returned to the villa, it was still quiet. Only the old housekeeper was busy preparing breakfast. There was no movement in other rooms, as if everyone else had not gotten up yet. Tang Feng stood at the little girl's door and could feel that she was sleeping quietly with steady breathing. He smiled unconsciously, then returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the bed. He took a deep breath, and a warm current flowed from his dantian, gradually spreading to his limbs and bones. Tang Feng could clearly feel that his veins were suddenly connected as if an electric current was flowing through his body. Even though his soul was damaged and all his cultivation was lost, Tang Feng heaved a sigh of relief after making the air flow throughout his body. His condition was not too bad. With his current physical and mental strength, if he were to cultivate again, his starting point would be very high, at least higher than all other martial artists. However, the spiritual energy on this earth is almost exhausted. If one wants to cultivate to the level of Ziwei Star Lord, it is not an easy task. But no matter how difficult it is, practice must begin. Otherwise, my soul may never be restored, and I will never be able to regain my former strength. Having already experienced the peak state, he couldn't become an ordinary person again. Tang Feng thought to himself that he had tried his best to return to Earth, but it was only the first step to start over. There was still a long way to go. The environment on Earth was so harsh, and he didn't want to be like other martial artists, who practiced hard for decades or even hundreds of years and ended up being like ants, only living a few years longer than ordinary people. In addition to cultivation, Lin Mengjia is also extremely important. Tang Feng didn't know what had happened to cause Lin Mengjia's personality to change drastically and become so distant from him. I guess Lin Mengjia wouldn't tell him. But Tang Feng didn't care. To him, these were all trivial matters that would be figured out sooner or later. The most urgent task was to solve Lin Mengjia's current troubles, or in other words, the little girl's troubles. It is obvious that there is someone hiding in the dark behind Lin Mengjia, always spying on her every move and waiting for an opportunity to act. This person has great power. Although Tang Feng can sense his existence, he cannot find him out for a while. If this person is not eliminated, the little girl and Lin Mengjia will always be in danger. After thinking for a long time, Tang Feng heard some noise outside. Everyone had gotten up, so he got up and went out. The little girl got up from the bed and knocked on Tang Feng's door. As soon as she raised her hand, the door opened. She raised her head and looked at Tang Feng with a happy smile on her face. She took a step forward and hugged Tang Feng's legs. "Uncle, I dreamed of you last night." Tang Feng smiled and squatted down, looking at the little girl in front of him. Her hair was messy and had not been combed yet. She was very cute. He reached out to comb her hair and asked with a smile, "What did you dream about your uncle doing?" "I dreamed that my uncle took me to the amusement park." Lin Yaoyao put her hands behind her back, tilted her head, and looked at Tang Feng, her little eyes full of anticipation. Tang Feng burst out laughing. It was obvious that this little girl wanted to go to the playground and was trying to trick me here. Are all the kids nowadays so smart? Since the little girl proposed it, Tang Feng certainly would not refuse and nodded immediately. "Then uncle will take you to the amusement park today to make your dream come true, okay?" "Really?" The little girl's eyes lit up and she jumped up happily. "Let's go to the amusement park." "I'm going to the amusement park." Although Lin Mengjia cares about the little girl very much on weekdays, she is worried that someone will hurt her and does not want her to show up in front of others, so she seldom takes her to public places. She usually goes back and forth between kindergarten and home. Although Lin Yaoyao was very sensible and didn't clamor to go to the amusement park, she was still looking forward to it in her heart. Chapter 14 Chapter 014 Playground. After all, Lin Yaoyao is just a 5-year-old girl. At this age, it is her nature to love playing. In kindergarten, she often hears other children talking about the playground. How could she not want to have a good time there? Lin Mengjia walked down the stairs and happened to hear the conversation between the two. The first thing she thought of was that she must not let Lin Yaoyao go to crowded places to avoid danger. Just as Lin Mengjia took a step forward and wanted to stop it, Shangguan coughed lightly behind her. Lin Mengjia turned her head and saw Shangguan looking at her. The two looked at each other and Shangguan nodded slightly to her. Shangguan had been by her side for more than 5 years, and the two of them had already developed a tacit understanding. Some things did not need to be said, and could be understood with just a glance. Shangguan could guess that Lin Mingjia wanted to stop Tang Feng from taking Lin Yaoyao out to play. Lin Mingjia could naturally see that Shangguan was telling her that Tang Feng was fully capable of protecting Lin Yaoyao and asked her not to worry. Lin Mingjia frowned slightly, her eyes showing some hesitation, as if she wanted to say something. Shangguan said softly, "In fact, you believe him. You slept well last night." Lin Mingjia was slightly stunned. Indeed, she slept very well last night. It could be said that it was the first peaceful sleep she had had since Tang Feng left for so long. Normally, even though Shangguan was always by her side, Lin Mingjia was always on guard, always worried about Lin Yaoyao's safety. Even when she fell asleep, she slept very lightly and would wake up at the slightest noise. She would run to the little girl's room several times every night to make sure she was okay before she would feel relieved. But last night was different, she slept very well. Lin Mingjia herself felt strange as to why she felt so relieved and slept so soundly last night. She had thought that on the first night Tang Feng moved into her house, she would toss and turn and have trouble sleeping all night. But that was not the case. Not only did she not suffer from insomnia, but she slept very deeply. She fell asleep within a few minutes of lying on the bed and did not even have a dream. She slept until dawn. It seemed that it was just as Shangguan said, she trusted Tang Feng in her heart. With him around, she relaxed her vigilance and could rest in peace, but she had not yet realized it in her subjective consciousness. Lin Yaoyao had already seen Lin Mingjia coming, and seeing that she seemed to have acquiesced, she was even happier, and ran to Lin Mingjia again, jumping and dancing beside her, shouting, "I want to wear that pink dress and that sparkly bow, and Mom, help me braid my hair." Seeing Lin Yaoyao's rare excitement, Lin Mingjia couldn't help but smile. When he was looking at Lin Yaoyao with a smile, he suddenly felt a burning gaze looking at him. She subconsciously raised her head and met Tang Feng's eyes with a slight smile. Lin Mingjia was caught off guard, the smile on her face froze and disappeared immediately. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she turned her head to the side, not looking at Tang Feng. Today happens to be a day off, and the little girl doesn't have to go to kindergarten. After breakfast, Lin Mingjia called Shangguan to go to the company with her to work overtime. Tang Feng had not expected Lin Mingjia to travel with him from the beginning, so he was not surprised that she asked to work overtime. Shangguan deliberately fell behind when he was about to leave. After Lin Mingjia left, he came to Tang Feng, took out his wallet from his pocket, handed it to Tang Feng, and whispered, "I don't know what your situation is, but I think you will need this today." Tang Feng smiled indifferently. In fact, with his ability, it would only take a few minutes for him to get the money. But with his character, how could he possibly take money from a woman? Shangguan saw that Tang Feng had no intention of taking it, looked at Lin Mingjia who had already walked to the outside door, knew what he was thinking, and said, "I know your ability, but I have to take Yaoyao out to play today, it's better to have less trouble than more, so I'll lend it to you." Although Tang Feng was extremely disdainful of money, Shangguan's attitude was very sincere. He avoided Lin Mingjia for fear that she would be suspicious and gave him face, which made Tang Feng feel that this young martial artist was quite sensible. Lin Yaoyao was obviously very close to Shangguan. She ran over to take the wallet and said with a smile, "Thank you, Aunt Shangguan." Then, he took the wallet, ran back and stuffed it into Tang Feng's hand. Tang Feng thought about it and thought Shangguan's words made sense. He was taking the little girl out to play, so it was better not to cause any trouble. So he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll borrow it." Shangguan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Tang Feng like this, and hurriedly ran out to catch up with Lin Mingjia. Although Butler Zhang still had some distrust of Tang Feng, since Lin Mingjia had already handed the little girl to him, he could not say anything. He held a cell phone and a car key in his hand and said to Tang Feng, "Mr. Tang, this is what the young lady asked me to give you so that you can take the young lady out to play. The car is parked in the garage in the backyard, and I can drive it over for you." "No need, I can go by myself, thank you." Tang Feng was slightly stunned when he saw the logo on the car key. Could it be? He took the phone and keys, picked up the little girl, and walked straight to the garage. When the garage door opened and a black Wrangler appeared in front of him, Tang Feng's face showed a complicated expression. When they were in college, Tang Feng and Lin Mingjia both loved outdoor sports and enjoyed traveling to various places with campus clubs. At that time, he told Lin Mingjia that when he had money in the future, he would buy her a Wrangler and take her on road trips. Lin Mingjia snuggled in his arms with a smile, nodded, and said that she wanted to travel around the world with him and leave their footprints behind. At that time, Tang Feng was still a poor boy, and a car worth more than 500,000 yuan was just a dream for him. When he could get everything by just moving his fingers, the people around him were no longer the same as before. Tang Feng hid the reminiscence in his eyes and focused his attention on the horse herder in front of him. The car in front of him was obviously not new. It had signs of use, but it was very well maintained. There was even a child safety seat on the back seat. It seemed that Lin Mengjia often drove this car to take the little girl out. Tang Feng put the little girl in the safety seat and fastened her seatbelt. The little girl was still excited and kept saying, "I want to eat the biggest ice cream at noon, with chocolate candies on top, in all colors, okay, uncle? As long as Yao Yao likes it, she can eat anything." Tang Feng sat in the driver's seat, turned his head to look at the little girl, and smiled from ear to ear. "As long as I can see the smiling face of this little angel, all my worries will disappear. Today is the first day I take care of her, and of course I can't let her down." In fact, Tang Feng had already thought in his mind that Lin Mengjia must be quite strict with Lin Yao Yao. If she knew that he let her eat so much ice cream, she might get furious. Chapter 15 Chapter 015 My daughter's best friend's mother. As long as the little girl likes it, other things don't matter. This was the only thought in Tang Feng's mind at the moment. As for what kind of blame I will face from Lin Mengjia after I come back, I'll talk about it when the time comes. With joy in his heart and a smile on his face, Tang Feng turned on the car's stereo and stepped on the accelerator to the sound of music. The black Wrangler rushed out of the community gate and sped towards the amusement park. The little girl's happy laughter kept ringing in Tang Feng's ears. He looked at her smiling face in the rearview mirror, and his heart was filled with warmth. Pingyang is just a small prefecture-level city in China, not as big as first-tier cities. Pingyang's amusement park is naturally not as famous as the children's playground in Hong Kong, but it is also quite large in scale. This amusement park has been under construction for more than 10 years. When it was first built, it was advertised as the largest children's playground in mainland China. The publicity was so huge that advertisements were broadcast on all major radio stations, television stations, and newspapers. The amusement park project also received support from the Pingyang municipal government. A large piece of wasteland was allocated to the developer in the suburbs of Pingyang City. However, less than one-third of the land was built and the developer declared bankruptcy due to poor cash flow. Naturally, the amusement park project was stopped. During this period, some people wanted to continue construction, but were ultimately deterred by the huge amount of money required. After changing hands several times, the amusement park is in the hands of the current operator, who is no longer able to continue construction, and most of the remaining land is still vacant, with only the built-up parts open to the public. Although the facilities in the playground are relatively old and there are no programs like those in large children's parks, it still attracts many children in Pingyang. After all, it is a small city and there are not many places for children to play. Tang Feng parked his car in a parking lot with few cars. Looking at the huge amusement park with few people, he couldn't help but shook his head and said, "What a pity." Just as Tang Feng got out of the car with the little girl, a 7-seater commercial vehicle stopped beside them. The window opened, revealing the face of a girl about the same age as Lin Yao Yao. She waved and greeted Lin Yao Yao, "Yao Yao, Yao Yao." "Sure Han." The little girl also waved excitedly at the little girl in the car. "Is he your friend?" Tang Feng bent down slightly and said to the little girl with a smile. "Yes, Gu Shirhan and I are in the same class and she is my best friend." Lin Yao Yao nodded. The door of the business car opened, and the little girl named Gu Shirhan jumped out of the car happily and ran to Lin Yao Yao. The two of them held hands and chattered and laughed. Tang Feng couldn't help but laugh when he saw them. They were indeed best friends, so in tune with each other. The two little girls were wearing the same pink princess dresses with bows and similar braids. They looked like twins. Tang Feng noticed that there were 3 young men who got off the car with Gu Shirhan and they were standing next to the business car. Although the clothes they wore were quite casual, their standing posture and expressions did not seem like ordinary people. Although they were not martial artists, they must have practiced martial arts or served in the military. They looked like bodyguards. Ordinary people naturally wouldn't go out with bodyguards, so Gu Shirhan must have an unusual background. "Yao Yao, is this uncle your father? He is so handsome." Gu Shirhan pointed at Tang Feng and asked. Lin Yao Yao shook her head and replied reluctantly, "No, this is Uncle Tang." It seems that the fact that Tang Feng is not her father makes her very unhappy. "Hello, Uncle Tang." Gu Shirhan waved to Tang Feng politely. Tang Feng also smiled and nodded to her, "Hello. This little girl is quite cute, and she is worthy of being the little girl's good friend." While a few people were talking, another person got off the business car. Judging from her figure, she was a young woman, but her dress made Tang Feng a little puzzled. It was a hot summer day, and it was almost scorching hot. This woman was wearing a hat, a mask, and a pair of huge sunglasses that covered her entire face. "Hello, Aunt Gu." Lin Yaoyao seemed to be accustomed to the way this woman dressed. She didn't find it strange and greeted her naturally. It seems that this woman is Gu Shihan's mother. Gu Shihan's surname is also Gu. Could it be that she is also a single mother like Lin Mengjia? Thinking that this woman might have had the same experience as Lin Mengjia, Tang Feng couldn't help but look at her again. Although her entire face is covered, her figure is excellent. She is over 175 centimeters tall and wears a white off-shoulder top that reveals her impressive bust, and a pair of washed denim hot pants that reveal her long and beautiful legs. Tang Feng was not very familiar with women's clothing brands. He could only recognize that the sneakers she was wearing were limited editions of a famous brand and were quite expensive. He thought that although the other clothes she was wearing were simple, they would not be cheap either. Gu Shihan's mother nodded to Lin Yaoyao. "Yaoyao, didn't your mother come today?" Her voice was pleasant to the ears, with a hint of smile, and she sounded like she was only in her early 20s. I couldn't believe that she had a child that big. The little girl pointed at Tang Feng and said, "My mother is at work, so Uncle Tang came with me." Gu Shihan's mother glanced at Tang Feng, nodded politely, and didn't say much to him. She reached out and pulled Gu Shihan, saying, "Say goodbye to Yaoyao, we're going to go play." This action surprised Tang Feng a little. Logically speaking, these two little girls are good friends. When they meet at the playground, they should naturally play together. However, Gu Shihan's mother has no intention of doing so at all. She is even quite anxious to take Gu Shihan away. Although Gu Shihan was reluctant to leave Lin Yaoyao, she still followed her mother's instructions and waved goodbye to her. Although Gu Shihan's mother behaved abnormally, Tang Feng didn't care much about it. Maybe she was a loner and didn't want to interact with others. It had nothing to do with him anyway. Tang Feng brought the little girl into the amusement park. The smile on the little girl's face never disappeared. She pointed here and there and wanted to play all the rides. Naturally, Tang Feng satisfied all of them. Although the facilities in the amusement park are nothing new, there are quite a lot of varieties. It would take at least half a day to play in all of them. Fortunately, there are not many people here and there is no need to queue, otherwise there would not be enough time. Among all the facilities, the little girl particularly liked the carousel and rode it again and again. Tang Feng stood outside the fence, watching her laughing happily while sitting on the carousel with a smile. The scene of taking Lin Mengjia on the carousel during college vaguely appeared in front of his eyes. The smiling face of Lin Mengjia and the little girl overlapped together, which made him feel a little melancholy, but it was fleeting. The past is past, and the future is what you need to grasp. Chapter 16 Chapter 016 Amusement Park Accident. After taking the little girl to play with most of the facilities, it was already past noon, but she still looked unsatisfied. Tang Feng took her down from the carousel and said with a smile, "Let's go eat something first and continue playing later, okay?" The little girl nodded excitedly, "Okay. I want to play again, Uncle. I want to ride the roller coaster, but I don't dare to do it by myself. Can you accompany me?" "Okay." Tang Feng naturally would not refuse. He held Lin Yaoyao and walked towards the dining area. Because there were not many visitors to the amusement park, there were very few dining areas open. Only a few restaurants were open, but there were only a few diners and almost all of them were deserted. Tang Feng frowned. It seemed that there wouldn't be any delicious food in this kind of place. Just when he was thinking about whether to drive the little girl back to the city to eat and then come back to play after eating, a small figure ran out from the door of a Japanese restaurant and greeted them. "Yaoyao, let's eat sushi together." It's Gu Shihan. Behind Gu Shihan stood a young man who looked like a bodyguard, looking at Tang Feng vigilantly. Tang Feng's first reaction was to refuse. From the attitude of Gu Shihan's mother before, it was clear that she didn't want to get too close to others, and this bodyguard looked as if he was facing a great enemy, which made Tang Feng feel a little disgusted. But of course children don't understand the thoughts of adults. Before Tang Feng could say anything, Lin Yaoyao had already jumped out of his arms and ran towards Gu Shihan happily, saying, "Okay, okay." Tang Feng followed helplessly behind the two little girls into the restaurant. As soon as he entered the door, Tang Feng frowned slightly. He sensed a hint of danger. Tang Feng's eyes swept around the restaurant inconspicuously. The restaurant was of considerable size and the decoration was very exquisite. In the middle hall of the first floor was a conveyor belt sushi counter, with a few people sitting around it. All of them were parents with their children. The chefs and waiters were in white work clothes, busy at work, and there was nothing unusual to see. At the end of the hall was an ancient Japanese-style wooden staircase leading to the second floor. Gu Shirhan's mother was not in the hall, and it seemed that she was in the box on the second floor. The two little girls walked towards the stairs hand in hand. The bodyguard followed closely behind them. Seeing how nervous he was, Tang Feng felt suspicious. What were the identities of Gu Shirhan and her mother? Was there anyone trying to harm them? Just as they walked up the stairs, at the conveyor belt sushi counter, a female customer accidentally knocked over her plate while taking sushi, and the sauce in it immediately spilled all over her body. The white dress that looked expensive was stained in a large area, and the female customer immediately screamed. Several waiters near the stairs saw it and immediately ran towards her, wanting to help her wipe it. When the waiters ran to the dining table, they happened to separate the bodyguard from the two little girls. The bodyguard was distracted by this incident and subconsciously took a step back and glanced towards the dining table. At this moment, a waiter ran down the stairs. He was tall and no one would pay much attention to someone dressed like a waiter in a restaurant. The bodyguard naturally thought that he was here to help. But just as the tall waiter passed by the two little girls, he suddenly reached out his hand, grabbed Gu Shirhan, picked her up horizontally, and ran quickly towards the restaurant door. At the same time, a black pickup truck that looked like it was delivering goods stopped in front of the restaurant and the door opened. Tang Feng's eyes flashed. He saw clearly just now that the tall waiter hesitated for a moment before grabbing Gu Shirhan. Originally, the little girl was closer to him, but when she faced him, she quickly took a step back. He then made up his mind and grabbed Gu Shirhan. Seeing the waiter carrying Gu Shirhan passing by him and running towards the black pickup truck, Tang Feng sneered and reached out and put his hand on his shoulder. Judging from his stature, the waiter was much taller and stronger than Tang Feng. He obviously did not expect Tang Feng to take action. However, he did not take the seemingly ordinary young man in front of him seriously. When he saw Tang Feng's hand reaching out, he just shook his shoulder, thinking that he could shake Tang Feng's hand off. But when Tang Feng's hand fell, he realized that he was wrong, very wrong. A powerful force came overwhelming. Even though he was not a martial artist and could not feel Tang Feng's aura, the real force of 1,000 pounds falling on his body was enough to make his hair stand on end. He felt a piercing pain coming from his shoulder, so painful that he didn't even have the strength to stand. He spread his arms and threw Gu Shirhan, who he was holding, out. Then his legs went weak and he fell to his knees on the ground. Tang Feng took Gu Shirhan steadily in his hand and looked coldly at the waiter who was screaming on the ground. His face was twitching in pain and beads of sweat the size of beans kept dripping down. Gu Shirhan's bodyguard had already reacted and strode towards the door, facing the two people getting off the pickup truck. At the same time, the window on the second floor opened and another bodyguard jumped down. The two men who got out of the pickup truck looked at each other and thought that they had no chance to snatch Gu Shirhan away, so they quickly retreated back into the car while the two bodyguards were not close to them. The pickup truck did not turn off the engine, and the two men drove away quickly. The bodyguards chased them for a few steps, then stopped and turned back. Tang Feng did not chase after them. Compared to catching these two small fry, the little girl's safety was more important. At the moment the accident happened, the little girl quickly ran to Tang Feng's side and hid behind him. She reached out and grabbed the corner of his clothes, looking around with a vigilant look on her face. This little girl's ability to respond is not like that of a 5-year-old child at all. Tang Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. From the moment he encountered the waiter until now, every performance of the little girl made him very pleased. She was worthy of being his daughter and had natural abilities. Compared to the cleverness of the little girl, Gu Shirhan was much worse. When she was caught, she was so scared that she became stupid, her eyes wide open and her face pale. She even forgot to cry. It was not until the bodyguards returned and Tang Feng handed her to one of the bodyguards that she reacted and burst into tears. Gu Shirhan's mother also ran down from the second floor at this time. She was still wearing sunglasses and had no time to put on a hat. Her long hair was loose. She hurriedly put on a mask and rushed towards Gu Shirhan, shouting in a distorted voice, "Hanin, are you okay?" She ran over in 2 steps, squatted down, picked up Gu Shirhan, and looked her up and down, looking very nervous. Chapter 17 Chapter 017 Beautiful Single Mother. While Gu Shirhan's mother was pulling her aside to ask her questions, the other bodyguard who followed her joined the other two and pulled the man on the ground up. The man had his eyes tightly closed, his body was soaked with sweat, his body was twitching constantly, and he had fainted. It was obvious that although he was unconscious, he was still in unbearable pain. Tang Feng ignored the others, leaned forward slightly and held the little girl in his arms, and asked softly, "Are you scared?" The little girl hooked her arms around his neck. Although she looked frightened, she still shook her head and said bravely, "I'm not afraid. Uncle is here. I'm not afraid of anything." Tang Feng felt warm in his heart and immediately hugged the little girl tighter. In the past, Ziwei Star God had heard countless flattery and compliments, including endless praises from men of great literary and military talents, but no flowery words could surpass the simple words of this little girl. After all this commotion, everyone in the restaurant was alarmed, and diners, waiters and chefs all gathered around to watch. A bodyguard slapped the unconscious man, but he still kept his eyes closed and showed no sign of waking up. Another bodyguard asked a chef coldly, "What's his name?" At this time, the store manager had already heard the noise and ran out. Seeing this, he did not wait for the chef to answer, and shook his head repeatedly, wiping the sweat on his forehead while explaining, "This person is not from our store, I don't know him." The other waiters who gathered around also echoed the manager's words and nodded. "I've never seen him before. He's definitely not from the store. Look at the clothes he's wearing. None of them fit him. They must have been stolen. Wake him up and ask him. I saw that he was just tapped on the shoulder. How could he faint? Was he pretending? Is it a human trafficker? Call the police quickly." Some people in the crowd had already taken out their phones and were ready to call the police. Gu Shirhan's mother suddenly stood up and shouted, "No, don't call the police. This is a misunderstanding, let him go." After hearing what Gu Shirhan's mother said, everyone around was stunned. Tang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at her with amusement. After hearing what the mother of the kidnapped child said, the others certainly couldn't say anything more. Although they still had doubts, they could only whisper a few words in private, then dispersed and returned to their previous positions. "Okay, stop pretending. I'll let you go." The bodyguard pushed the man impatiently. Obviously, he also thought that he was pretending to be unconscious. The man's body was originally held by two other bodyguards, but after he pushed him, the two men let go. They all thought that the man would run away, but unexpectedly he fell down again. The bodyguard was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously reached out to pull, and happened to grab the man's shoulder at the place where Tang Feng had just pressed. After this grab, the bodyguard's face changed immediately, and he looked at Tang Feng with horror. This bodyguard was the one who had just protected Gu Shirhan downstairs. He had clearly seen Tang Feng only press lightly on the man's shoulder, but at this moment, he clearly felt that all the bones on the man's shoulder had been broken. It wasn't a fracture or a crack, but it was completely shattered into powder. No wonder this burly man fainted from the pain. What kind of power could cause the bones of an adult, especially a strong man, to be shattered into pieces in an instant with just a slight contact of less than a second? The other two bodyguards didn't know what was going on. When they saw the bodyguard's face change, they also went to touch the man's shoulder. After touching him, they looked at each other in surprise. Gu Shirhan's mother looked puzzled when she saw that the three bodyguards were silent. A bodyguard came up to him and whispered, "His injuries are very serious and it seems that he can't leave on his own." Gu Shirhan's mother hesitated for a moment, looked at the man, and whispered back, "Call an ambulance for him." Then, she turned her head and looked at Tang Feng, "Sir, if you don't mind, can you give me a chance to express my gratitude to you? I wonder if I can treat you to a simple meal." Lin Yaoyao had already jumped from Tang Feng's arms to the ground to comfort Gu Shirhan, who was still crying. It seemed that the little girl was quite frightened, and the little girl was the best person to comfort her at this moment. So Tang Feng nodded and accepted the invitation from Gu Shirhan's mother. One bodyguard stayed on the first floor and called an ambulance for the man, while the other two protected Gu Shirhan and her mother and walked towards the second floor. The little girl held Gu Shirhan's hand and walked side by side with her, while Tang Feng walked at the end. When he entered the restaurant just now, the dangerous aura had disappeared, but Tang Feng did not think that the incident just now was the aura he felt. They were just three ordinary people, not enough for him to care. The decoration of the second floor of the restaurant is very exquisite and elegant. The corridor is hung with cherry blossom curtains, and there are sliding lattice doors with wavy patterns on both sides. The lighting is a little dim, and the overall style exudes a sense of elegance and tranquility. Gu Shirhan walked to the door of a private room, and a female clerk in kimono knelt there and respectfully opened the door for her. She stopped at the door, turned sideways, and politely made a gesture of invitation to Tang Feng. Tang Feng walked in and saw the beige tatami that occupied half of the room. On the table was a low table with tea sets and some snacks scattered on it. The window on the tatami side was wide open. Tang Feng guessed that after they ordered the dishes, but before they were served, Gu Shihan saw Lin Yaoyao at the window, ran down to call her, and then the accident happened. This room is for 4 people, but at the moment there are 4 adults and 2 children in it, making it seem extremely cramped. Gu Shihan's mother said to the 2 bodyguards, "You are outside the door, no need to come in." "But, miss, it doesn't matter. I trust this gentleman." She glanced at Tang Feng and said, "Tell the people in the store not to stay at the door." Although she was wearing sunglasses and a mask, Tang Feng could feel that she was smiling at him. The bodyguard stepped out and closed the sliding door. Gu Shihan had stopped crying after Lin Yaoyao's comfort. After the 2 little girls entered the room, they started to play with the small ornaments such as lucky cats and koi fish placed on the cabinets around the room. Tang Feng and Gu Shihan's mother sat opposite each other at a low table on the tatami. Tang Feng said nothing. Since she had invited him, it would depend on her how she would react. Gu Shihan's mother faced Tang Feng and did not speak. Instead, she took off her sunglasses and mask, revealing her face. Then, she cast a deep and meaningful glance at Tang Feng. Chapter 18 Chapter 018 Gu Jiechen. Tang Feng originally thought that she had some scar on her face or was so ugly that she didn't want to be seen by others, but now he realized that it was not the case at all. Gu Shihan's mother's face was not ugly at all, but rather a very beautiful face. Even though Tang Feng had seen countless beauties, he had to admit that she was very beautiful. She had delicate features, fair skin, a pair of big eyes with hints of affection, a high nose, a cherry mouth, and looked a bit like a mixed race. Not only was she beautiful, she was also very young. Just as Tang Feng had guessed before, she looked to be in her early 20s and did not look like the mother of a 5-year-old child at all. If it were anyone else, they would probably be dazed under the charming and affectionate gaze of such a beautiful woman, but Ziwei Star Lord had seen countless beauties, and countless beauties were vying to form a relationship with him. Although Tang Feng admitted that she was a great beauty, he was not moved at all and still looked at her indifferently. He felt that she looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. When Gu Shihan's mother saw Tang Feng like this, she showed an extremely surprised expression. Usually, all men would fall at her feet when they saw her, but Tang Feng was the first one to be so calm. Amidst the surprise, there was also some disappointment. "I'm Gu Jiechen, what's this gentleman's name?" "Tang Feng." Tang Feng only replied with 2 words, thinking to himself that he seemed to have heard of the name Gu Jiechen, but among the people he knew back then, there really wasn't such a beautiful woman. When she introduced herself just now, she said, "I am Gu Jiechen" instead of "My name is Gu Jiechen," and her expression seemed as if he should know the name well. Seeing that Tang Feng's reaction was still very indifferent, Gu Jiechen's face showed even more disappointment. He sighed and said, "It seems that Mr. Tang is no longer interested in entertainment news, and he rarely watches movies and TV series." After hearing what she said, Tang Feng suddenly realized that he knew who this Gu Jiechen was. Before I left the earth, there was a girl group that was becoming popular. It was composed of pure little girls. One of them was Gu Jiechen. At that time, she seemed to have just reached adulthood. She had a sweet look, an angelic face, and a royal figure. She was very popular. Although only 6 years had passed on Earth, Tang Feng had already spent 1,000 years in the northern star region. It was quite normal for him to not remember a little star who had emerged back then. However, it seems that the little girl who had just debuted has now become a big star known to everyone. No wonder she was wrapped up so tightly and had bodyguards with her. She refused to call the police just now because she was probably afraid that the matter would become a big deal and be exposed by reporters. It seems that this Gu Shihan Tang Feng looked at the little girl. She was flipping through a paper cutting book with the little girl. This Gu Shihan should be an unknown illegitimate daughter. After so many years of working in the entertainment industry, Gu Jiechen had already mastered the ability to read people's expressions. She immediately understood what Tang Feng was thinking. She followed Tang Feng's gaze inside again. "Thank you very much for your help today, Mr. Tang. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would never have the chance to see Hanin again." Tang Feng retracted his gaze and said calmly, "It's just a small favor, no need to be polite." Gu Jiechen smiled lightly, a little bitterly, "Since Mr. Tang already knows who I am, he must also know Hanin's father. The person who just came to snatch her away was sent by her father." Tang Feng naturally knew nothing about Gu Jiechen's affairs. When he left the earth, Gu Jiechen was still an innocent little girl. After he came back, she became a single mother. He never paid attention to these things. How could he know who Gu Shihan's father was? However, Tang Feng had no interest in this. Now he just needed to accompany the little girl and protect her. He didn't care about anything else, so he just said vaguely. Gu Zhechen still smiled bitterly and said, although there are always gossips saying that I gave birth to a child for him, I have always protected Hanan very well. Every time I visit her, I do it secretly. No one has ever taken a photo of her, and no one knows that Hanan is my daughter, including the kindergarten teachers and other parents. You are the only one who knows about this. Hearing Gu Zhechen say this, Tang Feng understood about 70% of it. He thought that the he Gu Zhechen was talking about was either rich or noble. Gu Zhechen gave birth to a daughter out of wedlock, and the two of them parted ways for some reason, but they had a dispute over the custody of Gu Shirhan. Gu Zhechen hid her daughter in the small place of Pingyang, and the man tried every means to snatch the child back. Mr. Tang, I have an unwelcome request. I wonder if you can. Ms. Gu, I am Yao Yao's personal bodyguard and I cannot accept other jobs. Before Gu Zhechen finished speaking, Tang Feng knew what she was going to ask for and rejected her directly. Gu Zhechen let out an extremely disappointed ah and lowered his head, as if regretting that he was a step late. The little girl beside heard her name, raised her head and smiled sweetly at Tang Feng. Uncle, you were so handsome just now. Shirhan told me that she is very grateful to you for saving her. Gu Shirhan also looked at Tang Feng and nodded vigorously at him. Thank you, uncle. In the innocent and lovely eyes of the two little girls, Tang Feng's heart softened involuntarily. He turned to Gu Zhechen with a cold face and smiled, saying, You're welcome. It's my honor to help little angels like you. Gu Zhechen was shocked. She thought Tang Feng always had an expressionless poker face, but she didn't expect him to become so amiable in the blink of an eye. Tang Feng looked at Gu Zhechen again and said, If your daughter is in danger in the future, you can come to me and I will help you. Of course, it's for the little angel's sake. Gu Zhechen was immediately overjoyed and quickly took out his cell phone. Can you tell me your phone number? Tang Feng's cell phone was given to him by Butler Zhang in the morning. He himself didn't know the number, so he could only say, What's your number? I'll call you. Gu Zhechen gave out her cell phone number, waited for Tang Feng to call her, saved his number, and said gratefully, Mr. Tang, I will definitely repay your kindness. If you need me, I will definitely do my best to repay you. Tang Feng really couldn't think of anything he would need the help of a female star for, but of course he couldn't say what was in his heart. He helped Gu Zhechen not for any reward, but simply to save Gu Shirhan. Facing Gu Zhechen's earnest gaze, Tang Feng could only nod politely without answering. Chapter 19 Chapter 019 Chat. It was already evening when Tang Feng brought Lin Yaoyao back to the villa after a day of fun. He thought Lin Mengjia had returned, but there was only the old housekeeper in the villa. The young lady has been busy with work recently and often comes back late. Mr. Tang and the young lady should have their meal first. There is no need to wait for her. The old butler had already prepared a sumptuous dinner and said to Tang Feng. Tang Feng saw the table full of delicacies and his appetite was whetted. However, when he heard the old housekeeper's words, he frowned slightly. She often works until late? Yes, Miss has been so busy since she founded the company. The old housekeeper shook his head helplessly. It's not easy for Miss, a girl, to create this business by herself with a child. Tang Feng felt a little distressed. He should have been the one to shield Lin Mengjia from the wind and rain, but he was not able to be with her when she needed him the most. No wonder she was angry with him. Let Yao Yao eat first. I'll wait for Miss Jialin to come back and eat together. After playing all day, Lin Yao Yao had dinner, washed up simply, then climbed into bed and asked Tang Feng to tell her a story. Before Tang Feng finished a story, she fell asleep. When she fell asleep, there was a sweet smile on her lips. Seeing the little girl like this, Tang Feng couldn't help but kiss her gently on the forehead. At the moment when his lips touched her forehead, the little girl suddenly reached out her hands, put her arms around his neck, and whispered, Daddy. Tang Feng was completely frozen, as if he had been hit by a spell, and was fixed in place. The little girl didn't make any other movements. She turned over and continued to sleep, chuckling from time to time. The call just now was just a dream talk. But because of a dream talk, Tang Feng kept this posture for 5 minutes. He slowly stood up and looked at the little girl's cute face under the bright moonlight through the curtains. He murmured, Daddy is here, here. One day, you will face me and call out these 2 words. It was already late at night when Lin Mengjia and Shangguan came back. Tang Feng was still in the little girl's room, sitting beside the bed watching her sleeping. When he heard the noise, he walked out. Lin Mengjia was unable to conceal her fatigue and listlessness. It seemed that she was not only physically exhausted, but also mentally depressed. She frowned, and looked very depressed and in a bad mood. Her face showed the expression I'm in a bad mood, don't mess with me. Shangwan followed her silently, like a shadow. Young lady is back, the old housekeeper came out to greet her. The food is cold. Wait a moment while I heat it up. It's rare for him to stay up late and wait until now at his age. Uncle Zhang, don't work so hard, go and have a rest. We have already had our working lunch. Lin Mingjia forced a smile at the old butler. The old butler looked at Lin Mingjia with a worried look, sighed, and went back to his room without saying anything more. It was obvious that he was already accustomed to this situation. Lin Mingjia walked to the door of the children's room, pushed it open and looked inside. Tang Feng said to her, Yao Yao has fallen asleep. She had a lot of fun today. Seeing the little girl lying on the bed, Lin Mingjia showed a faint smile on her tired face. It was different from the forced smile she had just put on to be polite to Butler Zhang, but a smile that came from the heart. She walked into the room, came to the little girl's bed, bent down and gently stroked her hair, and said softly, I'm sorry, Yao Yao, Mommy came back late again and didn't tell you a story. Mommy will make it up to you tomorrow. After saying that, Lin Mingjia stared at the bed for a few minutes before she quietly stepped out and closed the door. During the whole process, Tang Feng stayed by Lin Mingjia's side, but she seemed not to see him. She walked out of the room and went straight to the stairs. The hall was empty and Shangwan had returned to his room. Tang Feng took a step forward, caught up with Lin Mingjia, and whispered, Jia, what happened? Lin Mingjia stopped and looked at Tang Feng for a few seconds before she slowly said, Don't forget our 3 rules. Just because there are no other people present doesn't mean you can call me Jia. Tang Feng smiled helplessly, Okay, Miss Lin, you look very bad, have you encountered any difficulties? Lin Mingjia didn't answer, but turned around and walked upstairs. Her look made Tang Feng angry and amused, so he took another step and said, Tell me about it, maybe I can help you think of a solution. It's no use saying it, you can't help me. Lin Mingjia said it directly, but her tone did not show contempt for Tang Feng's ability, but rather a sense of helplessness and bitterness from the heart. This matter has probably reached a dead end. She is afraid that no one can help her and she is powerless. She does not have the mood or energy to tell others about it. At this moment, she just wants to have a good rest. After taking 2 more steps upstairs, Lin Mingjia stopped, turned to Tang Feng and asked, Did you go to the cemetery? Tang Feng did not tell anyone about his visit to the cemetery, and he was only away for over an hour, but Lin Mingjia easily guessed it. The tacit understanding between the two still exists. Tang Feng said Seeing that Lin Mingjia didn't want to answer, he knew it was useless to ask any more questions, so he stopped asking and just whispered to her, Thank you. This thank you came out of nowhere, but Lin Mingjia knew that he buried his mother for her and went to worship her from time to time. She stopped looking at Tang Feng and continued to walk upstairs, saying softly, It's what I should do, not for you, but for my aunt. She treats me like her own daughter, and I treat her like my own mother. Her voice became softer and softer, and when she finished speaking, she had already disappeared into the darkness of the second floor. Watching her disappearing back, Tang Feng's eyes were filled with complexity. Tang Feng returned to his room, but did not sleep. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the bed, guiding the airflow in his dantian to flow throughout his body, allowing the power in his meridians to flow freely. However, he did not stay awake for the purpose of meditation, but was waiting for someone. He believed that this person would come to see him tonight. As he expected, half an hour later, a familiar presence appeared at the door. The man seemed to be hesitant, standing at the door, wondering whether to knock. Tang Feng sent out his voice so that only that person could hear it, The door is not locked, come in. The door was pushed open silently, and a slim figure appeared under the moonlight. Chapter 20 Chapter 020 Lin Mingjia's Crisis. Shangwan walked into Tang Feng's room quietly, paused at the door, turned around and closed the door, still standing there motionless. Tang Feng secretly found it funny in his heart. It seemed that this little martial artist thought of him as a man-eating monster. He would be scared every time he saw him. He really didn't know what was so scary about him. Ms. Lin's company has encountered some troubles. Shangwan's voice was very soft, but it was clearly heard by Tang Feng. It seems that although Shangwan was not present before, she heard the conversation between Tang Feng and Lin Mingjia clearly. Tang Feng frowned slightly. Shangwan's body trembled, and he immediately explained hastily, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation, I just happened to be at the door at that time, and I heard what you asked Miss Lin. Tang Feng was a little amused. He frowned only because Lin Mingjia was in trouble. He felt a little sad for her when he thought about how much difficulty she had to endure to build a company from scratch. However, Shangguan misunderstood him and thought he was blaming her. Tang Feng coughed lightly and said, "It's okay, I don't blame you, tell me about her situation." Shangguan heaved a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and continued, "Ms. Lin's Mengtang Group started out in real estate, and has always been doing well, second to none in Pingyang City. However, since last year, the overall environment of the real estate industry across the country has not been as good as before, so Ms. Lin wants to transform the company, develop in all directions, and gradually get involved in other industries." Tang Feng nodded slightly. With the impact of supply and demand on the market, it is only a matter of time before the real estate industry becomes a bubble economy. Although it seems that this industry is an evergreen in the industry, it will definitely not always be so profitable as time goes by. Lin Mengjia is very visionary. She started the transformation before the industry was in crisis. It can be said that she is very smart. Did she encounter difficulties during the transformation? Tang Feng asked. Meng Tang Group is also involved in a number of consumable industries such as clothing, catering, and cosmetics. The initial trials were relatively successful. Ms. Lin weighed the pros and cons of various investments and finally focused on cosmetics. She decided to develop a new product, take the international high-end route, and build it into an international luxury brand. In order to achieve this goal, she invested a lot of money in research and development and hired many high-energy talents. Recently, she finally achieved results. Shangguan spoke in a very soft voice, with a shadow between his brows. "Since we have achieved results, which is a good thing, why did the problem arise again? Did the product fail the inspection? Or are there difficulties in production?" Tang Feng asked with some confusion. Shangguan sighed and frowned, "Everything is going well. Miss Lin's skin care set, named Meng Tang Ageless Series, has passed all inspections, and the first batch of products has been put into production. We plan to hold a press conference next month and release it on the market. All the preparatory work has been done, including promotional posters, endorsement stars, and reporter invitations. But today, this product was launched ahead of schedule by another company. Someone stole business secrets?" Tang Feng's eyes were stern, with a hint of coldness in them. "Well, the most important information was stolen, and Miss Lin's 6 months of hard work went to waste." Shangguan smiled bitterly. Moreover, she invested most of Meng Tang Group's funds in this project, which can be said to be a desperate bet. Now, she doesn't have much money now, and her company is about to collapse, right? Shangguan nodded sadly. Now that this has happened, not only can the invested funds not be recovered, but Meng Tang Group is also facing the situation of being sued by the celebrity endorsement and having to pay liquidated damages. The funds that Ms. Lin invested in product development were drawn from other projects. They must be recovered and reinvested next month, otherwise other real estate projects under construction will face suspension, and Meng Tang Group will have no choice but to declare bankruptcy. Tang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, as if thinking about something. Shangguan continued, "Meng Tang Group was founded by Miss Lin, who devoted almost all her energy to it. To her, Meng Tang is like Yao Yao, just like her own daughter. How could she watch Meng Tang die? However, the bank can no longer lend her money and is urging her to repay the loan. Today, Miss Lin spent the whole day trying to find her previous partners to borrow money, but was rejected every time. Success and failure are common in the business world. Do these people believe that she will never have a chance to turn things around? This one-sided situation may be caused by someone behind the scenes." Tang Feng sneered, with a hint of chill in his voice. His tone made Shangguan shiver involuntarily. He was talking non-stop, but suddenly stopped. Tang Feng continued coldly, "Where did the company that stole her information come from?" Shangguan took 3 seconds to come back to his senses and continued, "Liran Rongzhuang is a well-known cosmetics company in China, headquartered in Yanjing. The company's president is Sun Lily, who is not actually an outsider. She can be considered a member of Miss Lin's family. Her mother is Miss Lin's mother's biological sister, so she is Miss Lin's cousin." Tang Feng understood instantly. In order to be with him, Lin Mengjia kept silent about her family background. At that time, Tang Feng was inexperienced and naturally did not think much about it. Now, thinking back, the powerful family behind her must have been extremely dissatisfied with her and put a lot of pressure on her. And the fact that Liren Cosmetics came all the way from Yanjing to steal the information of a newly established cosmetics brand was naturally the work of this family. As expected, Shangguan continued, "Miss Lin came to Pingyang and broke with the family. I didn't know the situation at the time, and I dare not say anything. I only know that the Lin family had a lot of grievances against her afterwards. This incident, on the surface, is vicious competition among companies, but behind it, it is the family's suppression of her, wanting her to give up Mengtang Group, return to Yanjing, and obey the family's arrangements. If it weren't for the powerful influence of the Lin family, how could a small Li Ren Rongzhuang make all of Miss Lin's business partners dare not help her? The reason why Lin Mengjia broke with her family was, of course, because of him. Tang Feng felt a little guilty towards Lin Mengjia. Although Tang Feng had no control over what happened later, it still hurt Lin Mengjia. As the Purple Star Lord, he would not make excuses to shirk responsibility. He thought to himself, how could he, the Lord of the Northern Star region, let his woman suffer so much? He had to make up for what he owed her before. He must solve this matter for her. Chapter 21 Chapter 021 Martial Arts Sect. After Shangguan finished telling what he knew, he wanted to leave. Tang Feng called her and asked, how did you get to her? This is the issue that Tang Feng is more concerned about. Although he does not take Shangguan's identity as a martial artist seriously, he is still a very powerful existence for other ordinary people. Tang Feng has been cultivating immortals in the Northern Star region for thousands of years. He knows everything about cultivating immortals. There are 8 realms for cultivators: refining Qi, building foundation, golden elixir, nascent soul, transformation of the spirit, returning to the void, merging with the Tao, and transcending tribulation. Countless people have practiced hard for thousands of years, but they can only cultivate to the realm of transformation of the spirit, and it is difficult to break through. Only a handful of people can reach the realm of unity with the Tao. This realm is already like a true god in the world of immortals, standing above 10,000 people, and making all immortal cultivators worship them. Tang Feng, on the other hand, was gifted. In just 1,000 years, he had reached the tribulation realm and became the most supreme being in the Northern Star region. He was the greatest god among gods and the greatest immortal among immortals. He could even destroy a star with a wave of his hand. The martial artists on this earth can hardly even get a glimpse of the entry level in cultivating immortals. There are 2 major realms in martial arts, acquired and innate. The acquired realm is divided into 9 levels. Only after reaching the 9 levels of the acquired realm can one enter the innate realm. After the innate realm, there are the Tongxian realm and the Xinhai realm. The innate realm and the Tongxian realm of a martial artist are equivalent to the foundation building period of an immortal cultivator, and entering the Xinhai realm is equivalent to the golden elixir period of an immortal cultivator. However, for the martial artists on earth, there is no question of reaching the profound realm and the sea of gods. Even breaking through the 9th level of the acquired realm and reaching the innate realm is out of reach for them. On earth, where the spiritual energy is almost exhausted, they do not have favorable conditions for cultivation, and it is difficult to find useful mental methods and formulas. It is extremely difficult for them to improve their cultivation. Tang Feng originally thought that there would be no cultivators on earth, but he had seen a few of them in the past few days. Now, there are still martial artists on earth, but it is completely impossible for them to break through the void with martial arts and step into the realm of immortal cultivation. In the past 2 days, Tang Feng was able to identify the realms of the martial artists he met one by one. The highest level was the one who secretly attacked the little girl. The guy who was shot in the head by him was at the 6th level of the acquired realm. It was estimated that he had spent a lot of time and energy and gone through untold hardships to cultivate to this level. It was a pity that he was unlucky and met Tang Feng, so all his practice and his life were wiped out. The second was the old man in the cemetery, who was at the 5th level of acquired realm. Shangguan had also reached the 5th level, but although they were both at the 5th level, Tang Feng could see that she was a little weaker than the unknown old man. The lowest one is the gossipy-looking beautiful policewoman. She is only at the 3rd level of acquired realm, but this realm is enough to make her stand out among many ordinary people. The strength and speed she possesses have exceeded the limits of the human body. These martial artists are different from immortal cultivators. Tang Feng's immortal cultivation emphasizes both internal and external cultivation. He trains his physical body externally and cultivates his true essence internally. Of course, to condense his true essence, he must have spiritual energy as a guide. Only after the body absorbs enough spiritual energy can the true essence take shape. The spiritual energy on this earth is exhausted. I'm afraid these martial artists don't even know that there is such a thing as spiritual energy. Now that Tang Feng's original spirit was destroyed, all his cultivation realm had turned into nothingness, but his physical body was still quite powerful, comparable to that of a martial artist in the Divine Sea realm. He just didn't have the cultivation base of a martial artist in the Divine Sea realm, which was why he could easily kill other martial artists in seconds. What martial artists cultivate is the strength of their physical bodies, and they condense their true essence to allow their martial arts to reach a very powerful level, thus becoming an existence beyond ordinary people. Even though the low-level martial artists on Earth were nothing but a joke in Tang Feng's eyes, they could already walk around arrogantly among ordinary people. So, Tang Feng was still a little curious about why Shangguan, a martial artist who could be said to be quite powerful on Earth, would appear next to Lin Mengjia and be her bodyguard. Although Shangguan was a little surprised by Tang Feng's question, he quickly replied, "The sect sent me here." "You still have a sect?" Tang Feng was quite surprised when he heard this. He thought that martial artists were extremely rare on Earth, but he didn't expect that they actually had a sect. However, Tang Feng had no interest in the martial arts sect. In his opinion, there was nothing special about it. So when Shangguan was about to explain, he stopped her and asked another question: "Why did the sect send you here? Don't tell me it was for reward." If a martial arts sect has fallen to the point where they have to earn money by acting as bodyguards, then Tang Feng really feels sad for them. Shangguan's face flushed a little. She was quite annoyed at Tang Feng's disdain for her sect, but when she thought about it, in the eyes of a person like Tang Feng, her sect was really nothing special, and she couldn't refute it. After being suffocated for a long time, Shangguan said angrily, "I don't know the specific situation. I just followed the orders of the sect master and master." However, it seems that Miss Lin's mother has some connection with the sect. She went to visit the sect in person and showed sincerity, so the sect master agreed. After saying that, without waiting for Tang Feng to say anything else, Shangguan turned around, opened the door and left. When he closed the door, he seemed to be a little angry. When the door closed, it made a slight sound. Fortunately, it did not alarm anyone and did not wake up the little girl. Seeing Shangguan like this, Tang Feng found it funny. Ever since he met Shangguan, she always had a blank expression or looked very afraid of him. This was the first time she had such a childish temper. It seemed that he had really pushed her to the limit. However, she was much more interesting like this than before. After Shangguan left, Tang Feng calmed down again and thought about what she had said before about Lin Mengjia. He already had a plan in mind. Although he could easily get rid of the Liren Rongzhuang company with his own abilities, and even deal directly with Lin Mengjia's family to save the Mengtang group, he was not sure whether doing so would really make Lin Mengjia happy. The root cause of this matter was that the core information of Mengtang Group's new product was stolen, resulting in the inability to recover funds after 1 month. If he could help Lin Mengjia develop the new product and launch it on schedule before the deadline, that would be the best solution to this matter. However, Tang Feng, as a straight man, knew nothing about cosmetics and skin care products. He scratched his hair a few times, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Although the names of these things used by women are different, their purpose is nothing more than to make themselves younger, more beautiful, and have better skin. Although Tang Feng does not understand these, in his mind, there are countless immortal cultivation techniques and alchemy recipes. Those elixirs have the effect of regulating the body and mind, and there are also many anti-aging elixirs used exclusively by female immortal cultivators. He only needs to change the appearance of these elixirs, and they will become skin care products, right? After figuring this out, Tang Feng smiled. Although elixirs were hard to find on this earth, there was no need for top-grade magical herbs to refine these inferior little pills. Chapter 22 Chapter 022 Practice. Late at night, standing on the rooftop of Pingjiang building, Tang Feng's face was calm. If it were someone else, looking down and seeing the toy-sized car below, coupled with the strong wind blowing, they would probably have collapsed to the ground with weak legs. Pingjiang building is located in the central square of Pingyang City. It is Pingyang's landmark building and the tallest commercial building, with 40 floors and a height of over 100 meters. In this place where every inch of land is valuable, the housing prices are naturally extremely high. The price of renting an office is also extremely high. Lin Mengjia's Mengtang Group has its office here and has booked floors 30 to 35 with a huge investment. But the Mengtang Group, which used to be brightly lit all night long, is now in complete darkness. Tang Feng had just checked those offices, and each one looked a little messy, as if everyone who left had already prepared themselves mentally to never come back. As Shangguan said, Mengtang Group was already in danger. Although it would take a month for it to go bankrupt, the overall situation had been decided, and it was estimated that many employees had begun to look for a way out. It seems that helping Lin Mengjia develop a new product is urgent. But Tang Feng was not too worried. He had already thought of several ancient recipes for maintaining youth and skin care. He just needed to select some medicinal herbs that were easier to get on Earth. After daybreak, he would be able to hand them over to Lin Mengjia. For Tang Feng, the more important thing is to repair his own soul. The most urgent task is to find a place with abundant spiritual energy, otherwise his soul will be damaged. He will only have physical strength but no magic power, and he will not be able to return to his original peak state. After leaving the Meng Tang group office, Tang Feng came to the rooftop and stood on the edge of the fence, letting the wind blow his hair and clothes. He had a feeling of standing high in the clouds. This feeling was familiar to him. His gaze pierced through the flashing neon lights of the night, slowly observing everything he could see in Pingyang City. Because he was standing high, his eyesight was beyond that of ordinary people, and he could almost see the entire city. Pingyang is a city surrounded by mountains and rivers. It is located in the north of Pingjiang, which runs through the entire Nanhai province, hence the name. In the Pingjiang vein, there is a continuous mountain range, with Pingjiang watershed as the boundary. They are named Dakingshan and Xiaqingshan respectively. The mountains are green and the water is beautiful. It is a place with excellent scenery. Tang Feng liked to go there to play with his friends back then. However, these two mountains are very high and have dense forests, many of which are undeveloped old forests. Tang Feng and his team have only been to some peripheral areas. When Tang Feng looked in the direction of the big and small green mountains, his gaze gradually became solemn. He could clearly see that in that direction, spiritual energy was slowly flowing, gathering, dispersing, and then gathering again. Compared to the place where Tang Feng practiced Taoism before, the spiritual energy was of course very little and almost negligible, but on Earth, it was already quite good. Although there is very little spiritual energy in these green hills, it is better than nothing, so we should go and take a look. With this thought in mind, Tang Feng had already mobilized his strength, and a figure flashed towards that direction like lightning. Spiritual energy does not gather in the same place and remain unchanged. It will also move with the magnetic field. The place with the most concentrated spiritual energy is located in Shaoqing Mountain. This place is deep in the dense forest and is a restricted area. There are many warning signs hung outside the forest, warning tourists not to enter, but Tang Feng naturally doesn't care about these. Although it was late at night, the woods were pitch black, and the leaves were so dense that the moonlight and starlight could not shine in. However, it did not affect Tang Feng's vision at all. In the uneven and roadless dense forest, he walked as if on flat ground and ran directly towards the spiritual energy. This time, the spiritual energy gathered on a huge rock next to a mountain stream. Tang Feng stepped onto the boulder. The rock was very wide and flat, just right for meditation. But to Tang Feng's surprise, there was already someone here. Although this man was over 50 years old, he was in good spirits. This old man was exactly the man Tang Feng had seen in the cemetery in the early morning yesterday. At that time, he was decadent and half drunk, but now he was standing tall without any sign of decadence. He was meditating on a huge rock with his eyes closed. He had entered a state of ecstasy and did not even notice that there was someone beside him. Seeing this man, Tang Feng couldn't help but nodded slightly and smiled approvingly, thinking to himself, this old man is indeed a smart man. A martial artist can actually find this place extraordinary and come here. However, it is a pity that what he practices are only the most crude and low-level skills, and he is destined to be unable to break through the innate realm. Tang Feng just took a few glances and didn't pay any more attention to it. Anyway, the boulder was big enough to accommodate more than a dozen people. He found a place at random, sat cross-legged, his mind racing. Now if he wanted to repair his soul, he needed some handy skills to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Before, he had reached a high level of cultivation, and the environment for cultivation was excellent, so he made rapid progress almost every day. The skills he used were all extremely advanced, but at this moment, they were obviously not working. On Earth, since the spiritual energy is too weak, we have to use a technique that is suitable for this place. Tang Feng went over the familiar techniques in his mind and finally chose the most basic Qin Kuan Qi refining technique of the Tianyuan Taoist school. This mental method is extremely simple, and Tang Feng had looked down on it before. However, the advantage of this mental method is that it allows cultivators to continuously absorb all the spiritual energy that can be absorbed, and to use external forces to the maximum extent to consolidate the initial practice. For a situation like Tang Feng who needs to repair his primordial spirit, it can be said to be perfect. Tang Feng silently recited the mental method and guided the flow of true energy in his body. He felt a warm current rising up. He entered a state of ecstasy and his whole body was integrated into the surrounding spiritual energy. The spiritual energy seemed to be sucked by something, all swirling around Tang Feng and turning into several extremely thin strands, which were continuously absorbed into Tang Feng's 7 orifices. As the spiritual energy was absorbed, a faint halo appeared on Tang Feng's body, which lasted for a long time. Just as Tang Feng was circulating his true energy and trying to repair his soul, the old man not far from him took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. After the old man opened his eyes, a look of joy appeared on his face. When he was about to stand up, he was suddenly stunned. What caught his eyes was a scene he had never seen or imagined before. The man in front of him sat with his eyes closed, his expression peaceful, as if he had entered a state of no one. His posture was not much different from that of other martial artists, but what shocked him was that there was a little bit of light on this man, which gathered around his body like clouds and mist, like a god or an immortal. The old man stared blankly for a few minutes before waking up from his dream. He stood up on tiptoe, afraid of disturbing the person in front of him, and then slowly retreated to a dozen steps away, standing there respectfully, not daring to even breathe. Chapter 23 Chapter 023 The Old Man Chen. After several hours, Tang Feng suddenly opened his eyes. The halo covering his body seemed to explode, suddenly expanding several times and then disappearing. In a short moment, it illuminated the surroundings of the boulder like daylight. Tang Feng took a deep breath, and a stream of air that was invisible to the naked eye flowed around his body. Then, it all flowed into his arms. After that, he made a hand seal with his right hand and slapped the stone below. The huge rock under him shook, and when Tang Feng raised his hand, a palm print sank into it as deep as half an arm. This indestructible stone became as soft as tofu under Tang Feng's palm. Although there were some results, Tang Feng still shook his head with a helpless look on his face. He spent so much time but only recovered such a small amount of magic power. For repairing his soul, it was like a drop of water in the ocean. The spiritual energy of this earth was really too scarce. Tang Feng was not impressed by this result, but the old man next to him was so shocked that his mouth could not close. His eyes almost popped out. The man in front of him was even more powerful than the legendary martial arts masters. He could be called a god. Tang Feng had already noticed that the old man was watching him from a distance. He just glanced at him lightly and did not take it seriously. Such a martial artist posed no threat to him at all and was no different from the birds and beasts in the forest. When the old man saw Tang Feng looking at him, he hurriedly bowed and saluted, his face showing a very respectful and somewhat frightened expression. Seeing him like this, Tang Feng thought for a moment, raised his chin slightly in his direction, and said calmly, meeting his fate, "Let me give you some advice." The old man was flattered. He took a few steps to Tang Feng and bowed to the ground again. He said in a trembling voice, "I met you for the first time yesterday, Master. I was not able to recognize you and offended you. Master, please forgive me for being so generous." Tang Feng saw that it was almost dawn, and he had to rush back before the little girl woke up. Although Shangguan was keeping an eye on her safety, the little girl would definitely be unhappy if she woke up and couldn't see him. So, he interrupted the old man and said bluntly, "The mental formula you are practicing is eager for quick success. Although it improves faster than other martial artists, once you reach a bottleneck, you will lack stamina and find it difficult to break through." The old man's face was filled with surprise and joy, and he kept saying, yes, I cultivated to the 5th level of the acquired realm at the age of 30, and was considered a leader among my peers. But who could have expected that this would be the end? After more than 40 years, there has been no breakthrough. Tang Feng thought about it. Among the techniques he knew, Ling Yun esoteric sect had a great breaking body refining technique specifically for the bottleneck period. He then recited the formula of the first chapter and asked, "Do you remember it?" The martial artist's body has long surpassed the limits of ordinary people. Not only in physical strength, but also in mind. At the 5th level of the acquired realm, he can naturally remember everything he sees. He can remember it after listening to Tang Feng reading it once. The muscles on the old man's face twitched uncontrollably, as if he was trying to hold back the tears of excitement that were about to fall. He choked up and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Grandmaster. I, your disciple Chen Jianfei, dare to ask for your name." Tang Feng stood up and did not answer the question of the old man who called himself Chen Jianfei. Instead, he frowned and said, "You have not yet entered my sect, so there is no need to call yourself my disciple." After that, he walked towards the bottom of the boulder without looking back. The sect of his master Ziwei Xingjuan is not open to just anybody. He does not even take an ordinary martial artist seriously. Seeing Tang Feng was about to leave, Chen Jianfei hurriedly said from behind, "Grandmaster, I have another unwelcome request. I beg you to agree to it." "What's the matter?" Tang Feng stopped, turned slightly and asked again. "I have a good friend who is also a martial artist. However, he took a wrong path when he first started practicing, which damaged his body. Although he gave up practicing many years ago, he is still plagued by this old illness and no famous doctor can cure him. His condition has worsened in the past few days and he is bedridden. He is in danger of dying. Today, I have the opportunity to meet the Grandmaster, and I would like to ask the Grandmaster to do me a favor and help look after my friend. After talking for so long, it turned out that they just wanted me to treat people. If it were in the past, he would not bother to care about such things. However, after returning to Earth, the Earth has its own laws. Especially in Pingyang, some connections are still necessary. The old man in front of him was obviously of extraordinary status, and his friends were probably all capable people. At present, he just needed such people to help him solve troubles when he encountered troubles in the secular world. Okay, tomorrow morning, you go to the city center square to wait for me. Tang Feng did not intend to let the other party know his current situation, and he was even more unwilling to let Lin Mingjia know about other things he had done, so he set the location in Pingjiang City and chose the time when the little girl was asleep. Thank you very much, Grandmaster. Chen Jianfei bowed again and asked again, I hope you can give me a name so that I can express my gratitude. Tang Feng. Tang Feng answered calmly. After that, he exerted force on his feet and disappeared in an instant. Chen Jianfei was still standing there. After a while, he murmured, Tang Feng? Why is it Tang Feng? Yesterday, he wrote down Tang Feng's mother's name and asked someone to investigate. With his status and strength, he got the result in less than half an hour. The old woman was widowed at a young age and raised her only son independently. She had no other relatives around her. Her life and her son's life were extremely ordinary, nothing different from ordinary people. Her son was declared missing 6 years ago, and her son's name was Tang Feng. Could it be that her son is not dead? Even if he was alive, it was only 6 short years, how could he? No, this is impossible. The old man's eyes were filled with disbelief, as if he had heard the most unbelievable thing in the world. Tang Feng thought that after returning to the villa, everyone would not have woken up yet, so he could quietly return to his room. But to his surprise, when he pushed open the door, he saw Shangguan, who was as anxious as an ant on hot pan, pacing around in the small room. When Shangguan saw Tang Feng coming back, he stepped forward to him and said anxiously, Miss Lin is in danger. Tang Feng only felt a buzz in his head and asked sharply, what? If it were before, Shangguan would have been frightened by his shout and would not dare to speak, but now she was also anxious and did not care about the oppressive chill emanating from Tang Feng. She directly handed the phone in her hand to Tang Feng, almost poking him in the face. On the screen of the phone was a text message from Lin Mingjia, with only 2 short words, save me. Where is she? Tang Feng asked sternly again. Shangguan shook his head and said very quickly, if I had known, I would have gone there a long time ago. It's because I couldn't find her that I came to you for help. I received the text message, but I couldn't get through to her phone, and I couldn't find you. Chapter 24 Chapter 024 Lin Mingjia is in danger. As he spoke, Shangguan quickly glanced at Tang Feng's bed, where his cell phone was placed. He had left his phone on the bed when he went out just now. It seemed that Shangguan had called him but failed, so he could only wait here foolishly. Tang Feng did not have time to ask Shangguan about the specific situation. He directly activated his own soul and began to look for Lin Mengjia's breath. When he just returned to Pingyang, Tang Feng forcibly used his damaged soul to search for people related to him by blood, which caused his devastated soul to be injured again. If he had not just absorbed spiritual energy and restored a little bit of his magic power, this soul would have been completely unusable. However, the little magic power that Tang Feng recovered was not enough to make his soul fully function. If he tried to go against the will of heaven, he would be in danger of being reduced to ashes at any time. So he could only carefully control his soul and search as quickly as possible. It's probably in the eastern suburbs of Pingyang. I can't sense the exact location. Tang Feng suppressed the blood boiling in his body and barely squeezed out a sentence. Shangguan frowned, thought for a moment, and said, Dongchun Haoge. I know. He tricked Miss Lin into his house. As he spoke, Shangguan rushed out. Tang Feng felt dizzy, but he gritted his teeth and stopped, followed Shangguan and got into the Wrangler. Shangguan was driving and he sat in the passenger seat. Only then did he take a breath to slightly relieve the uncomfortable feeling. Shangguan started the car, and the Wrangler rushed out of Yunjing Bay like the wind and headed towards the eastern suburbs at lightning speed. Before, Tang Feng would have been faster than the car by relying on the strength of his own feet. However, his consciousness was not very clear at this time, and he was in unbearable pain in his body. If he forced himself to hold on, not only would his soul be in greater danger, but even his physical body would be harmed. In order to recover his strength to save Lin Mengjia, he had no choice but to go with Shangguan. After Tang Feng adjusted his breathing to a balanced level, he asked, "What happened? Aren't you protecting her? Why aren't you with her?" Shangguan replied with a guilty conscience while driving, "I just returned to the room not long ago, and I heard Miss Lin leaving. I chased her out to ask, and she said she was going out for a while and asked me not to follow her." Although this was Lin Mengjia's request, Shangguan still felt that he had not fulfilled his responsibilities, which led to her getting into trouble. His voice was a little timid, and he glanced at Tang Feng. There was no strange expression on Tang Feng's face. After the brief tension when he learned that Lin Mengjia was in danger, he had adjusted his mentality. Since he could sense Lin Mengjia's breath, it meant that her life was not in danger. As long as she was still alive, he could rescue her without any suspense. He still had this confidence. Seeing that Tang Feng had no intention of blaming him, Shangguan breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "Ms. Lin's attitude was very firm, and she didn't tell me where she went or what she did, so I had no choice but to stay." "You just said someone deceived her. Since you don't know what she does, how do you know someone deceived her? Who was that person?" Although she didn't say it, she made a phone call when she went out. "I heard her talk to the other party about injecting capital into Mengtang Group." When he said this, Shangguan slapped the steering wheel hard and continued with some annoyance, "I should have thought of it at the time." "What's the matter? Why do you have to talk about it in the middle of the night? And it's with that playboy of the Zhang family." A hint of coldness flashed across Tang Feng's eyes. "Zhang family? Which Zhang family?" Although he had been away for 6 years, Tang Feng grew up in Pingyang since he was a child. Even if he didn't know much about some of Pingyang's famous families, he had heard of their names. The Zhang family of Pingyang is one of the prominent families in Pingyang City. They have dual identities as officials and businessmen and have been operating here for 3 generations. The family's influence has long penetrated into all industries in Pingyang, including scholars, farmers, merchants, and officials. There is a saying in the streets that when the Zhang family stamps their feet, Pingyang trembles 3 times, which shows how powerful the Zhang family is. Well, Shangguan obviously understood what Tang Feng meant. It's the Zhang family in Pingyang. Zhang Jinhua had already expressed his interest in Miss Lin and made several advances, but Miss Lin remained unmoved and always rejected him coldly. This time, he saw that Miss Lin was in trouble, so he resorted to such despicable means. He must have lied to Miss Lin that he wanted to inject capital into the Mengtang Group, and asked Miss Lin to have a face-to-face meeting with him, and he didn't let Miss Lin bring me along. I'm so stupid, how could I not see that it was a trap? You can't be blamed for this. She was deceived because she was eager to save the company. Tang Feng said calmly. Hearing Tang Feng say this, Shangguan couldn't believe her ears. She had previously guessed that Tang Feng and Lin Mengjia had a special relationship. Although she didn't dare to ask, she was 80% sure that he was the unfaithful man Lin Mengjia mentioned, Lin Yaoyao's father. Now that Lin Mengjia had encountered such a big thing, he could still comfort himself. After a long while, Shangguan said hesitantly, I wasn't sure it was Zhang Jinhua at first. After all, I didn't hear the other party's voice when Miss Lin was talking on the phone. But when you mentioned Dongcheng Haoge just now, I was sure it was him. One of Zhang Jinhua's mansions is there. He usually does whatever he wants and doesn't dare to go back to his old house. All the bad things he did were done in Dongcheng Haoge. He deliberately asked Lin Mengjia to send you away. It seems that he is quite afraid of you. Aren't there any martial artists among the bodyguards around him? Tang Feng asked casually. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it to heart. This made Shangguan look unhappy again. He took a long breath before uttering 2 words, no. Then, he whispered, do you think the martial arts sect is a security company that can come at your beck and call? If it was before Lin Mengjia got into trouble, maybe Tang Feng could have played a little joke on Shangguan, but at the moment he was not in the mood at all. He was not worried about whether he could rescue Lin Mengjia, that was not a problem at all. What he was worried about was that both he and Shangguan had left the villa, and if someone with ulterior motives took advantage of this time to sneak in, the little girl would be in danger. Drive faster, Tang Feng said in a deep voice. Shangguan didn't say anything either. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. This off-road vehicle with excellent performance ran through red lights and drove all the way to the eastern suburbs. Fortunately, it was not yet dawn, there were not many cars on the road, and there were no traffic police, otherwise, several police cars would have surrounded and blocked it. Chapter 25 Chapter 025 Breaking In. Dongcheng Haoge is located in the eastern suburbs of Pingyang City. It is a newly built luxury villa resort-style community. It is backed by a small hill, which was originally an unnamed mountain. In order to attract people, the developer named it Yushio Mountain. A Yushio lake was artificially dug at the foot of the mountain. The ancient style of the buildings, pavilions, rockery and clear water are very much like the style of the Jiangnan Gardens in China. However, after all, this place is far away from the city and has a small permanent population, and most of the houses are bought by wealthy people for vacation. Since the owners are either rich or powerful, the security facilities here are naturally very complete. The community has 24-hour all-round electronic monitoring, and the gate has an electronic induction lock. Vehicles registered by the owners can enter directly, while unregistered ones can only park outside and wait for the people inside to notify the security guard before they can be allowed to pass. Shangwan saw a horizontal bar blocking the door from a distance and said, "We'll climb over the wall from the back." "No need, just drive over," Tang Feng said calmly. Seeing that the horizontal bar was getting closer and closer, he took out a bill from a stack of bills in the car, stretched his hand out of the car, and flicked it with his fingers. The almost weightless little piece of paper flew towards the connecting end of the horizontal bar with a beam of white light. Shangwan followed Tang Feng's instructions and did not slow down. At the moment the horizontal bar landed on the ground, the black Wrangler whoosh rushed into the community. By the time several security guards ran out shouting, there was no trace of the car anywhere. Although Shangwan knew that the rich young master of the Zheng family lived here, he was not sure of the exact location. Under Tang Feng's guidance, he drove the car to a single-family villa at the deepest part of Dongcheng, close to the foot of the mountain. That villa is far away from other villas and its style is extremely luxurious compared with others. It has 5 floors and an independent courtyard and swimming pool. Obviously, its price is incomparable to others. The courtyard gate is in European style, which seems a bit out of place in this villa complex. It has a golden railing with 2 crossed swords on it and brushed carved decorations on the side. Behind the gate is a flat road about 4 or 5 meters wide and more than 30 meters long, leading directly to the gate of the villa. At this moment, the courtyard was closed. Although the street lights inside were shining brightly, no one could be seen in the yard. When Shangwan was about to slow down, Tang Feng said in a deep voice, "Just rush in." He could clearly feel Lin Mengjia's breath in it, which was already very weak. There was no time to waste now. Instead of knocking on the door and climbing over the railing, it would be better to do it in one go. Shangwan was a little hesitant at first, but with Tang Feng by his side, he emboldened himself. He felt refreshed after breaking through the gate just now, so he just crashed into the obviously expensive gate. There was a loud bang, and the Wrangler drove along the road with the half of the gate that was knocked down, all the way to the door of the villa before stopping. The noise startled the people inside the villa. The door opened immediately, and more than a dozen burly men jumped out and surrounded the car. "Damn it, who are these blind people who dare to drive in here without even asking where this place is? Get out of the car, or I'll unload you. Kneel down and kowtow a few times. If you don't behave, I'll throw you into Pingjiang to feed the turtles." The group of big men were talking at once, and several of them came up and hit the car with their fists. Judging from their appearance, some of them looked drunk, as if they had just drunk some alcohol. Shangwan opened the car door, got out, frowned at one of them, and said coldly, "Zhao Ting, where is my Miss Lin?" The man she was questioning was obviously the leader of all of them. He was a big black man, about 1.9 meters tall and strong, with a bald head, a scar on the back of his head, bare-chested, with bulging tendons and flesh on his body, and a big flower tattoo on his arm. He did not yell and curse like the others did, but stood on the steps with his hands folded on his shoulders. When he saw Shangwan, he chuckled with some ill intentions. "Hey, isn't this Miss Shangwan? How come you have the leisure to come to our young master's place to play? Was it because the young master told you last time that he wanted you to come over, and you were tempted? Stop talking nonsense and hand over Miss Lin." Shangwan took a step forward, his voice cold. "Miss Shangwan, this is your fault. If you want to find your Miss Lin, you should go to your house. Why did you come to our young master's house? It's not even daybreak yet, and you've come to our young master's house. Could it be that your Miss Lin is in our young master's bed?" A big man next to Shangwan spoke in a frivolous tone, which immediately caused everyone around him to burst into laughter. Shangwan's face darkened. Usually these guys were a little afraid of her, but today they seemed to be relying on their numbers, and having drunk some wine, they became more unbridled in their words. When she was about to lose her temper, the man who had just spoken suddenly screamed "ah" and flew out sideways. The man flew several meters and hit the thick pole of a street lamp, causing the pole to shake a few times. The light on it flickered a few times and then went out. The man fell to the ground and tried to get up with his hands, but after a few tries, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and lay motionless on the ground. The others all took a step back, keeping a distance from Shangguan. Then, two people went up to help the man on the ground, checked his breath, and turned to Zhao Ting and said loudly, "Brother Zhao, we have to rush to the hospital." Zhao Ting had a lewd smile on his face before, but now his face was as gloomy as water. He ignored the man and looked at Shangguan, saying, "Shangguan, we are friends every day, but you are taking such a heavy hand after just a few words. Isn't that too much?" Shangguan pursed her lips tightly, turned her head slightly and looked at Tang Feng, who was getting out of the car. She didn't even notice how Tang Feng moved his hands just now. She just felt a chill passing behind her, and the man flew out. She didn't understand it, and it was even more impossible for others to see that Tang Feng made a move. Originally, Shangguan was somewhat concerned about the power of the Zhang family and wanted to leave some room for them, but he didn't expect that Tang Feng would suddenly take action. However, it was also good this way, as they had already torn their relationship apart and there was no need to leave any room for them. Why so much nonsense? Tang Feng's face was gloomy, and he walked towards the stairs step by step. Originally, those big men were standing at a distance of just 2 or 3 meters, but as Tang Feng approached, it seemed as if a strong force pushed them backwards. Everyone couldn't help but take a few steps back. By the time they reacted, the space between Tang Feng and Zhao Ting had been cleared, and only Shangguan was still standing there. "Hand over Lin Mengjia, and I will pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, you will all die today." Tang Feng's voice was cold. Chapter 26 Chapter 026 Violent Tang Feng. Zhao Ting saw Tang Feng approaching him and his men retreating. He couldn't help but feel ashamed and shouted angrily, "Are you stupid? Beat this kid to death." He still had some concerns about Shangguan, but this kid who came out of nowhere dared to shout at him like that. Did he really think he was a vegetarian? He was a special forces soldier. After he was demobilized, he got into trouble and offended a local important figure, so he was sent to prison. That person wanted to kill him in prison, but he was later rescued by Zhang Jinshua's father. Since then, he has been completely devoted to the Zhang family. With his protection, Zhang Jinshua has become more and more daring. Not only did he act recklessly in Pingyang, he also caused a lot of trouble in the surrounding provinces and cities. Zhao Ting's abilities were indeed extraordinary. He could beat 10 ordinary bodyguards without any problem. In Pingyang, there was basically no one who dared to act rashly in front of him. Now, seeing that an ordinary young man like Tang Feng dared to speak like that in front of him and even scared his men, he was very angry. When the group of big men heard what Zhao Ting said, they woke up as if from a dream. Except for the 2 people who were calling an ambulance for the injured man, the others rushed over. Although everyone present was surprised when the man was knocked flying, they all thought that it was Shangguan who did it. No one would have thought that it was this young man who they had never seen before who did it. When these people rushed forward, Shangguan's lips twitched and revealed a sneer. These guys deserved their bad luck. They actually dared to provoke Tang Feng. I'm afraid they will either die or be disabled. Tang Feng swept his cold eyes over the group of people. Since you are looking for death, I will grant your wish. Except for Shangguan, no one could see clearly how Tang Feng made his move. They only felt a gust of wind passing by, and Tang Feng turned into a shadow. When the big men pounced on him, the shadow flashed and appeared briefly beside each person for a moment, and then the group of people whooshed and flew out in all directions. In just a few seconds, the ferocious men had all fallen to the ground, groaning in pain, and none of them could stand up. Zhao Ting's face suddenly changed, his eyes widened, and he couldn't help but take a step back. He didn't understand what was going on at all. It was as if he felt a gust of wind, and then everyone fell to the ground, and the young man seemed to have not moved at all. He was still standing in the same place, looking at him coldly. What happened just now? Although Zhao Ting was surprised, he was nothing compared to Shangguan's shock. Zhao Ting couldn't see Tang Feng's attack, but Shangguan could see it clearly. Tang Feng moved very quickly and tapped each person lightly. It seemed that he didn't use any strength at all, just like flicking ash, but these people were knocked away and each of them was seriously injured. Shangguan knew clearly that Tang Feng would show mercy to this level of injury. She had seen the assassin who attacked Lin Yaoyao before, and he was shot in the head with just a light blow from Tang Feng. Zhao Ting looked at Tang Feng, then at Shangguan, his eyes wandering back and forth. He was a little confused as to who had just taken action. Neither Shangguan nor the young man seemed to have moved, so how come all his men were lying down? Are you or? What the hell are you guys arguing about? Don't you know which way is which after drinking a little? I was in a good mood today and gave you a day off to drink, but you ruined my mood, and I won't forgive you. A drunken voice suddenly came from above the heads of several people. Although he calls himself master, judging from his voice, he sounds quite young, definitely no more than 30 years old. Shangguan raised his head and looked towards the place where the sound came from. On the balcony on the third floor, there stood a disheveled and drunk young man. He wasn't ugly, but his face showed the weariness of overindulgence and a hangover. He was leaning against the fence in a sloppy manner, shouting and cursing at the people below. When Tang Feng heard the voice, his expression became even colder, and he asked in a deep voice, "Is it him?" Shangguan said, "This is Zhang Jinshua." Good. As soon as Tang Feng uttered this word, he suddenly jumped up and ran straight to the balcony on the third floor. "Hey, what the hell is wrong with you?" Zhang Jinshua was still drunk, and suddenly saw a living person appear in front of him, still in a daze, pointing at Tang Feng's nose and asking dirty questions. Tang Feng's face was gloomy. Shangguan knew something was wrong and shouted loudly, "Don't hurt him." Then he also flew up. Although Tang Feng and Shangguan both climbed to a height of more than 10 meters, there was an obvious difference. Tang Feng didn't move, but he reached the third floor in a flash. It seemed that even the corner of his clothes didn't even shake, and he teleported from the ground to the balcony. Shangguan obviously exerted force and jumped up. Zhao Ting realized that something serious had happened, and without caring about being shocked, he turned around, ran into the room, and strode up the stairs. Even though he knew that he was no match for these two people, he could not abandon Zhang Jinshua. Tang Feng ignored Zhang Jinshua and went straight into the door behind him. The decoration in the room was extremely luxurious, with only a dark yellow wall lamp on, and the tone was somewhat ambiguous. The most eye-catching thing in the room was a large round bed, on which lay a slender and graceful woman with long hair scattered on the bed, her eyes closed, and a pale face. It was obviously not a normal sleep. It was Lin Mengjia that made Tang Feng worried. Lin Mengjia was wearing a black long dress. Although it was messy, it was very complete and there was no sign of having been touched. Seeing this, Tang Feng's expression looked a little better. He walked forward and picked up Lin Mengjia from the bed. "What's going on? Who are you?" Zhang Jinshua walked into the room with a swaying shoulder, looking like a big shot, and stood at the door with his hands on his hips. "Put her down. This is the woman I like. Are you tired of living like that?" Tang Feng didn't even look at him, and said calmly, "Fortunately you didn't touch her, otherwise, I will make your whole family go to hell." When Tang Feng said this, the door was pushed open with a bang, and Zhao Ting appeared at the door. He heard Tang Feng's words clearly and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He was relieved when he saw Zhang Jinshua standing there intact. Tang Feng walked past Zhao Ting holding Lin Mengjia. He quickly stepped aside to make room for Tang Feng. "Oh my god, old Zhao, what are you doing? Didn't you see that guy took Lin Mengjia away? Catch him, break his legs, chop off his hands, and feed them to the dogs." Zhang Jinshua pointed at Tang Feng's back and kept shouting. Chapter 27 Chapter 027 Investigation. Zhao Ting was so conflicted that he wanted to go up and cover Zhang Jinshua's mouth. Just when Zhang Jinshua was about to chase to the door and continue to speak nonsense, Tang Feng in the corridor suddenly stopped and slowly turned around. Zhao Ting secretly cried out in his heart that something was not right, and quickly stepped forward and stood in front of Zhang Jinshua. At the same time, Tang Feng was facing them with a gloomy face. "Old Zhao, beat him to death." Zhang Jinshua was still shouting without knowing whether he would live or die. Zhao Ting rushed forward with his head held high. After seeing Tang Feng's actions just now, he already knew that he was not someone to be trifled with. Normally, Shangguan already made him quite afraid. It seemed that this guy was as capable as Shangguan, maybe even better than her. Knowing that Tang Feng was difficult to deal with, Zhao Ting went up to him with all his strength, wanting to fight. He swung his fist and hit Tang Feng in the face. Zhao Ting is usually known as the boxing king. His punching force can exceed 1,000 pounds. He once killed a cow with one punch. It was said to be miraculous in Pingyang. This punch could smash a person's skull into pieces if it hit the head. Seeing Zhao Ting's fist coming towards his face with a whirring sound, Tang Feng did not dodge or evade. He just handed Lin Mengjia, who was held horizontally in his arms, to one hand, supported her waist with his right hand, let her head rest on his chest, and raised his left hand slightly to catch Zhao Ting's punch. Zhao Ting's fist suddenly stopped, and the force of 1,000 pounds disappeared without a trace. His face was immediately horrified. He thought Tang Feng was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be this powerful. You are an accomplice to the evil, and I cannot let you go today. Tang Feng said in a low voice with a cold look. Just now downstairs, that group of big men surrounded him, and they all hit the arms, legs, or buttocks, which were not vital parts. Their shouts were scary, but no one had the intention to kill, so he showed some mercy and did not kill them immediately. The big black guy in front of him attacked him with a fatal move, which was clearly a fatal move. Tang Feng felt disgusted. He was just an ant-like thing, but he dared to be rude to him, the supreme being. It was really a pity that he deserved to die. Tang Feng clenched his palm and turned it into a fist. Zhao Ting felt a strong pain coming from his hand and immediately realized that his hand bones were crushed. Before he could shout out, the sound of broken bones spread along his arm to his shoulder, and then his whole body began to go limp uncontrollably. Zhao Ting opened his mouth and was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. Tang Feng raised his hand in disgust and threw his body backwards. Behind Zhao Ting stood Zhang Jinshua, who was still chattering away. As Zhao Ting was tall, he blocked Zhang Jinshua's sight and he could not see what was happening at all. He was still ordering Zhao Ting to kill Tang Feng quickly. Just as he put his hands on his hips and yelled, Zhao Ting's body came towards him with a whoosh. He only had time to scream "Ah" before he was hit, and then was carried backwards by the huge force of this body. Two bodies flew in from the front of the room, passed through the entire room, flew out from the balcony door, broke the guardrail, and flew a few meters before the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground and a dull scream were heard, and then there was no sound at all. All this happened in just a few seconds. Before Shangwan could walk out of the room, she saw the two people who had collided with each other flying away from her. She ran to the guardrail where a big gap was left and looked down. She saw Zhao Ting's body twisted in a weird posture, lying on his back with blood flowing from all his orifices. He was probably disabled if not dead. Zhang Jinshua was pinned down by Zhao Ting and couldn't see the situation, but as a spoiled young master, he was hit and fell from the third floor. I'm afraid he would be in great danger. Shangwan's lips moved, and a somewhat conflicted expression appeared on her face. Seeing Tang Feng carrying Lin Mingjia out of the gate, she quickly jumped down, opened the back door, let Tang Feng carry Lin Mingjia into the car, and threw aside the half of the gate that was still against the car bumper, got in, started the car, and drove out of the large courtyard of Zhang Jinshua's villa. On the way back, we saw several security guards sitting in a sightseeing electric car rushing towards this side. When they saw them, they seemed to recognize the car and were about to call out to stop it, but Shangwan had already driven over at high speed. When they arrived at the gate of the community, several security guards were holding up the horizontal bar and were about to install it, when the black Wrangler suddenly rushed out of the gate again, and the horizontal bar that had not yet been fixed was knocked flying a long distance before falling to the ground. The security guards were stunned. Before they could react, one of them started to use his intercom. A terrified voice shouted, "Oh no! Something happened. Someone's dead. Call the police." The police car and ambulance arrived at Dongcheng Haoga at almost the same time. When Zhao Yu saw the scene, she gasped. The whereabouts of 3 were unknown, 9 were injured, and one of them was the young master of the Zhang family in Pingyang. This is considered to be the biggest case in Pingyang in the past decade. "This is a big trouble," a young policeman muttered while busy protecting the scene and taking photos. "Sister Yu, what do you think this could be? Is this a vendetta? It looks like there are a lot of people on the other side." Zhao Yu frowned as she watched the medical staff carry the injured to the ambulance. Although there were heavy casualties at the scene, there were not many signs of fighting. It did not look like an organized fight. This situation was more like the case she had handled a few days ago, an abandoned factory, and one man defeated a group of robbers in an instant. "Shaoli, have you checked the surveillance footage?" Zhao Yu walked to the police car and asked a young policeman who was fiddling with a notebook inside. Shaoli nodded. "There are surveillance cameras, but this villa is not in the surveillance area." "Isn't this neighborhood under all-round surveillance? Why is there a blind spot?" "Comrade police officer, this is what's happening. This area is all young Master Shang's property. He said he doesn't like being watched no matter what he does, and he doesn't allow us to install cameras here. Not only are there no cameras on his property, but even those on nearby roads have been removed by his orders." The property manager who arrived upon hearing the news hurriedly explained. Zhang Jinshua has always been conceited. He thinks that no one can do anything to him as long as Zhao Ting is around. Besides, he has probably done a lot of things that are not decent here. Of course, he doesn't want to be seen. A middle-aged policeman nearby said. There is no video surveillance, but there are eyewitnesses. A policeman walked in from the gate. Sister Yu, these two people said they saw the murderer with their own eyes, and they knew one of them. Zhao Yu looked over and saw two burly men following the young policeman in. Chapter 28 Chapter 028 The dust settles. While driving, Shangguan looked at Tang Feng sitting in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Tang Feng was looking at Lin Mengjia, who was still unconscious in his arms, with an extremely gentle gaze. Shangguan glanced at her a few times and was almost certain that Tang Feng was the man in Lin Mengjia's heart. However, it seemed that Tang Feng cared about Lin Mengjia very much, so how could he let her down and make Lin Mengjia hate him for so many years? Shangguan saw it clearly. When Tang Feng learned that Lin Mengjia was in trouble, he looked nervous. It was unknown how he found out Lin Mengjia's whereabouts, but that method must have caused him great harm. However, he didn't care at all. It seemed that he was willing to save Lin Mengjia at the risk of his own life. How could such a man be an ungrateful person? Haven't you seen enough? Just when Shangguan was looking at the rearview mirror again, Tang Feng spoke calmly. Although his eyes were always on Lin Mengjia, he could clearly see every move of Shangguan. Shangguan was so scared that he quickly looked away and concentrated on driving, with cold sweat running down his temples. You seem to have something to say. Tang Feng spoke again with an expressionless face. Shangguan hesitated for a moment, then said cautiously, although Zhang Jinshua is not a good guy, he is the young master of the Zhang family after all. You are also aware of the power of the Zhang family in Pingyang. Tang Feng raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. Seeing him like this, Shangguan continued, if Mengtang Group wants to gain a foothold in Pingyang, it cannot offend the Zhang family. Although no one recognizes you now, they all know that you are trying to save Miss Lin. I don't want to hurt Zhang Jinshua because I'm afraid that Miss Lin will. What are you afraid of with me here? Tang Feng said lightly, reaching out his hand to gently stroke Lin Mengjia's face. This sentence left Shangguan speechless. When the car drove back to Lin Mengjia's villa, it was not yet fully light. The old housekeeper was busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen, and the little girl had not yet gotten up. Seeing that everything was normal, Shangguan breathed a sigh of relief, and then watched Tang Feng carrying Lin Mengjia upstairs. Shangguan followed the two people nervously, and 100 answers to the old housekeeper's questions flashed through his mind. Fortunately, the old housekeeper didn't notice until Tang Feng carried Lin Mengjia into her room, and Shangguan was relieved. Originally, Tang Feng carried Lin Mengjia into the room, and Shangguan wanted to follow in. Unexpectedly, when she just reached the door slammed shut. She stood there for a few seconds, touched her nose, and walked downstairs tactfully to see the little girl. Tang Feng put Lin Mengjia on the bed and sat beside her. Looking at her sleeping face, Tang Feng could tell that Lin Mengjia was drugged and fell asleep. He also had the ability to wake Lin Mengjia up immediately, but he did not do so. This drug has no side effects except making people drowsy. Last night, Lin Mengjia returned home late at night, exhausted both physically and mentally. Not long after he left, she also went out and had almost no rest all night, so let her take this opportunity to have a good sleep. About half an hour later, the little girl ran up and knocked on the door. Mom, Uncle, are you awake? Shangguan, who was following closely behind the little girl, had a very unhappy face. Why did these words sound so awkward? Tang Feng opened the door, appeared at the door with a smile, squatted down and said softly to the little girl, Yao Yao, Mom is sick, Uncle is treating Mom, you be good today, let Aunt Shangguan take you to kindergarten, okay? Is Mom seriously ill? The little girl's face was immediately filled with worry and she frowned. It's not serious. Mom needs to rest and can't be disturbed. When Yao Yao comes back, Mom will be well. Tang Feng rubbed the little girl's messy hair, full of doting. The little girl blinked her big eyes, put her index finger to her lips, made a shushing gesture, and said in a low voice, okay, I won't bother Mom. Aunt Shangguan and I will go to the kindergarten. Uncle, Mom is well now, can you pick me up from the kindergarten? Tang Feng thought that by the time Lin Yao got out of school, Lin Mengjia would have woken up, so he smiled and nodded, okay, Uncle will pick you up, you have to be good. Okay. The little girl came forward and hugged Tang Feng's neck, then turned around and went downstairs reluctantly. Shangguan hurriedly followed him, and before leaving, he lowered his voice and carefully explained to Tang Feng, I didn't say anything. After saying that, as if he was afraid that Tang Feng would eat him, he hurriedly ran after the little girl. Am I that scary? Tang Feng stood up, tilted his head, and looked at the two people's disappearing backs, with a puzzled look on his face. Perhaps the Ziwei Star Lord who swept across the northern star region was very terrifying. No one, no cultivator, dared to raise their heads and look directly at him. They could only prostrate themselves on the ground and worship him. But at this moment, Tang Feng felt that he seemed to have become a different person when facing the little girl. He no longer had that kind of majesty and was always smiling. Shangguan should have seen it all. Maybe other people would be afraid of him, but Shangguan, who had seen his gentlest side, had no reason to be afraid of him, right? Lin Mengjia didn't wake up until noon. This drug really has no side effects, but when Lin Mengjia woke up, she did not feel any discomfort. Instead, she felt like she had a long and comfortable sleep, her whole body relaxed, and she relieved a lot of fatigue. Lin Mengjia stretched with her eyes closed, took a long breath, and opened her eyes, only to find that there was someone in front of her. She couldn't help but screamed, and hurriedly pulled the quilt to cover her body, but she found that her clothes were intact without any damage, and her body did not feel any signs of being violated. Only then did she stop her panic-stricken movements. Lin Mengjia looked more carefully and found that the person in front of her was actually Tang Feng, who was lying on the bed in his room with a look of surprise. Awake? Tang Feng handed over a glass of warm water. You must be thirsty, drink some water. Lin Mengjia was indeed very thirsty, and there was no time to say anything more. She took the cup and drank it all in one breath, then put it down, stared at Tang Feng, and asked in a calm voice, "What's going on?" "I was just about to ask you something." Tang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a very dangerous aura. At that moment, Lin Mengjia felt a chill all over her body, and she felt that Tang Feng gave her a very unfamiliar feeling, as if the man in front of her was not the Tang Feng she knew before. Compared with before, he had many more things: calm, mature, tough, and domineering. Chapter 29 Chapter 029 You Know Nothing. Lin Mengjia shook her head to get rid of this sudden feeling. She thought it was funny. Didn't she know Tang Feng yet? She must have been confused in her sleep to have such thoughts. Lin Mengjia stared at Tang Feng. Although she felt that she was just imagining things, she still felt an inexplicable pressure when facing Tang Feng. She couldn't help but shift her gaze and said with some lack of confidence, "Why am I here? Why are you here? What else? Where do you think you should be?" Tang Feng got a little angry when he thought about this matter. Fortunately, he came back in time, otherwise, who knows what might have happened. If that were the case, Tang Feng couldn't imagine what he would have done. Lin Mengjia was speechless for a moment. You knew that guy had bad intentions, but you still went out in the middle of the night to be alone with him, and you didn't even bring Shangguan with you. I didn't know you could be so stupid. Tang Feng frowned, his tone full of blame. I didn't do it for the company. Everyone rejected my request for help. Zhang Jinhua was the only one who offered to invest in the company. I wasn't alone with him. I was at a cocktail party in a public place with many people present. Lin Mengjia couldn't help but speak loudly. After she finished speaking, she suddenly realized that she didn't need to explain to Tang Feng at all. So, she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed that she was so anxious to tell Tang Feng about her difficulties. In order to cover up, she immediately changed the subject. How did you know about this? Did Shangguan tell you? Tang Feng snorted, ignoring Lin Mengjia's attempt to cover up, and continued, If that's the case, why did you send a message to Shangguan and ask her to save you? Lin Mengjia was so angry that she couldn't speak. She turned her head away and simply ignored Tang Feng. She was indeed too careless about what happened last night. Zhang Jinhua had been coveting her all the time. He had come to Mengtang Group countless times, and made overt and covert gestures under the pretext of discussing business, such as giving her gifts and taking care of her business. Lin Mengjia certainly knew that he had some ulterior motive. However, having been in the business world for a long time, Lin Mengjia is very smart and certainly knows how to play along and refuse without leaving any trace, neither breaking up nor letting Zhang Jinhua take advantage. This time, Lin Mengjia was desperate and tried every possible means. When she received the call from Zhang Jinhua, she was somewhat skeptical, but the address he gave was a famous hotel in Pingyang, and he also mentioned several guests who would be attending, all of whom were well-known figures in Pingyang. So she believed it. After she got there, she found that it was indeed a business cocktail party, but this cocktail party did not just begin, but was almost coming to an end. Lin Mengjia realized that something was wrong at that moment. How could they notify the guests to go to the party when it was almost over? Seeing that everyone present was drunk, it was impossible to discuss business at all. They began to leave in twos and threes. Lin Mengjia was about to leave, but the drunk Zhang Jinhua came over and insisted on toasting Lin Mengjia with wine. He also said that as long as she was willing to drink a glass, he would inject capital into the Mengtang Group and guarantee that the Mengtang Group would be revived. As he spoke, he poured her a glass of red wine. Lin Mengjia's alcohol tolerance was not bad, and she could drink a glass of red wine without any problem. She saw that the red wine was unopened, and the waiter opened it in front of her. She took a sip, but unexpectedly, she felt dizzy soon after. She held on and sent a text message to Shangguan for help, and then she knew nothing. Tang Feng sat down next to Lin Mingjia. His originally stern face softened and his voice became very gentle. He said, "I know you have paid a lot for the company, but you can't ignore your own safety. You don't know anything. You don't know anything." Tang Feng's words reminded Lin Mingjia of the bitter past. She started from scratch and established the Mengtang Group despite family resistance. How much hardship she had endured, only she knew. While she was working hard to start her own business with her little girl, the man who had let her down might be living a carefree life somewhere. At this time, he came to say such words to her, which made Lin Mingjia feel very uncomfortable. Seeing Lin Mingjia like this, Tang Feng did not say much, but took out a piece of paper from the dressing table next to him, handed it to Lin Mingjia, and said calmly, "I wrote you a prescription. It is an ancient recipe for keeping youth. The effect is very good. It is 100 times better than those skincare products made from chemical products, and it is natural and harmless. You might as well try it." Lin Mingjia was stunned for a moment, looked at Tang Feng with suspicion, and asked, "How come you know everything about me?" "Don't worry about irrelevant things. Just get through the difficulties ahead. Believe me, this recipe will definitely help you surpass your competitors." "You're just going to use a recipe to get through this difficult time?" "I hired dozens of experts from home and abroad, invested over 500 million yuan, and the recipe I came up with is no better than the one piece of paper you wrote in one night?" "It wasn't just one night, in fact it only took me 10 minutes. Tang Feng kept this sentence in his heart but didn't say it out loud, for fear of upsetting Lin Mingjia. "How do you know it won't work if you don't try it?" Tang Feng showed a conceited look on his face. "I'm afraid that even if you invest 10 times more manpower and material resources, the formula you get will still not be as good as this one." Lin Mingjia said calmly, "I don't remember you studying Chinese medicine." Although she said this, she still reached out and took the paper from Tang Feng's hand. On the paper was her familiar handwriting, elegant and fluent. When she was in college, this handwriting often appeared in the notes he copied for her, the papers he helped her complete, and the love letters he wrote to her. Lin Mingjia felt her eyes getting hot, afraid that she would lose her composure in front of Tang Feng. Without looking at it anymore, she put a stack of papers under her pillow, then frowned and said to Tang Feng, "I remember I asked you to be Yao Yao's bodyguard and asked you to follow her 24 hours a day. Now, you have failed in your duty." In fact, even without Lin Mingjia telling him, Tang Feng was also thinking about the little girl. He had long felt that the target of the man behind the scenes was not only the little girl, but also Shangguan. The means that man would use next might be something that Shangguan could not easily resist. He was also somewhat hesitant about handing the little girl over to Shangguan. So Tang Feng nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go to the kindergarten and protect Yao Yao secretly, don't worry." Watching Tang Feng leave, Lin Mingjia, who had been pretending to be strong, immediately softened, lay down on the bed, and silently looked at the chandelier on the ceiling. Why do I seem to be finding it increasingly difficult to understand this man? Chapter 30 Chapter 030 MS. What nonsense! Look for yourselves, what a mess this is. One person beat a dozen people, and this person just stood there, without moving, and more than a dozen people were seriously injured. He flew from the flat ground to the upper floor. I don't know what happened, but someone fell from upstairs. Is this a transcript or a ghost story? At the Criminal Investigation meeting of the Serious Crime Squad, Pingyang Municipal Public Security Bureau Director Kong Deshang slammed the table in anger, puffing out his beard and glaring, and the police officers below the stage dared not even breathe. It's no wonder that Kong Deshang was angry. Everyone had read the eyewitness statement in front of him, and almost everyone thought it was ridiculous. According to the two men, they were Zhang Jinchua's bodyguards. Zhang Jinchua was in a good mood that night and invited them to drink. So, they drank all night in Zhang Jinchua's villa in Dongchenghaoge. At about 4:30 in the morning, they suddenly heard a loud noise outside. They ran out and saw a black Wrangler breaking in and crashing the door. A group of them went up to argue, but a man got out of the car and, without moving a muscle, beat them all to the ground in an instant. Then the man flew to the third floor and knocked down Zhang Jinchua and Zhao Ting, who had rushed to protect him. Regarding the Black Wrangler, the community surveillance and numerous security guards can testify that at around 4:30 in the morning, such a car broke into Dongchenghaoge without registration, and drove out about 10 minutes later, still without stopping, and broke through the gate again and drove away. Ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. You have investigated such a serious case for a long time, but you only produced such a transcript. Do you know how wide the scope of this case is? The city and even the province attach great importance to it. This matter involves the Zhang family. If the case is not solved as soon as possible, the consequences will be serious. I believe you all know it without me saying it. Kang Deshang became even angrier when he saw that no one was talking. Director Kang, this transcript does have big problems. When everyone was silent and dared not speak, Zhao Yu spoke. She seemed to be worried and was flipping through the transcript that she had read many times. Kang Deshang glanced at Zhao Yu and his expression eased a little. After all, this was his right-hand man, with first-class ability. He had solved many big cases for him and had appeared in front of provincial and municipal leaders many times. Xiao Zhao, if you have any questions, please tell me. In the transcript, both of them only mentioned an unknown man, but according to the surveillance video, there were at least 2 people in the car. When the car entered the gate of the community, the passenger window was briefly opened and a hand was extended. They avoided mentioning the other person. Zhang Jinhua is the employer of these 2 people, and the other injured are their companions. Logically speaking, they are also the victims and should be the ones who most want to catch the suspect in time. But now they are covering up for one of the suspects. It really doesn't make sense. Zhao Yu stared at the transcript in her hand, her brows furrowed, her pretty face full of gloom. Kang Deshang said his expression slightly relieved. He picked up the transcript on the table and looked at it again, and said, "This is indeed a bit problematic. Have you found out the reason?" Zhao Yu shook her head and frowned, saying, "I personally asked them about this doubt, but they all denied the existence of another person." Could it be that there is another person who has not gotten off the car? Someone interrupted. That's also possible. However, even if he didn't get off the car, there's no need for them to hide it, right? They can just say there was another person in the car that they didn't see. Why only mention one person? Zhao Yu took a deep breath. Are there any other doubts? Kang Deshang skipped this question and asked again. Yes, according to the transcript, the 2 of them survived because they were looking after their injured companions and did not participate in the fight. When they realized that things were not going well, they ran out to call the police. But the fact is that the person who called the police was the security guard who wanted to find them in an electric vehicle after the Wrangler broke into the community. The police have no record of these 2 people calling the police at all. How do they explain this? They said they were drinking when the incident happened. When they came out, they didn't bring their phones with them. They didn't dare go back to the room to get them, so they ran out to borrow a phone. Zhao Yu smiled bitterly. The scene was just as they said. Almost everyone's phones were in the hall, and it looked like people were drinking in the hall. Regarding this point, although what the 2 said seemed to be fine, Zhao Yu always felt that something was not right, but she couldn't tell where the problem lay. Anything else? The most crucial point, Zhao Yu temporarily put aside the matter of the time to call the police, her face becoming serious. They said that Zhang Jinhua gave them a day off to drink in the lobby, but Zhang Jinhua went back to his room to sleep alone. I think this is very unreasonable. I asked these 2 people about this, and they insisted that Zhang Jinhua drank too much and went back to his room to sleep alone, leaving them to continue drinking. Kang Deshang looked over the transcript, and his expression became complicated. Zhao Yu continued, according to our investigation, Zhang Jinhua attended a cocktail party at Tiandu Hotel before returning to Dongcheng Haoge. When he left, he had drunk a lot of alcohol. He has 2 residences in the city, one of which is near Tiandu. Why did he go to Dongcheng Haoge instead of going far away? And why did he let his bodyguards take a day off and let them drink when he was already drunk? Even Zhao Ting, who has always been his personal protector, was not around. Kang Deshang understood the meaning of Zhao Yu's words from the very beginning. She suspected that there was something wrong with Zhang Jinhua. Kang Deshang had heard a lot about Zhang Jinhua and knew that this boy was a playboy. Most likely, he had caused some trouble and brought about the other party's vendetta. I think there's another person at the scene. Zhao Yu raised her head and looked around at her colleagues. Everyone's eyes were fixed on her face with an inquiring look. She paused and continued, there should be another woman at the scene. She is the key figure in this case. But even if there really was such a situation where a hero saved a beautiful girl, the suspect mentioned in their transcripts is still an impossible person. Do you think they were both drunk and had hallucinations? Chapter 31 Chapter 031 Angry Policewoman. As soon as Tang Feng walked out of the gate of Lin Mengjia's villa, he saw a police car parked outside the yard. Next to the police car stood a tall and graceful female police officer. He recognized her as the policewoman named Zhao Yu whom he had just met 2 days ago. Are the police so efficient in handling cases now? How could they find me so quickly? However, Tang Feng didn't take her seriously at all and continued walking towards the garage behind. The hood and bumper of the Wrangler were damaged and scratched in many places. Lin Mingjia asked the old housekeeper to give him the key of an Audi A8 for temporary use. This car was also red, with very feminine decoration inside and safety seats in the back row. It seemed that it was the car that Lin Mingjia often used. Tang Feng noticed that among the cars in Lin Mingjia's garage, the only one without a safety seat was the Cayenne she was driving when he first saw her after he returned. He probably used it for work. When he drove out of the gate of the villa, he saw the police car blocking the entrance. Zhao Yu was sitting in the driver's seat, looking at him with a cold face. It was obvious that the police car was blocking him from passing. Tang Feng could only stop the car, stick his head out, and ask Zhao Yu calmly, "What are you doing?" "Get off the car, I have something to ask you," Zhao Yu said rudely. "I have something urgent to do. If you need anything, you can come to my car." Tang Feng was not polite to her either. Seeing Zhao Yu's situation, she was alone and didn't look like they were here to arrest him, otherwise, a group of police officers would have rushed over with guns and handcuffs just like last time. Tang Feng thought to himself, although they were both martial artists, Shang Wan and Chen Jianfei could see that his cultivation was extraordinary and were very respectful to him, but Zhao Yu didn't seem to realize this. It seemed that the difference in cultivation level could make a world of difference. In fact, Zhao Yu was not completely unaware of Tang Feng's difference. When they met for the first time, she could feel a very dangerous aura from Tang Feng. It was just that Tang Feng restrained his intimidation, and with her cultivation level, she could no longer feel it. And afterwards, she had no chance to see him take action, so she felt this way. Zhao Yu backed the police car up to clear the road, then locked the car, unceremoniously opened the passenger door of the Audi and sat in the seat. Tang Feng started the car and slowly drove out of the Yunjingwan community. Zhao Yu frowned. "Do you have a driver's license? You were declared missing, and many things are probably invalid now, right? Thank you for your trouble. I have already reissued it," Tang Feng said lightly with a cold expression. Lin Mingjia had someone help him with all of this when he arrived. With the power of the chairman of Mengtang Group, she only needed to make a phone call to get everything done in less than half a day, which would take others 10 days or half a month to complete. Zhao Yu pursed her lips. As a beautiful policewoman like her, she was usually very popular because of her outstanding looks and her identity as a police officer. Tang Feng was the first person who didn't give her face. Last time in the police station, he looked like he didn't take her seriously. Now he was the same again, which made Zhao Yu quite annoyed. "Who are you? What's your situation? How could you disappear for 6 years and come back out of nowhere? Where were you during this time? Why is there no record of you on the intranet? Did you sneak out of the country? Which country did you go to? What is your purpose in coming back?" Zhao Yu asked Tang Feng a series of questions, her tone very impolite. "If you want to ask these, please get off the car. I'm sorry, I have nothing to say." Tang Feng still didn't give her any face. Zhao Yu gritted her teeth in anger and stared at Tang Feng's profile. After a long while, she said, "You did that, didn't you?" "What?" Tang Feng asked knowingly, acting as if he knew nothing. Zhao Yu took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and said, "Dongcheng Haoge, Zhang Jinshua, it's 4:30 this morning, don't tell me you don't know anything." "I have no idea." Tang Feng uttered 4 words lightly, almost making Zhao Yu vomit blood in anger. "I know it must be you. You just returned to Pingyang, and this kind of thing happened one after another. You took on more than a dozen people by yourself, and you were unscathed, and you were able to beat all of them seriously. There is absolutely no other person except you. I know you are not an ordinary person. To be able to make Zhao Ting like that, your cultivation must have reached at least the 6th or 7th level of the acquired realm." Tang Feng sneered. It turned out that in her eyes, he, the dignified Ziwei Star Lord, was just a 6th or 7th level postnatal cultivator. The eyesight of this little policeman was really not that good. Even if he considered himself a martial artist, he should be at least a master, right? You should be able to see that I am the same as you. Since we are both martial artists, I have something to advise you. Don't think that you can bully the weak just because of your status. And don't think that I can't do anything to you just because your realm is higher than mine." Zhao Yu looked at Tang Feng and felt that he would definitely be touched by her words. "I'm not a martial artist. There was no emotion in Tang Feng's tone. Zhao Yu bit her lip. She didn't expect that even after she said that, Tang Feng would still be stubborn. If you don't admit it, can't I see it? I should have guessed it before. How could an ordinary person deal with so many people with his own strength? How could I feel such a powerful aura? When I saw the transcript today, I thought that the person who could do all this must be a martial artist. Miss Police, if you have evidence, arrest me. If you don't have evidence, stop talking nonsense. Stop the car. Zhao Yu was so angry that her face turned pale. Tang Feng stepped on the brakes and the car stopped on the side of the road. Zhao Yu opened the car door and said, I know you are here for Lin Mingjia. I also know Shangwan is here. The license plate of the car is clearly visible in the surveillance video. It is not difficult to check at all. I came here to remind you that the Zhang family is not easy to mess with. They deliberately provided false clues to disrupt the police investigation. Their purpose is to take matters into their own hands and end this matter in their own way. As she spoke, Zhao Yu had already gotten out of the car, stood beside it, stared at Tang Feng, and said angrily, You'd better take care of yourself. Then she slammed the car door, turned around and left. Tang Feng looked at her back deeply, quite surprised. He thought Zhao Yu was here to investigate him, but unexpectedly, she was here to tip him off. Why did she do this? Was it because she felt that she were both martial artists? Chapter 32 Aggressive. After Tang Feng arrived at the kindergarten, he asked Shangwan to leave and go back to take care of Lin Mingjia. After all, neither mother nor daughter could afford to make any mistakes. Shangwan looked at Tang Feng hesitantly, as if he had something to say to him, but in the end he did not open his mouth and drove away. After Shangwan left, Tang Feng parked the car outside the kindergarten and stayed in the car until the little girl was ready to go home from school. When the little girl saw Tang Feng coming to pick her up, she was so happy that she pulled him and jumped, talked, and laughed. The one who escorted the little girl out was a young and lovely female teacher, about 25 or 26 years old, with a round baby face and 2 dimples when she smiled. When she saw Tang Feng, she smiled at him. Are you Lin Yaoyao's father? Are you working in another place? I have never seen you pick her up before. Lin Yaoyao behaved very well today. I guess she is happy because you are back. Tang Feng held the little girl in his arms, and after hearing what the female teacher said, he stroked her head lovingly and said lightly, No, you misunderstood. When saying this, Tang Feng looked at the little girl in his arms, and thought to himself, One day, you will call me dad in front of the whole world. The little girl hooked her hands around Tang Feng's neck and happily said to the female teacher, Teacher Wang, this is my Uncle Tang, he is better than my dad. Teacher Wang blushed and said quickly, I'm sorry. Nothing, Tang Feng replied, then turned and left with the little girl in his arms. When he opened the car door, he heard an older teacher behind him say to Teacher Wang in a blaming tone, What nonsense are you talking about? You just came here and don't know anything. You should ask clearly before you speak. Lin Yaoyao is Lin Mengjia's daughter. Everyone knows that she is a single mother. How can there be a father for no reason? If Mr. Lin knew that you were talking nonsense behind her back and complained to the director, you might lose your job. Teacher Wang let out an ah and apologized repeatedly, but his eyes couldn't help but look towards the car that had already driven away. The little girl told Tang Feng what happened in the kindergarten with an excited look on her face. Tang Feng looked at the little girl with a smile in the rearview mirror, responding to her words with tenderness in his eyes. When Tang Feng brought the little girl back home, Lin Mingjia and Shangwan were not at home. Tang Feng had already anticipated this. Meng Tang Group is now in a precarious situation. Lin Mengjia's mind must be on it. He just gave her a prescription and she probably has taken it for testing. The old housekeeper had already prepared dinner. Tang Feng ate with the little girl while thinking about what he was going to do tonight. He had already agreed on a time with Chen Jianfei. If Shangwan would not come back in time tonight, he would have to stand Chen Jianfei up and stay at home with the little girl. The old housekeeper stood nearby and saw the little girl and Tang Feng talking and laughing. He couldn't help but sighed, Mr. Tang, you are really capable. Yao Yao usually doesn't like to get close to anyone, but when she saw you, it was as if they were old friends. After you came, her mood was much better than usual, and she ate more than before. When Tang Feng first came, the old housekeeper was a little skeptical about him, but now seeing the little girl like this, he gradually became convinced of him. Tang Feng smiled slightly and said, Maybe we are destined to be together. When I saw this little girl, I felt very warm in my heart. Tang Feng looked at the little girl eating with big mouthfuls, and felt infinite tenderness in his heart. The old housekeeper looked at the two of them having fun together, sighed again, and said, Yao Yao was a child with a miserable life. She was born without a father, and the young lady raised her all by herself. The young lady is usually busy with work and doesn't have much time to spend with her. It seems that she has a good life and can easily get things that other children don't have. But in fact, I know that she lacks a lot of parental love that ordinary children should have. As he spoke, the old housekeeper's eyes became moist. He wiped his eyes with his hands and continued, Yao Yao is usually sensible. Although she is young, she doesn't seem to ask too much from the young lady. But I have watched her grow up, and I know in my heart that what she wants is not what money can buy. The old housekeeper saw that the little girl was happy these days, and remembered that she was always depressed before, so he couldn't help but feel emotional. He said these words unintentionally, but when Tang Feng heard them, he took them to heart. Think about him, Ziwei Star Lord, who has been roaming the northern star field for so many years, looking down on the world and making things happen. There has never been anything that made him regret. But now, a trace of regret arises in his heart. He has gained a lot, but what can he do? When Lin Mengjia and the little girl needed him, he was not able to be with them. He owed the little girl too much and could only make it up slowly in the future. Lin Mengjia didn't come back too late tonight. She came back with Shangwan before 8 o'clock. Tang Feng was drawing with the little girl. When she saw Lin Mengjia coming back, the little girl ran to play with her for a while. Although Lin Mengjia was playing with the little girl, she looked like she was worried. She kept looking at Tang Feng, as if she had something to say to him, but she couldn't say it because of the presence of the little girl. Shangwan had a similar expression, as if she also had something to say to Tang Feng, but because she was concerned about Lin Mengjia, she couldn't tell Tang Feng. Her eyes looked very anxious. Tang Feng saw what they were thinking, but pretended to know nothing and just continued to play with the little girl. Several people had their own thoughts. It was not until Lin Mengjia took the little girl to take a bath that Shangwan quickly walked to Tang Feng and said to him in a low voice, My friend in the police station revealed that the case of Dongcheng Haoge is not progressing smoothly. The Zhang family seems to have exerted pressure. They don't want the police to solve these cases, but want to use their own power to solve this matter. Tang Feng just said lightly. He had already learned the general situation from Zhao Yu, so he didn't feel surprised. According to the Zhang family's plan, this case will become an unsolved case in the police files, and then the murderer will disappear from this world without anyone knowing. Shangwan looked at Tang Feng and continued. Tang Feng just sneered faintly and said, Then let them come. Shangwan had expected Tang Feng's reaction. She understood that although the Zhang family's power should not be underestimated, it was not worth mentioning in Tang Feng's eyes. But Shangwan had other concerns. Tang Feng could not care about the Zhang family or even any threat in the world, but Lin Mengjia and the little girl were different. Chapter 33 Chapter 033 Ancient Prescription. Shangwan looked at Tang Feng and said softly, Based on the Zhang family's ability, it should be easy for them to find Miss Lin. During this period of time, I must stay with her to protect her. Tang Feng understood Shangwan's meaning. She could not leave Lin Mengjia in the future. If Lin Mengjia and the little girl were separated, she would not be able to help him protect the little girl. Tang Feng had already thought about this. In order to repair his soul, he had to find a place with abundant spiritual energy to practice. It was inevitable that he would be separated from the little girl. It was not a long-term solution to always entrust her to Shangwan. The man behind Lin Mengjia wants to deal with not only the little girl, Shangwan is also in his target, so the next time he takes action, who knows what kind of person he will send, and it may not be someone Shangwan can deal with. If something really goes wrong, he will never forgive himself for the rest of his life. I have also considered what you said, Tang Feng pondered for a moment. I will try to solve this problem. I have to go out again tonight, please help me look after the little girl. Shangwan nodded. Now she obeyed Tang Feng's words. Before, Shangwan was also arrogant. Among the martial artists in the sect, she was young and capable, and was the best of their generation. Anyone who saw her looked at her differently. However, after meeting Tang Feng, this cold and arrogant beauty turned into a little follower. Tang Feng took out a small notebook from his pocket and said, Take this and have a look. Shangwan took it with great suspicion. It was an ordinary notebook with several pages written on it. The handwriting was very elegant. Nowadays, people all use computers and few handwritten words look good. Such beautiful words are really rare. Shangwan only read one line, his expression changed, he looked at Tang Feng with wide eyes, and said in a trembling voice, This is. It's quite suitable for your current stage. Tang Feng replied indifferently. Lin Mingjia had already finished bathing the little girl. The little girl ran out in her nightgown with wet hair, hugging Tang Feng's legs. "Uncle, help me blow dry my hair, okay?" Okay. Tang Feng responded with a smile and pulled the little girl to blow dry her hair. Lin Mingjia came over and saw Shangguan's extremely horrified look. She couldn't help but wonder, "Shangguan, what's wrong?" "No, nothing." Shangguan answered hurriedly and hid the small notebook in her hand. Her heart was still beating wildly and she couldn't believe what she saw written in the notebook. This is a book of secret formulas. For martial artists, this book is a secret book that is hard to come by in 100 or even 1,000 years. Shangguan is sure that once he gets this secret formula, as long as he practices according to what is written in it, his realm will soon advance by leaps and bounds. Several generations of predecessors in the sect spent their entire lives studying, but were unable to comprehend such a subtle formula. However, Tang Feng taught it to her casually, as if he did not take it seriously at all. Who is this man? Shangguan felt a little more respect for Tang Feng in his mind. At the same time, when he looked at Lin Mingjia, his doubts grew. Lin Mingjia's mother seemed to have some connection with her sect. Now Tang Feng was obviously a figure above the Grandmaster. What was the relationship between the Lin family and martial artists? Tang Feng took the little girl back to her room and coaxed her to sleep. Before, Lin Mingjia would have gone back to her room, but at this moment, she was sitting on the sofa in the living room, deep in thought. Shangguan was sitting next to her. She was very excited, but she couldn't let Lin Mingjia see it. She wanted to go back to her room immediately to look at the mantra, but now seeing that Lin Mingjia was not going back to her room, she could only stay with her. At the same time, she was worried that if Lin Mingjia stayed here, she would find out that Tang Feng had secretly left in the middle of the night. Lin Mingjia waited until the little girl fell asleep and Tang Feng walked out of the little girl's room before she stood up and asked Tang Feng directly, "Where did you get the prescription you gave me?" "I wrote it." "Is there any problem?" Tang Feng knew that since Lin Mingjia asked him this, she must have tested the prescription. Lin Mingjia had a look of doubt on her face. "You knew nothing about these things at the beginning. You can learn everything slowly. You were not a businesswoman back then." Tang Feng looked at Lin Mingjia with a smile. Lin Mingjia clenched her fist slightly and bit her lips. What she wanted to say was blocked in her throat by Tang Feng's words. This afternoon, she took the prescription to the RD department. She didn't have much hope at first and thought she was just going to give it a try. Unexpectedly, after testing it, the RD staff told her in shock that although the Chinese herbs in the prescription were not expensive, the effect achieved when put together was extremely amazing. Lin Mingjia didn't quite understand the series of data that the researchers told her, but she could clearly get one message from them: the skin care products made according to this recipe would definitely be better than the one developed before. Lin Mingjia was completely stunned at the time, but after she understood what was going on, she burst into tears of joy. This means that Meng Tang Group can be saved. As long as they step up the production of skin care products now, the press conference next month can go on as planned, and everything will go according to plan and develop in the best direction. But in addition to being excited, Lin Mingjia was puzzled. How did Tang Feng get this recipe? He didn't know that he was developing cosmetics before, let alone his crisis. Could it be that he had foreseen the future and got a recipe in advance? Lin Mingjia thought this idea was a little ridiculous, but if not, did Tang Feng really suddenly become proficient in Chinese medicine and pharmacology in these 6 years? Could he have written such an exquisite prescription in such a short time? Seeing Lin Mingjia's tangled expression, Tang Feng smiled again and said, "Butler Zhang has prepared dinner for you, go and have some. Yao Yao is here, don't worry." Lin Mingjia was confused. It was obvious that Tang Feng didn't want to say more. After all, Lin Mingjia still had some grudges against Tang Feng and didn't want to beg him. So, she walked towards the restaurant reluctantly. Looking at Lin Mingjia's back, Tang Feng gave another unfathomable smile. Shangguan took a step towards Tang Feng and said in a low voice, "Thank you." Tang Feng turned to her and smiled nonchalantly, "Nothing, I did this for Lin Mingjia and Yao Yao." The formula was written by Tang Feng when he was waiting in the car for the little girl to finish school. It was just the most simple one among the tens of thousands of mental methods in his mind. Chapter 34 Chapter 034 Excited Shangguan. After Shangguan returned to the room, she took out the secret formula that Tang Feng had given her and read it carefully again. She could not suppress her inner excitement at all, and her hands holding the notebook were shaking slightly. With this mental method, as long as she practices according to the above method, her cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. This means that within 10 years, she will surpass her master and even the sect master. No one in the sect will be her opponent. Not to mention the sect, looking at the martial artists in the entire Chinese country, in a dozen years, she will become a leader among them, and others will not be able to match her. This kind of thing is something she normally wouldn't even dare to think about. Shangguan knew in his heart that the reason why Tang Feng gave him this method and allowed him to improve his realm was so that he could better protect Lin Mengjia and Lin Yaoyao. But no matter what his original intention was, he was extremely lucky. This was something that other martial artists would not be able to obtain for hundreds of years, and he got it just like this. Shangguan couldn't wait to practice the above mental formula, but there was a knock on her door. She quickly put away her notebook and went to open the door. She thought it was Tang Feng who came to see her, but when she opened the door, she found that it was Lin Mengjia standing in front of the door. Lin Mengjia looked like she was full of thoughts. She walked into the room and sat down on the chair, but did not speak. Shangguan looked at her with inquiring eyes and vaguely guessed that her arrival might be related to Tang Feng. As Shangguan expected, after a while, Lin Mengjia sighed and said, "I was too busy today and didn't have time to ask you what happened to me. Why is Tang Feng in my room?" Shangguan looked at Lin Mengjia and said softly, "I received your message, but I don't know where you are. There is no way to save you, so I have to ask Tang Feng. He led you to find me?" Lin Mengjia was a little surprised. Shangguan nodded. Lin Mengjia was even more confused and frowned. How could he know where I was? How could he find me? Why would you ask him? Why do you believe he can find me? Faced with Lin Mengjia's series of questions, Shangguan felt a little confused. If according to his guess, Tang Feng was the one who let Lin Mengjia down back then the relationship between the two of them should be quite close. How could she ask such a question? When Tang Feng first appeared, Shangguan thought that Lin Mengjia deliberately described him as ordinary because she hated Tang Feng. Now it seems that Lin Mengjia really didn't know how powerful Tang Feng was. How could a close lover who was close to him know nothing about his identity? Didn't Tang Feng reveal anything? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Shangguan replied, "Not only did he find you, he also saved you." What is going on? Lin Mengjia's voice was a little anxious. In fact, when Lin Mengjia woke up and saw Tang Feng, she wanted to ask these questions, but in front of Tang Feng, she always tried to remain indifferent and was unwilling to show her inner feelings too much, so she would rather keep these words in her heart than ask Tang Feng. Shangguan hesitated for a moment, but still told Lin Mengjia what had happened. Of course, she concealed the fact that Tang Feng had been away for a while, and simply skipped over the circumstances of Tang Feng's actions, not letting her know how tragic Zhao Ting's death was. Lin Mengjia's expression gradually changed as she listened, especially when she heard that Tang Feng had knocked Zhang Jinhua off the balcony and his life was in danger. Her pretty face turned pale. Anyone who lives in Pingyang cannot be unaware of the power of the Zhang family. As a member of Pingyang's upper class, Lin Mengjia usually comes into contact with powerful officials and businessmen, and understands the strength of the Zhang family even better. It's not that she doesn't like Zhang Jinhua's entanglement, but because of the Zhang family, she can only maintain false courtesy on the surface. Although Lin Mengjia had thought about teaching Zhang Jinhua a lesson countless times and telling him to stop clinging to her like a fly, she was still scared when she really heard what Tang Feng had done. Meng Tang Group is considered a large enterprise in Pingyang, and she, as the chairman, is also in a high position of power, but it is still far behind the Zhang family. Now that Tang Feng has caused such a big trouble, I am afraid she can't protect him. The Zhang family put pressure on the police. The case seems to be under investigation, but it has actually been temporarily shelved. I guess the Zhang family wants to use their family power to handle it. This is exactly what I was worried about. Lin Mengjia frowned, bit her lips, twisted her hands together, and breathed a little quickly. My latest news is that Zhang Jinhua is not dead, but seriously injured. He has now been transferred to the provincial hospital for treatment. Zhao Ting is also severely disabled. However, no matter how famous he is just a bodyguard. The Zhang family does not need to make enemies with Tang Feng because of him. What? What are you talking about? Lin Mengjia widened her beautiful eyes, staring at Shangguan in confusion. It was obviously Tang Feng who caused the big trouble, and the Zhang family would secretly get rid of him, so how come it has become that the Zhang family can no longer make enemies with Tang Feng? The reason why the Zhang family is making such a big fuss and mobilizing their forces is because they don't even know that the person who did this is Tang Feng. If they knew, the situation would be completely different. Shangguan's tone was very calm. I don't understand. Lin Mengjia still stared at Shangguan. What do you mean by this? Is there anything special about Tang Feng that makes the Zhang family look at him differently? Ms. Lin, I promised you before that as long as Tang Feng protects Yao Yao, no one can hurt her. Now I still say the same to you, and I have to add one more sentence. As long as he is around, you don't need to worry about anything around you. Him? Lin Mengjia raised her eyebrows, her face full of disbelief. Miss Lin, you don't have to worry about this matter. He will definitely be able to handle it. All you have to do is trust this man. As for what's so special about him, I think one day you will understand. Shangguan didn't dare to say much to Lin Mengjia about Tang Feng's affairs. In fact, she herself didn't know much about Tang Feng's situation. Apart from being able to see that Tang Feng's realm was extremely high, which was beyond the reach of other martial artists, Shangguan knew nothing about Tang Feng. Lin Mengjia lowered her eyes gently, but her brows were still tightly furrowed. She suddenly realized that she seemed to understand Tang Feng less and less. Just when Shangguan and Lin Mengjia were talking about Tang Feng, he had already left the villa quietly. Chapter 35 Chapter 035 Zhang Family. When Tang Feng arrived at the central square, there was still half an hour before the time he and Chen Jianfei had agreed to meet. He could already see a black business car waiting there from afar. Tang Feng knew that this must be the car that Chen Jianfei came to pick him up. He didn't want the other party to see where he came from, so he went straight into Pingjiang building, walked out from inside, and then walked over slowly. Before he got close, the door of the business car opened, and Chen Jianfei walked out and stood facing Tang Feng. His expression and action showed a very respectful attitude. Beside Chen Jianfei, there were two young men. Although they were not impressive in appearance and dressed in ordinary clothes, they were all tall and handsome. It could be seen that they were both martial artists. They were probably Chen Jianfei's bodyguards. However, Tang Feng could see that they were not martial artists, but just ordinary people who practiced martial arts, or soldiers. Chen Jianfei's abilities were superior to theirs, and if something happened, it was not certain who would protect whom. When the two young men saw Chen Jianfei being so respectful to Tang Feng, they were surprised. It was obvious that Chen Jianfei was a man of his word and would never flatter others in this way. However, Tang Feng could see that they were usually very strict with their rules. Although the two were surprised, they didn't say anything, but just followed Chen Jianfei in being respectful to Tang Feng. When Tang Feng approached, Chen Jianfei bowed slightly to him and said, "Grandmaster, I am waiting for you. I am really sorry to trouble you to go out at this time." As he spoke, Chen Jianfei made a gesture to invite Tang Feng to get in the car. Tang Feng nodded slightly, got in the car without too much politeness, and Chen Jianfei followed him in and sat next to Tang Feng. The two young men got into the car without saying a word. One sat in the driver's seat and the other sat in the passenger seat. The car started, but did not drive towards some high-end residential areas or hospitals in the city as Tang Feng expected, but drove straight towards the southern suburbs of the city. Chen Jianfei explained, "My friend has an old house outside the city. The air there is fresh and the doctor said it would be good for his recovery. In addition, it is summer now and it is cooler than in the city. He has been living in the old house recently. It's my fault for not telling you clearly in advance. Master, you have to spend more time on the road." Tang Feng nodded without comment and said lightly, "It's okay." However, isn't the south of the city that Chen Jianfei mentioned the direction of Pingjiang? Chen Jianfei quickly added, "His old house is at the foot of Shaoqing Mountain. Yesterday I went to visit him and stayed at his house. I suddenly felt like going up the mountain in the middle of the night, and that's how I ran into you, Grandmaster. It can't be said that this is fate." So that's how it is, Tang Feng thought to himself. The area near the big and small Qingshan Mountains is picturesque with beautiful mountains and clear waters, and the people are outstanding. Because there are fewer people, the spiritual energy is richer than in other places. It is really a good place to recuperate. It seems that Chen Jianfei's friend is not an ordinary businessman, otherwise he would not have the ability to build a big house in such a place. Along the way, Chen Jianfei seemed excited and nervous. From his expression, he really wanted to ask Tang Feng about the various problems encountered in cultivation, but he did not dare to open his mouth for fear that Tang Feng would think he was troublesome. Tang Feng didn't speak either. He seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, but in fact he had memorized all the routes in his mind. After the car drove for about an hour, the green mountains of all sizes were already faintly visible. A sign appeared on the side of the road, marked with luminous paint, indicating that the road to the right was private property and that no one was allowed to enter without permission. When the car reached the sign, it turned onto the private road. "It looks like the house is almost here." As expected, Chen Jianfei said, "Master, we will be there soon." My friend's house is in front of us. As he spoke, he pointed his hand towards a brightly lit area in front of him. Tang Feng had excellent eyesight and could clearly see that the house was extremely large. It could be called a manor built on a mountain. Although it was already midnight, the manor was brightly lit. It was obvious that the people inside had already known about the arrival of Qin Jianfei and Tang Feng and were waiting for them. When the business car arrived in front of the gate of the manor, someone immediately opened the closed door. The car drove all the way to a two-story building in classical Chinese style in the manor before stopping. Several men in black suits were standing in front of the small building, all with their hands behind their backs and their heads held high, looking solemn. When they saw the car stop, two of them immediately stepped forward, opened the door, protected the upper edge of the door with their hands, and welcomed Qin Jianfei and Tang Feng out of the car. Just as Tang Feng got out of the car, he saw an old man leaning on a cane, supported by a middle-aged man and a young girl, walking out of the main entrance of the two-story building. He could tell at a glance that the old man was a martial artist and was suffering from a chronic illness. It seemed that this man was the friend Qin Jianfei mentioned who needed his help with medical treatment. When Qin Jianfei saw the old man, he took 2 quick steps forward, approached him, and shook the old man's hand. Then, he turned around and respectfully introduced Tang Feng, who was walking up to him. "Master, this is the old friend I was talking about." Then, he turned to the old man and said, "Shou Ting, this gentleman is the martial arts master I had the honor to meet last night, Mr. Tang." When the girl next to the old man heard Qin Jianfei introduce Tang Feng as a martial arts master, she looked at him with surprise. Tang Feng felt her gaze and looked back at her. The girl was no more than 16 or 17 years old. She was wearing a white dress and looked slender and graceful. Her skin was as white as ice and snow. It could be seen that she was a greenhouse flower that had never experienced the wind and rain. She looked very sweet, lovely, pure, and pretty. Her big black eyes were charming and kept staring at Tang Feng. But there was a hint of disappointment in the girl's eyes. It was obvious that Tang Feng's appearance was far from what she had expected. Tang Feng just glanced at her indifferently. He had seen countless stunningly beautiful women. Although this girl could be considered a beauty, she was still young and naturally would not attract him. The old man hurriedly stepped forward, leaned slightly towards Tang Feng with great respect, and said repeatedly, "Mr. Tang, I am honored to have your presence today. My surname is Zhang, my given name is Qingyu, and my courtesy name is Shouting. You can just call me Shouting." Tang Feng had no impression of the name Zhang Shouting, but he was very familiar with Zhang Qingyu. Chapter 36 Chapter 036 Zhang Family. Although Tang Feng had never met Zhang Qingyu and the two did not know each other, as a Pingyang native, he had often seen this name on TV and in newspapers since he was a child. He was Pingyang City's leading entrepreneur. He was well known not only in Pingyang City, but also in the entire South China Sea and even the entire China. He was not only a successful businessman, but also a famous philanthropist. It could be said that there was no one in Pingyang who did not know him. Of course, he has another identity, that is, the head of the Pingyang Zhang family, and the grandfather of Zhang Jinchua, the lecherous man who bullied Lin Mingjia. Tang Feng couldn't help but think in his heart, this world is really small. I had just severely injured Zhang Jinchua in the morning. The Zhang family was looking for me all over the world, and now I was actually in their old house. I didn't know what Zhang Qingyu's expression would be when he knew that I was the one who injured Zhang Jinchua. Facing Zhang Qingyu's earnest gaze, Tang Feng just smiled indifferently. He wanted to see what the Zhang family was like. If the whole family was like Zhang Jinchua, who took advantage of their power to bully others, then let alone seeing a doctor, he would probably become the host today. Zhang Qingyu welcomed Tang Feng into the living room. Tang Feng saw that the living room was spacious, with only a hardwood sofa and a coffee table. The furnishings were also very simple, with only a few plain-colored porcelain vases. It looked very simple, without any luxurious items. In fact, Tang Feng could tell at a glance that every item was of great value. The furniture was handmade of mahogany, and the porcelain vases were antiques from the Song dynasty. It was not easy to get several pairs together. Occupying half of the main wall is a beautifully framed calligraphy painting, which reads, "Heaven is vigorous in its movement, and a gentleman should constantly strive for self-improvement. The earth is in a low position, and a gentleman should carry the world with virtue." The handwriting is powerful and majestic, showing the author's strong skills. The signature seal is Qingshan Jusher, Shouting handwritten, so it seems that this calligraphy was written by Zhang Qingyu himself. Zhang Qingyu invited Tang Feng to take a seat of honor and asked the servant to serve tea. He and Qin Jianfei sat beside Tang Feng. The middle-aged man and the young girl could only stand behind Zhang Qingyu. Others did not even have the qualifications to enter. Tang Feng was not polite and did not refuse. He sat down directly. Zhang Qingyu and Chen Jianfei were not surprised by his action. After all, they could both see that Tang Feng was of extraordinary status, at least a martial arts master. However, the middle-aged man and the girl next to Zhang Qingyu both showed expressions of surprise and dissatisfaction, especially the girl, who widened her eyes and pursed her lips, showing that she was extremely dissatisfied. Although Chen Jianfei had told the Zhang family before that he would bring a master to treat Zhang Qingyu, everyone thought that this master must be an elderly man with a sage-like appearance. However, when they saw Tang Feng, they found that he was an ordinary young man with a plain appearance. They were all disappointed. Now that they saw Tang Feng taking the host seat so unceremoniously, they were naturally dissatisfied. Tang Feng glanced at their faces without saying a word. Zhang Qingyu saw this and said quickly, "Mr. Tang, this is my son Jinbei. I have 4 sons, the eldest son Shengdong, the second son Xingnan, the third son Lingxi, and the youngest son." They all wanted to see the master, but something happened at home, and they were busy with business matters in other places, so they couldn't come back. "I hope Mr. Tang can forgive me." Zhang Jinbei bowed slightly to Tang Feng. Although he still looked a little bit disbelieving of Tang Feng, he didn't dare to act rashly in front of Zhang Qingyu. "It's okay. I'm here to treat you, not to see them," Tang Feng said in a cold voice. When he knew that he was facing a member of the Zhang family, Tang Feng no longer had the desire to treat Zhang Qingyu. He just felt annoyed with the Zhang family no matter how he looked at them. He did not leave immediately, but just wanted to see if other members of the Zhang family were like Zhang Jinchua. Tang Feng's attitude made the girl, who was already dissatisfied with him, even more dissatisfied. She curled her lips and said softly, "What a big air." Although it was spoken quietly, there were only a few people in the room and everyone could hear it clearly. Zhang Qingyu's face immediately darkened, and he rebuked unhappily, "Chu, how can you be so rude in front of Mr. Tang? Apologize to Mr. Tang now." Chu turned her head, snorted softly, and made a face at Tang Feng. Tang Feng didn't think anything of it. In his eyes, she was just a child. Of course, he wouldn't argue with her. However, Zhang Qingyu's face changed drastically. He stomped the cane on the ground and scolded her harshly, "Didn't you hear what I said? Apologize to Mr. Tang quickly." Chu was making a face, and before that expression could disappear, it was frozen on her face by Zhang Qingyu's shout. Her eyes revealed an extremely uncertain expression, as if she had not expected Zhang Qingyu to scold her so loudly. In a flash, tears were already swirling in her eyes and were about to fall. Zhang Jinbei was also startled by Zhang Qingyu's voice, and quickly bent down and whispered in Zhang Qingyu's ear, "Dad, don't be angry. The doctor said you can't be angry now. Your health is important." Chen Jianfei glanced at Tang Feng and saw that he still had no expression on his face. He hurriedly said to him, "Master, children are ignorant. Please don't be offended. I apologize to you. Please don't blame me." At this moment, the servant brought up the teacup, placed the brewed tea in front of the people, and then retreated. His serving of tea more or less eased the awkward atmosphere in the living room. In fact, Tang Feng didn't care about Zhang Chuchu's behavior at all. As a grown man, he certainly couldn't bother with a little girl. Even if Zhang Jinchua really deserved to die, it had nothing to do with this little girl. If she cried on the spot, it would seem that he was not magnanimous enough and was bullying her. Tang Feng picked up the teacup, smelled the aroma of the fine Longjing tea, took a sip, and ignored the others, saying, "You have an old illness. It was an injury you suffered when you were young, when you were hit in the back by a heavy object. But at that time you felt that you were strong and healthy, so you didn't take it seriously. If you were an ordinary person, you would just take a rest, but the exercises you practiced later, when you practiced, you had to use the power of your heart meridian, which caused this old illness to flare up again and again." Zhang Qingyu, who was about to continue to scold Chu, froze immediately after hearing Tang Feng's words. After a long while, he said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Tang is right. You are indeed a martial arts master. What you said is absolutely true." Chen Jianfei was also shocked. He had not told Tang Feng about Zhang Qingyu's condition. He thought Tang Feng would take his pulse and diagnose him when he saw him, but he didn't expect that he would say exactly the same thing after just one glance. Chapter 37 Chapter 037 Zhang Family's Attitude. Not only Zhang Qingyu and Chen Jianfei were shocked, Zhang Jinbei also showed a look of surprise, looking at Tang Feng with a bit more surprise. Before, he didn't believe that Tang Feng was so young and could be a martial arts master. Now he was shocked. The girl named Chu Chu had forgotten about being scolded by Zhang Qingyu just now. She looked at Tang Feng in great surprise, her big eyes flickering, as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't open her mouth. Tang Feng saw everyone's expressions, but his face did not change at all. He just continued calmly, "You are smart. After vomiting blood several times, you stopped practicing. Otherwise, you would have died long ago." Zhang Qingyu stood up tremblingly with the help of a crutch, his lips trembling. Just as he was about to say something, a cell phone rang in the room, interrupting what he was about to say. It was Zhang Jinbei's cell phone that rang. He showed a hint of embarrassment on his face and hurriedly took out his cell phone. He wanted to reject the call, but when he saw the name of the caller, he hesitated for a moment and walked towards the door with the phone. When he reached the door, he answered the phone and asked anxiously, "How is it? Have you found out?" Although he had walked out of the door at this moment, he did not walk far. He was standing outside the door. Tang Feng's five senses were several times stronger than those of ordinary people. As long as he wanted to hear, he could hear the sound on the phone clearly. A young man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "The car is indeed under Lin Mengjia's name. Last night, Lin Mengjia also went to Tiandu Hotel, but she did not leave. The Cayenne she usually drives has been parked in the hotel parking lot. She only drove away this afternoon and went to Pingjiang building." Zhang Jinbei lowered his voice and asked, "Are you sure she has been in the hotel all this time?" The young man replied hesitantly, "Although the hotel's surveillance did not capture Lin Mengjia leaving, it also did not capture her appearing in the hotel during this period. The surveillance footage from the parking lot when she went to pick up the car in the afternoon showed that she entered the parking lot from outside, not from inside the hotel. So was she with Ashu last night?" Zhang Jinbei's voice rose slightly involuntarily, a little impatient. "This, we can't be sure yet. Keep investigating," Zhang Jinbei ordered while gritting his teeth. Then, he hung up the phone, went back to the room, and stood behind Zhang Qingyu again with an ugly look on his face. While Zhang Jinbei was talking on the phone, Tang Feng held the teacup and blew it gently, as if he was tasting tea, but in fact he did not miss a single word of their conversation. Chen Jianfei looked towards Zhang Qingyu with a questioning look in his eyes. Zhang Qingyu sighed slightly and shook his head at Chen Jianfei, as if he was unwilling to bring up this topic with him. The two of them only exchanged a brief glance, and although Tang Feng seemed casual, he had seen everything. It seemed that Chen Jianfei was also aware of Zhang Jinshua's affairs, and the Zhang family had already traced back to Lin Mengjia. This is not surprising. As Zhao Yu said, the Wrangler is Lin Mengjia's car. With the Zhang family's ability, they can find the license plate number in the surveillance video. It is really a very easy thing to find the owner. However, Tang Feng was somewhat surprised that the Zhang family seemed to be unaware of Zhang Jinshua's trap to knock Lin Mengjia unconscious and take her to Dongcheng Hauge last night. The matter is now under investigation, but there is no clue yet. Something seems to have happened in Mr. Zhang's family. Tang Feng asked casually. Zhang Qingyu was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Tang Feng to ask about his family affairs. However, since he asked, Zhang Qingyu did not dare to hide it and hurriedly replied, "It is a small matter. One of my grandsons was beaten up for unknown reasons. The assailant has not been found yet. I said before that my eldest son was away on business. It was actually because of this matter. Such trivial family matters should not be mentioned in front of you, Grandmaster. I am really sorry to make you laugh." Tang Feng looked at Zhang Jinbei again and said with a half smile, "It seems that your son has got some news." Zhang Qingyu slightly turned sideways and looked at Zhang Jinbei. Zhang Jinbei hurriedly bent down slightly and said, "Actually, there is no definite news. We are just investigating the people related to the incident, but there is no result." As he spoke, he shook his head at Zhang Qingyu, indicating that there was indeed no news. Zhang Qingyu looked at Tang Feng again, looking somewhat confused, not understanding why Tang Feng would care about this matter. Tang Feng still looked at Zhang Jinbei and said, "Related personnel? It seems to be related to a woman." As he spoke, the look in Tang Feng's eyes became unusually sharp, staring at Zhang Jinbei. Zhang Jinbei immediately broke out in a sweat. Although he was not a martial artist and could not sense Tang Feng's aura, the two looks made him take a step back involuntarily. He felt as if countless steel needles were piercing his body. He wiped the sweat off his face and stammered, "Mr. Tang, this matter concerns the other party's reputation. Please forgive me, I cannot tell you." It was just a few short words that Zhang Jinbei managed to say out with difficulty, as if he had used up all his strength. He could not help but hold on to the backrest of the sofa in front of him, breathing heavily. Under Tang Feng's scrutinizing gaze, he felt like he was going to faint. Zhang Jinbei thought that he would be unhappy if he did not answer Tang Feng's question, but unexpectedly, Tang Feng smiled lightly and nodded, "Very good." As Tang Feng smiled, Zhang Jinbei felt that the aggressive gaze disappeared and the pressure on his body dissipated immediately. Although Zhang Jinbei could not sense Tang Feng's presence, Chen Jianfei and Zhang Qingyu could clearly feel that at that moment, a domineering aura filled the entire room, causing them to shudder. Zhang Qingyu was standing, but when he heard Tang Feng's questions, his legs went weak and he fell onto the sofa. The only person in the room who felt nothing was Chu Chu. Seeing Zhang Qingyu slump down, she thought he was sick, so she rushed forward to massage his chest and helped get medicine. Master, what are you doing?" Chen Jianfei plucked up his courage and looked at Tang Feng cautiously. Tang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, still with a half smile on his face, looking at Zhang Qingyu and said, "It's nothing, I just want to know how Mr. Zhang plans to deal with this matter." Zhang Qingyu pushed away Chu Chu's hand that was holding the medicine for him, took a deep breath, and said with a bitter expression, "In fact, I also know that this disaster is probably caused by my grandson himself. He offended someone he shouldn't have offended." Chapter 38 Chapter 038 The Humble Zhang Family. Hearing Zhang Qingyu say this, Chu Chu said angrily, "Grandpa, please stop caring about my cousin, okay? He just wants to make you angry all day long. Every time he gets into trouble, you have to clean it up for him. Your health is ruined by him." Tang Feng originally thought that Chu Chu was Zhang Jinbei's daughter, but after hearing how she addressed him, he realized that she was Zhang Qingyu's granddaughter. Zhang Qingyu sighed and said slowly, "Ashuo is my eldest grandson after all. Although he is useless, I can't just ignore him. It's just this time, alas." Chen Jianfei listened to the conversation between the few people and heard something wrong. He couldn't help but ask, could it be that Ashuo caused this incident? Zhang Qingyu looked depressed, nodded, and said to Zhang Jinbei, "Jinbei, talk to Uncle Chen. Now that things have come to this, there is nothing to hide." Zhang Jinbei's face looked a little unnatural. He glanced at Tang Feng and said, "After receiving the news that Ashuo was injured this morning, Big Brother sent people to pick up Kuei and Lao Wan, who were taken away by the police to testify, from the police station. When we asked them about the situation, they insisted that they didn't know the man who did it, saying that he took advantage of their drunkenness to break in and beat everyone to death. Big Brother didn't believe it and locked them up. Then the two of us went to investigate and found out that the car that man was driving was." Zhang Jinbei said this and glanced at Tang Feng again. Tang Feng had no expression on his face. Zhang Jinbei could only continue, "It belongs to Lin Mengjia, the chairman of Mengtang Group." Chen Jianfei uttered an ah and looked a little strange. He murmured, "Could it be that little girl who did it? No wonder, she does have the ability to do it, but she wouldn't be so ruthless, right? She would at least consider the Zhang family's reputation, right?" Zhang Jinbei's face turned red. He said, "I felt something was wrong at the time. I was afraid that Ashuo had done something improper to Miss Lin, which made Miss Shangguan do such a cruel thing. So I asked Kuei and Lao Wan again, but they still denied it and said it was a man who did it. I had no choice but to send someone to check Miss Lin's whereabouts last night. But the person who just investigated called me and still had no results. They only found out that Miss Lin attended a cocktail party with Ashuo last night, and that was the end of the clue." Chu Chu heard this with an unhappy tone, and said to Zhang Qingyu angrily, "Grandpa, you know that your eldest cousin always lies to you, and his subordinates also lie to you. What else is there to investigate? He must have bullied Sister Mengjia, so Sister Shangguan is angry. You have been investigating, and now you have found Sister Shangguan, are you going to find trouble with her?" Chen Jianfei shook his head and said helplessly, "If it is really that little girl, it will be troublesome. She has the power of the sect behind her. Although it is not impossible to move the sect, it will take a lot of effort. I am afraid that I will hurt the enemy and lose 800 of my own." Zhang Qingyu smiled bitterly and said, "How can I have the face to cause trouble to her? This incident should be regarded as a lesson for Ashuo. He was lucky to fall from the building and land on someone else, so he survived. I think he will have to think carefully about what he wants to do next time." Zhang Jinbei added, "My father has already asked my eldest brother to inform the police that they don't need to continue investigating and just treat it as an unsolved case. We are investigating now just to find out what happened. Ashuo will definitely not tell us the truth about this matter." Judging from what Zhang Qingyu and Zhang Jinbei said, they didn't want to hold the person who injured Zhang Jinhua accountable. This surprised Tang Feng a little. However, even if the Zhang family wanted to hold them accountable, Tang Feng didn't care. He wanted Zhang Qingyu to listen to his words and say how to deal with the matter. He just wanted him to express his attitude. If Zhang Qingyu didn't care about Zhang Jinshua's evil deeds and relied on the power of the Zhang family to catch the murderer and avenge his grandson, then let alone treating him, Tang Feng would teach him a lesson according to the severity of his attitude. Now Zhang Qingyu said that this matter was Zhang Jinshua's fault and he should be taught a lesson. Although it was beyond Tang Feng's expectations, he was very satisfied. He looked at Zhang Qingyu and said slowly, "You don't have to investigate this matter. The person who did it was not Shangguan." Everyone else present was stunned, with puzzled expressions on their faces. Before, almost everyone was certain that Shangguan was the only one with motive and ability, but Tang Feng denied it. Tang Feng continued, "Zhang Jinshua is awake. Tell him for me that he was lucky not to die this time. If he does die again, he will not be as simple as being disabled. Zhang Qingyu has been in the business world for many years and is knowledgeable and experienced. He is a shrewd man." After hearing Tang Feng's words, he immediately understood what was going on. He thought that Zhang Jinshua had offended Shangguan, but he didn't expect that he had offended someone who was even more difficult to offend. Zhang Qingyu hurriedly stood up, took 2 steps forward, and came to Tang Feng. He clasped his hands together, bowed deeply, and said, "Mr. Tang, Shua is young and ignorant. He has offended you. I apologize to you again on his behalf. When he wakes up, I will ask him to personally serve wine to apologize and kneel down to thank you for not killing him." Chen Jianfei also understood Tang Feng's words instantly, and his body stiffened involuntarily. What surprised him was that when the incident happened in Dongcheng Haoge, Tang Feng and he separated in Xiaqingshan only half an hour ago. This time was not enough for him to walk out of the mountain, but Tang Feng had actually crossed the entire city from the south to the east. In fact, Chen Jianfei didn't know that the reason why Tang Feng spent half an hour was because he consumed his spiritual power to look for Lin Mengjia, which caused unbearable pain in his body and made him unable to use his physical strength. Otherwise, it would only take him a moment to reach Dongcheng Haoge. After hearing what Zhang Qingyu said, Zhang Zhenbei also understood. Thinking of Tang Feng's stare at him just now, if he had answered a question wrong, he would probably be dead by now. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Chu Chu was surprised to see Zhang Qingyu bowing to Tang Feng. Tang Feng, who was sitting on a chair, did not refuse. After Zhang Qingyu bowed to the ground, he said, "Forget it. You didn't know about this. I don't blame you. It's just that you didn't teach well. You need to change in the future." Yes, I will definitely follow Mr. Tang's teachings." Zhang Qingyu shook his body. He has been ill for a long time, and now his mood is so up and down that he can hardly bear it anymore. Chapter 39 Chapter 039 Little Li Bendan. Chu Chu hurried forward and helped Zhang Qingyu up. Although Zhang Qingyu stood up, his body was still shaking. Chu Chu was a girl after all, and it was a little difficult for her to support him. Zhang Zhenbei also stepped forward and supported his father. Tang Feng put down the teacup in his hand and said, "Your stubborn disease is on your heart meridian. If this disease is not cured, your life will be within 1 or 2 years. Bring me paper and pen, and I will write you a prescription." Zhang Zhenbei quickly asked someone to bring in paper and pen, and then he and Chu Chu helped Zhang Qingyu to sit back in his previous seat. When the paper and pen were brought up, Tang Feng took them and wrote down the names of several Chinese medicines without thinking. Chen Jianfei stood up and watched from the side with an extremely respectful attitude and a look of surprise in his eyes. After Tang Feng finished writing, Chen Jianfei took it and handed it to Zhang Qingyu. When Zhang Qingyu saw it, he was also slightly surprised. In his surprise, there was also a little disappointment, but he did not show it obviously. Both of them were martial artists and had some knowledge of Chinese medicine and pharmacology. They saw that the prescription written by Tang Feng contained common herbs such as angelica, ginseng, chuanxiong, rehmannia root, koik seed, etc. Only snow lotus and cordyceps were relatively expensive. However, with the power and financial resources of the Zhang family, it was not difficult to buy them. Over the years, Zhang Qingyu has visited many famous doctors, both Chinese and Western medicine doctors, and has taken these Chinese medicines. If they were effective, he would not be suffering from his old illness now, which is almost life-threatening. Zhang Zhenbei was standing behind Zhang Qingyu. He also saw the medicinal materials written on the prescription and showed a somewhat disappointed expression. Before, he saw that Tang Feng could describe Zhang Qingyu's condition clearly and thought that he could have some magic medicine. Unexpectedly, it was just these common Chinese medicines. He felt that Tang Feng was nothing special. Seeing their expressions, Tang Feng naturally knew what they were thinking, and said calmly, "These medicinal materials are all particular. The angelica and koik seeds need to be new this year, the newer the better. The Rehmannia root must be more than 3 years old, not more than 5 years old. As for the ginseng, it must be more than 100 years old, the older the better. The snow lotus needs to be grown at an altitude of more than 4,000 meters, and cannot be cultivated artificially. It must be wild and grown for 5 years. Tang Feng explained the special requirements for the herbs in the prescription one by one. As the people present listened, their faces changed again. They originally thought that these herbs were very common, but with these restricted conditions, they immediately became difficult to find. Chu listened to Tang Feng's request, and a trace of doubt appeared on her pretty face. She said, "It's true that angelica and ginseng can regulate the heart meridian, but snow lotus and cordyceps don't seem to have this effect." Tang Feng didn't expect that this girl who looked like a high school student actually knew about Chinese medicine. He looked at her in surprise and said, "The heart belongs to fire, the liver belongs to wood, and the kidneys belong to water. Wood generates fire, and water controls fire. If you want to treat heart diseases, you need to regulate the liver and kidneys. If you adjust the wood and water to the middle state, the heart will naturally be nourished continuously. This is the fundamental way to consolidate the foundation and cultivate the source." Chu said oh and nodded gently, looking as if she had just been enlightened, which was very cute. After Tang Feng finished speaking, Zhang Qingyu asked tentatively, "Mr. Tang, do these herbs need to be boiled together? Do they need any other medicine? You just need to find it and give it to me. There is no need to ask about other things. The same medicinal material will have different effects in my hands and in the hands of others." The moment he saw Zhang Qingyu for the first time, Tang Feng had already thought of how to cure his illness. When he was cultivating immortals, he had to use elixirs to increase his own cultivation and improve the efficiency of his cultivation. Zhang Qingyu's condition only required a 1 yuan pill, which was extremely common in the starfield, to cure him instantly and enable him to reach the realm of Tongxian immediately. But on Earth, it is not so easy to refine pills. The spiritual energy here is exhausted, and those rare and precious herbs cannot grow here at all. Without herbs, Tang Feng certainly cannot refine pills. When he was the Lord of Ziwei Star, he had countless precious pills of all kinds in his hands, and he did not take them seriously at all and could reward them to others casually. But now, he can't even get a small 1 yuan pill. However, if Tang Feng had the 1 yuan pill in his hand at this moment, he would not give it to Zhang Qingyu. He was now in urgent need of repairing his damaged soul, and he needed the pill more. Without 1 yuan pill, he could only settle for the next best thing. Tang Feng weighed the medicinal herbs that could be found on Earth and wrote this prescription for Zhang Qingyu. With these medicinal herbs, he could refine Xiaoiban pill. This little Iban pill, not to mention that Tang Feng had not taken it seriously before, even in the eyes of other immortal cultivators with some cultivation, it was just an ordinary thing, and no one would pick it up if it was thrown on the ground. However, on Earth, this pill can be called an immortal pill. After Tang Feng finished speaking, he stood up and was about to leave. Chen Jianfei hurriedly asked, "Master, we have found the medicinal materials. How can we contact you?" Tang Feng gave his cell phone number. He knew that some of these herbs were hard to find. Even though the Zhang family was wealthy and powerful, it was not easy to find these herbs. It would probably take 3 to 5 days. He couldn't go to his house every day to ask if he had all the herbs, right? Zhang Jinbei quickly wrote it down and asked, "Mr. Tang, is there anything else you want to tell me?" Tang Feng glanced at Zhang Qingyu and said, "These few days, cultivate your body and mind and avoid meat and fish. It will be good for your condition." Zhang Qingyu nodded repeatedly, as if he was listening to an imperial decree. While Tang Feng was talking to the 3 people, Chu had already taken out her cell phone and saved Tang Feng's number. She also laughed softly and whispered, "Such a godlike figure actually uses a cell phone." Zhang Qingyu turned around and glared at her, fearing that Tang Feng would be angry when he heard what she said. Tang Feng didn't care, he just thought it was funny and asked, "What else? Do you rely on dreams?" No one expected that Tang Feng would say such a joking remark. They looked at each other, not knowing how to react. Chu stuck out her tongue and her face turned slightly red. In fact, Tang Feng was not a cold person at the beginning. When he was in college, he was quick-witted, eloquent, and humorous. It was these that attracted Lin Mingjia. However, the 1,000 years of fighting in the Northern Star region made his heart gradually become as hard as a stone. As his status rose, his face always had a cold expression. Chapter 40 Chapter 040 Lingji. After leaving the Zhang family's old house, Tang Feng was not in a hurry to return to Lin Mengjia's villa. Instead, he found a place full of spiritual energy among the large and small green hills and ran straight there. Last night, the little bit of magic power he had recovered with great difficulty was used up in his search for Lin Mingjia. Not only that, but the injury to his already severely damaged soul was aggravated. Although he seemed no different to others, Tang Feng himself knew that if he continued like this, he would be further and further away from his former peak state. This time, the spiritual energy gathered in a small valley. The surroundings were very quiet. The spiritual energy swirled around in the valley and gathered around a huge and lush pine tree. It lingered for a long time. Tang Feng had never seen such a big pine tree on earth. It was dark and dense, just like a dark green hill. Tang Feng's mind moved, and he flashed under the pine tree in an instant. In the darkness, his eyes were as sharp as torches, and he found a faint dark green halo under the roots of the tree. Due to the lush weeds under the tree, the halo was not conspicuous. If it were not for someone with Tang Feng's cultivation level, no one else would have noticed it at all. Tang Feng squatted down and very carefully pushed the weeds aside with his hands. As he moved, the halo became bigger and bigger. The halo was extremely soft and smooth, like a piece of ancient jade, shining through the layers of grass. Tang Feng held his breath, and his movements became softer and softer, until he cleared away the last layer of grass and saw the transparent green light below. He then breathed a sigh of relief. There is actually a Ganoderma lucidum growing under this pine tree. Ordinary Ganoderma lucidum is only a dozen centimeters tall, and its color is mostly purple or brown. This one is half a meter tall, and its cap is black with a green luster. Of course, other people cannot see this luster, but Tang Feng is the only one who can see it. This luster is the spiritual energy emitted by Ganoderma lucidum when it absorbs the essence of the sun and the moon. Judging from the appearance of this Ganoderma lucidum, it is at least 1,000 years old. No wonder the spiritual energy here gathers towards this pine tree. It turns out that it is attracted by the Ganoderma lucidum. This pine tree is probably about the same age as the Ganoderma lucidum. It has grown so lush with the spiritual energy attracted by the Ganoderma lucidum. A feeling of joy rose in Tang Feng's heart. Although he had never taken this kind of Ganoderma lucidum seriously before, it was considered a magical herb that only appeared once in 1,000 years on Earth. But after being happy, Tang Feng was in trouble again. If he picked the Ganoderma lucidum, he had to plant it in time, otherwise its spirituality would be cut off and its medicinal value would be greatly reduced. He was still living in Lin Mengjia's villa and he only had a small room. There was no suitable place to put the Ganoderma lucidum. After thinking for a while, Tang Feng put the weeds back in place. Since the Ganoderma lucidum had been growing here for 1,000 years without anyone noticing and no animals had harmed it, then it shouldn't be a problem to keep it there for a few more days. During these few days, he would think of a way to find a place to properly place it, and it wouldn't be too late to pick it back later. After doing all this, Tang Feng sat on the ground, cross-legged under the ancient pine tree and meditated, using the same method as before to absorb the spiritual energy gathered nearby into his body. At this moment, Tang Feng was in a very urgent mood. He had already made up his mind to refine a small Eben pill. He would let the Zhang family get the medicinal materials, and he didn't have to worry about it. However, if he wanted to refine the pill, he had to have a cauldron. But how could he find a cauldron on Earth at this moment? Not to mention the top-grade artifacts, even an ordinary cauldron was hard to find. However, after all, Tang Feng had experienced thousands of years of practice, so this problem would not leave him helpless. In the process of cultivating immortals, he had collected secret techniques from various sects and schools, including some unique skills. In the northern starfield, there was a sect of immortals called Yaowang sect, which focused on alchemy. They had a secret technique that allowed the cultivators themselves to be used as cauldrons to refine pills. Before, Tang Feng could easily get the divine artifact cauldron. This technique was useless to him and he didn't take it seriously at all. However, he didn't expect to be able to use this technique today. But this technique requires a cultivator to have at least reached the first level of qi refining before he can use it. Tang Feng's soul is severely damaged now. If it is not repaired, his realm will be almost gone, and he will not be able to transform himself into a cauldron to refine pills. Fortunately, he found this place tonight. After practicing for a night, it would not be a problem for him to restore his soul to the first level of qi refining. However, Tang Feng had other uses for the restored magic power. Shangguan mentioned to him before that she was too busy to protect Lin Mengjia and the little girl at the same time. Tang Feng had also thought about this. He was worried about leaving both of them to Shangguan, but he couldn't stay with the little girl all the time. He had to take advantage of the little girl's sleep to find a place with abundant spiritual energy to restore his spirit. Tang Feng remembered that there was a small self-defense formation called the Xiaolingyan Formation. It was guided by the blood of the formation master. Once the formation was set up, it would form a protective formation. If the formation master was in danger of life, the formation would be triggered, causing the formation master to enter a short period of seclusion. The length of time for seclusion depended on the formation master's magic power. This small Lingyin formation was originally a small magic spell for those beginners to protect themselves from danger. It can help them avoid danger temporarily. The requirements of this small Lingyin formation are extremely strict. The object of the formation must be inseparable from the protected person. Once separated, the formation will become ineffective. After being used once, the formation will also become ineffective and the formation master needs to set it up again. The only advantage is that it has extremely low requirements for magic. As the Lord of Ziwei Star, he has all kinds of magic and extraordinary abilities, so of course he doesn't need to use this kind of elementary life-saving spell. Even in the early stage of cultivating immortals, his cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds, and he had never used this small Lingyin formation. But now Tang Feng is in this state, and his magic can only be restored a little. The only thing he can do to use is this kind of elementary spell. The small Lingyin formation can not only be used by the formation master himself, but the formation master can also use it for other people. If the formation master sets the small Lingyin formation on someone else, he can know the person's location at any time. If the person is in danger, the formation master will also be able to sense it. However, to set up the small Lingyin formation, the formation master and the person being protected must have a blood relationship of no more than 3 generations. For Tang Feng at this moment, setting up this formation for Lin Yaoyao was really the most suitable. If anything happened to the little girl when he was away, he would know immediately. The Shaolingyin formation's concealment method could also ensure the little girl's life. But what should I use for the object that this formation is carrying? Tang Feng was pondering this question in his mind, when he suddenly remembered that the little girl had a small jade pendant around her neck. It was in the shape of a teardrop, small and exquisite. It was the one he gave to Lin Mengjia that year. He bought it with the first money he earned from working part-time in college. When Lin Mengjia received it, she hugged him excitedly and kept saying that she liked it. Thinking of what happened back then, a smile appeared on Tang Feng's face. The little girl always carried this small pendant with her body and would not take it off when she went to bed at night. After she recovered her magic power to cast a small spiritual hidden formation, she cast a formation on the pendant to prevent herself from leaving the little girl and being worried. Thinking about this, Tang Feng gradually stopped smiling, focused on guiding the spiritual energy into his body, and gradually entered a state of ecstasy. Chapter 41 Chapter 041 The Training of a Little Girl. When Tang Feng returned to Lin Mengjia's villa, it was still dark. He could feel that everything was quiet and everyone was asleep, except for a figure that flashed past Shangguan's window when he entered the villa gate. It can be seen that Shangguan stayed up all night again. Tang Feng admired Shangguan's professionalism. Although this young martial artist's realm was a little low, if he was trained well, he should be able to become a very good talent. However, Tang Feng was not too concerned about Shangguan. He gave her the secret book of cultivation only because he hoped that she could improve her strength as soon as possible and better protect Lin Mengjia. After all, there is a sect behind Shangguan. Tang Feng currently doesn't know much about her sect. If he has a conflict with Shangguan's sect in the future, Shangguan's attitude is still an unknown. Although Tang Feng doesn't take those martial arts sects seriously, he came back this time to live a happy life with Lin Mengjia and the little girl, so it's better to have less trouble than more. Tang Feng entered Lin Yaoyao's room quietly. The little girl was still asleep. Since Tang Feng came, she had been sleeping soundly. In her dreams, she always had a smile on her face, which always made Tang Feng feel warm in his heart. A red rope was faintly visible on the little girl's neck. Tang Feng remembered that after he bought the pendant, he had no money to buy a platinum necklace to match it, so he could only buy a red rope. He personally weaved the knot, tied the pendant on it and gave it to Lin Mengjia. Lin Mengjia's happy and satisfied smile still appeared in front of his eyes. At that time, Tang Feng didn't know that Lin Mengjia came from a wealthy family, and he just thought she was an ordinary student like him. Now he thought that Lin Mengjia had been treated like a little princess since she was young, and what kind of luxury jewelry would she not have? That little pendant might be the least valuable gift she had ever received, but she treasured it and always wore it. Even when Tang Feng could afford a platinum necklace, she refused to let him buy it, but was unwilling to replace the red string. Thinking back to those years, Tang Feng felt a little sad. If that accident had not happened, he would have been with Lin Mengjia for the past 6 years and would not have let her endure all the hardships alone. Now the red rope has faded, and no one knows when Lin Mengjia gave it to Lin Yaoyao. Since Lin Mengjia has kept the pendant I gave her, it means that she still has me in her heart. But what caused her attitude towards me to change so drastically? Tang Feng believed that there must be something going on, but now, since Lin Mengjia didn't say anything, he didn't ask any more questions. Right now, protecting the little girl was the most important thing. As for everything else, let time solve it. Tang Feng carefully untied the pendant from the little girl's neck, held it in his hand, and bit his left index finger to drop a drop of blood on it. At the same time, he silently recited a series of spells. As the spells were recited, the drop of blood suddenly disappeared from the surface of the pendant, as if it had melted into the pendant, leaving no trace. At the same time, a red light flashed on the pendant, and then it returned to its original appearance, as if nothing had happened. The small spiritual hidden formation had already been formed inside the pendant. Tang Feng showed a slightly relaxed smile on his face, and carefully put the pendant back on the little girl's neck. While he was doing all this, the little girl was soundly asleep and didn't notice anything at all. Although Tang Feng had a smile on his face, his body was very tired. He had used up all the magic power he had recovered tonight from the spiritual energy he had absorbed on this formation. In order to increase his hiding time, he had already used up the maximum amount of magic power he could use, which inevitably made his body, which had been severely damaged by his soul, a little overwhelmed. But despite this, Tang Feng still felt a little relieved. If he went out to practice again, he wouldn't have to worry so much. Looking at the little girl in her sleep, Tang Feng couldn't hide his gentle smile the whole time. In these 1,000 years, no one had ever seen Ziwei Star Lord's face reveal even a trace of such a happy smile from the heart. Even when he was standing on the top of the mountain and looking down on the crowd, he didn't have such a smile. Tang Feng seemed to be just looking at Lin Yaoyao, but his mind was already racing with thoughts. He had been thinking about an idea for a long time. Although the little girl now had her own protection, which could be said to be foolproof, Tang Feng was not satisfied with this. As his daughter, and the only descendant of Ziwei Star Lord in this world, she can't always be a delicate little girl who needs protection. She needs to get more, things that others can't even get. A body that is 1,000 times better than that of an ordinary person, immune to all diseases and poisons, eternal life, an undefeated appearance, and the ability to look down on the whole world and become a god in the clouds. These are what he, the apple of the eye of the dignified Ziwei Star Lord, deserves, instead of just seeking a life without worries and spending his life in mediocrity. But achieving all this is simple within the star field. Tang Feng can directly use elixirs to improve the little girl's body and realm, and then take her to practice. But on this earth, it is not an easy thing. Even Tang Feng himself has to spend a lot of time and effort to repair his soul, let alone a little girl with no foundation at all. Tang Feng was thinking in his mind that if he wanted to improve the little girl's physical strength as quickly as possible, the only feasible way was to use some medicines that could be found on Earth to make a medicinal bath and let the little girl soak in it. Although compared to his previous practice, the medicinal bath had little effect each time, it was the best way on Earth. The recipe for the medicinal bath was not a problem. Tang Feng could come up with it by himself, so it was not a difficult task. However, there was a problem that made him a little tricky. He naturally could not let other people know that he was letting the little girl take a medicinal bath, especially Lin Mengjia. However, he and the little girl went to kindergarten during the day, and he had to live in the same villa with Lin Mengjia at night. How could he hide it from her? Moreover, soaking in this medicinal bath will cause extreme pain to the body. A little girl so young and fragile, can she bear it? Whenever Tang Feng thought about the pain the little girl had to endure from the medicinal bath, he frowned and the smile on his face disappeared. He could only shake his head and sigh. Fortunately, there was no one else in the room and the little girl was sleeping soundly, otherwise if someone saw him smiling and sad at the same time, they would definitely think he was mentally ill. With a lot on his mind, Tang Feng looked at the little girl for a few minutes before reluctantly returning to his room. Chapter 42 Chapter 042 Lin Mengjia is jealous. When Lin Mengjia walked down from the second floor, she saw Tang Feng braiding the little girl's hair. Tang Feng was sitting on the sofa in the living room, and the little girl was standing in front of him with her back to him. Tang Feng did a pretty good job of combing the hair. His pair of masculine hands looked big but were quite flexible. With a few casual moves, an exquisite little braid appeared on the little girl's head. Then, he started to braid another one. It seemed that he wanted to braid a full head of small braids for the little girl. This scene made Lin Mengjia feel dazed for a moment. When she was in college, she had long hair like a black waterfall. Her waist-length hair was the envy of many girls, but it took a lot of effort to wash it every time. After being together with Tang Feng, washing her hair became Tang Feng's privilege. Tang Feng helped her wash her hair. Lin Mingjia didn't like to use a hairdryer to blow dry her hair. She felt a headache every time she did that. Tang Feng would use a highly absorbent towel to help her wipe and comb her hair slowly. He would also help her comb her hair into different styles and braid her hair. The skill that Tang Feng used to help the little girl braid her hair was learned at that time. Even after thousands of years, it was still not rusty. Just as the scenes from her college days appeared in front of Lin Mingjia's eyes, making her a little distracted, the conversation between the little girl and Tang Feng brought her back to reality. All I heard was the little girl's smiling voice, saying to Tang Feng, "Uncle Tang, Hanin asked me about you yesterday." "Oh, is that your good friend Gu Shihan? Why did she ask me what I did?" Tang Feng said with a smile while braiding her hair. He didn't care why Gu Shihan mentioned him. He just felt very happy just chatting with the little girl and talking about any topic. Hanin said that her mother will be back next week. She said she is very grateful to you and wants to treat you to dinner. I don't know if you are free. The little girl said these words in a childish voice. It seems that Gu Zhechen asked Gu Shihan to find out. Uncle is with Yao Yao. Wherever Yao Yao goes, Uncle will go. Tang Feng replied casually. Saving Gu Shihan was a piece of cake. If such a thing happened right under his nose, he would save the child even if it was a stranger, not to mention the little girl's good friend. Tang Feng didn't ask for anything in return, and he didn't have much interest in having dinner with the female star. Then, let's go eat with Hanin. The little girl seemed even more excited. She said there's a new Disney theme restaurant that's opened. You have to queue up to get in there. Her mother has already reserved a spot for her for next week. I want to go too. Okay, since Yao Yao wants to go, let's go. That's great. The little girl clapped her hands. Hanin's mom is the best. She always takes Hanin out to play. It would be great if we could go play with them every time. I really want to go wherever they go, but Mom never takes me. Uncle will accompany you from now on. Tang Feng's voice was very gentle. After braiding the last braid, he smiled and said, "Go have breakfast, and then Uncle will take you to kindergarten." Yes. The little girl nodded heavily and ran towards the restaurant, shouting, "Grandpa Zhang, I'm so hungry, I want to eat a lot." From the restaurant, the old housekeeper's extremely doting voice came, Okay, give Yao Yao lots of delicious food." Tang Feng smiled as he watched the little girl disappear at the door of the restaurant. Then, he heard a familiar voice behind him, "What, Hanin's mother? Who is she?" Tang Feng smiled helplessly, turned his head, and saw Lin Mingjia looking at him with a frown, her eyes full of scrutiny. Why did it feel like a wife catching her husband cheating? "Hanin, this is Yao Yao's good friend in kindergarten, Gu Shihan. Don't tell me you don't even know your daughter's best friend." Tang Feng looked at Lin Mingjia with a smile, his lips slightly upturned. "Of course I know about Hanin. I mean, what's going on with her mother?" Lin Mingjia still frowned, with an indescribable feeling of suffocation in her heart. The kindergarten where Lin Yao Yao attends is the best aristocratic kindergarten in Pingyang City. The tuition is extremely high and the admission requirements are very strict. The children in the kindergarten are all children or grandchildren of wealthy and noble people such as high-ranking officials and tycoons. Lin Mingjia knows several of them, who are all among the best figures in Pingyang. However, there are also more low-key parents who never reveal their true identities in front of other parents. Gu Shihan's parents are one of them. Lin Mingjia had long known that Gu Shihan was Lin Yao Yao's good friend. She had also long known that Gu Shihan had never had any parents to pick her up from kindergarten and had always been taken care of by a nanny. She had never been a gossipy person and felt that since the other person's parents did not want to be exposed, there was no need to inquire about their identities. Therefore, she had no idea who Gu Shihan's mother was. However, since Gu Shihan's mother kept her identity so secret, how could Tang Feng have secretly met her outside after only a few days of returning? And from what the little girl said just now, the two of them had already eaten together, and they were going out together next week. Lin Mingjia didn't know why, but when she thought about Tang Feng being with another woman, even if they were just having a meal, she felt very angry. She didn't think much about it and just came up to ask. Gu Shihan's mother is her mother. She is the one who gave birth to her. How else could it be? Tang Feng noticed that Lin Mingjia was a little jealous, so he pretended to be a matter of course and looked at Lin Mingjia. Lin Mengjia stamped her feet in anger. Let me ask you, how do you know her? And how do you eat with her? Tang Feng seemed to have suddenly realized something, and said with a smile, so that's what you're talking about. We just happened to meet at the playground. Two kids are good friends, so having a meal together is a normal thing, isn't it? This explanation seemed to make perfect sense, without any problems, but Lin Mengjia still felt uncomfortable and asked again, why didn't you mention it after you came back? You didn't ask me either. Tang Feng shrugged, looked at Lin Mengjia with a smile, and suddenly asked, are you jealous? Who is jealous? I just want to know about Yao Yao's situation. Don't be so self-indulgent. There is no such thing. Who cares which woman you have dinner with? Lin Mengjia's face turned red, and she retorted rapidly. Then she turned around and ran back up the stairs, almost bumping into Shangguan, who was walking down the stairs. Chapter 43 Chapter 043 Lin Mengjia's worries. Shangguan stood halfway up the stairs, looking at Lin Mengjia with a look of surprise, who looked depressed and obviously angry because of humiliation, and ran back to her room, and slammed the door. In the living room downstairs, Tang Feng, who seemed to be smiling, was standing here, looking at this side. Shangguan was a little embarrassed, not knowing whether to go up or down. He stood there for a full minute. Only when he saw Tang Feng enter the restaurant did he breathe a sigh of relief, walk downstairs, hesitate for a moment, and go to the restaurant to have breakfast. As soon as he entered the restaurant, Shangguan saw Tang Feng sitting with the little girl, eating, drinking, talking and laughing, as if nothing had happened. Seeing Shangguan coming in, the little girl smiled and greeted her, Auntie Shangguan, good morning. Shangguan smiled and nodded to her, good morning, Yao Yao, did you sleep well last night? Well, I also dreamed of unicorns. The little girl laughed very happily. Shangguan's smile became even more intense. Since Tang Feng came, the little girl had indeed changed a lot. She ate well and slept well. Not only the little girl, but Shangguan herself felt much more at ease than usual. Even when Tang Feng left, she felt more secure than usual. At least if something really happened, she had someone to turn to instead of fighting alone. Tang Feng's eyes were always on the little girl. He smiled and saw Shangguan walk into the restaurant and sit opposite him. He raised his head slightly, smiled at her, and then looked back at the little girl. It was a normal smile, as if saying hello, but it made Shangguan's body stiffen for a moment. The smile that was still on her face froze in an instant and then disappeared without a trace. For some reason, although he knew that Tang Feng was on the same side as him and that he had no ill will towards him, Shangguan felt a chill when he saw him looking at him more with that vague smile on his face. Seeing that the little girl had a much better appetite, the old housekeeper was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. He kept serving her all kinds of delicious food. However, even though the little girl had a good appetite in the past 2 days, how could she, a 5-year-old girl, eat so much? In the blink of an eye, the table was already filled with all kinds of delicious food, which left Shangguan dumbfounded. There had never been such a scene before. Every time, the little girl would cry out that she was full after taking a few bites and refused to eat more. It seemed that Tang Feng not only had amazing cultivation, but was also very capable in dealing with children. Although there were many kinds of delicacies in front of her, Shangguan, as a cultivator, never overate and ate very regularly every day. She only took a glass of milk, and fried egg, and a few slices of bread, and ate quietly, as if she didn't notice the many other delicacies. The little girl quickly finished her breakfast, waved to Shangguan, said goodbye to the old housekeeper, and skipped out of the restaurant. Tang Feng also got up and followed her, ready to take her to kindergarten. Seeing Tang Feng had already walked to the door of the restaurant, Shangguan couldn't help but said to him, you better be careful today. The Zheng family will not give up easily. They must have found out about Miss Lin. It's no secret that you are Yao Yao's bodyguard. Sooner or later they will know that it was you who did it. Even if you don't take them seriously, at least you should pay more attention to the safety of Miss Lin and Yao Yao. Tang Feng turned to look at Shangguan. She had never spoken to him in such a serious and slightly demanding tone, which surprised him. But then, he smiled easily and said calmly, let them investigate. I can't control their affairs. Maybe they think it was you who did it. After all, you are Lin Mengjia's official bodyguard. In terms of ability, you can do the same thing. After saying that, Tang Feng walked away, leaving Shangguan dumbfounded. As soon as Tang Feng left the door, Lin Mengjia walked into the restaurant, still frowning and looking unhappy. Seeing her like this, and considering her reaction in the morning, Shangguan could easily figure out that this matter must be related to Tang Feng. Although Shangguan had some guesses about the past between the two, he never asked any questions. As a smart person, Shangguan knew what to ask and what not to ask. Although she had a good relationship with Lin Mengjia, who treated her like her own sister, she understood that she was just her bodyguard. She just had to do her job well. If it was not her business, she would just pretend she didn't see it to avoid unnecessary trouble. Lin Mengjia sat down next to Shangguan. The old housekeeper brought her breakfast. Lin Mengjia thanked him and put the breakfast in front of her, but she had no appetite. She still frowned, with a depressed look on her face. The old housekeeper didn't know what had just happened in the living room, and asked Lin Mengjia with great concern, "Miss, what's wrong? Is it because of the company's affairs that made you feel bad?" "No, the company is doing well now. You don't have to worry about me. It's just some small things." Lin Mengjia forced a smile at the old butler. Shangguan ate her breakfast silently, and then waited for Lin Mengjia. Lin Mengjia looked at her, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. After a while, she asked, "Shangguan, don't you have friends in the police station? How is that matter going?" Shangguan shook his head gently. "It's still the same, there is no change. It seems that the Zhang family is determined to do it themselves." Lin Mengjia couldn't help but sigh heavily. The worry on her face became even darker, and she murmured, "I knew they wouldn't give up easily. Zhang Jinshua is the eldest grandson of the Zhang family, and he holds a high position. How could he just suffer in silence like this?" The old butler couldn't help but widen his eyes when listening to the conversation between the two. The fact that the third-generation eldest master of the Pingyang Zhang family was attacked and seriously injured had become big news yesterday and was widely spread in the streets. Although ordinary people didn't know the details, this incident itself was explosive news enough. Of course, the old butler had heard about it, but didn't think much about it. Listening to what Lin Mengjia and Shangguan said, and thinking about the conversation between Shangguan and Tang Feng just now, it seems that the matter of the young master of the Zhang family is related to these three people. The old housekeeper asked nervously, "Are you talking about the young master of the Zhang family being beaten? Could it be that he did this?" Neither Lin Mengjia nor Shangguan answered, but the expressions on their faces clearly showed their agreement. The old housekeeper immediately broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, "What should we do? Pingyang is the territory of the Zhang family. If we injure the young master of the Zhang family, we will be in great trouble. What should we do?" Chapter 44 Chapter 044 Spokesperson. Seeing the old butler so nervous, Lin Mengjia regretted letting him know about this. She wanted to say something to comfort him, but for a moment, she felt her mind was in a mess and she couldn't think of any good reason. Shangguan was quick to respond and said, "It's not a big deal. Tang Feng will take care of it. Uncle Zhang, you don't have to worry about it. Miss Lin, you don't have to worry too much. I told you before that you just need to trust Tang Feng." "Oh, why do you believe Tang Feng? It's not his fault. Nothing like this happened before he came." The old housekeeper shook his head again and again, his face full of anxiety. "He hit the young master of the Zhang family, the Pingyang Zhang family. How can this be tolerated? When I heard about this incident yesterday, I was thinking, who was so bold as to hit the young master of the Zhang family? He must be tired of living. I didn't expect that this person is right next to me. Alas, miss, you let him come here, but you are inviting trouble. Uncle Zhang, things are not what you think. Tang Feng didn't cause trouble for no reason. He was trying to save me." Seeing that the old housekeeper thought that all the faults were on Tang Feng, Lin Mengjia couldn't help but defend him. "What?" The old housekeeper's mumbling was interrupted by Lin Mengjia, and he was a little surprised. "Miss, what's going on?" Lin Mengjia was certainly not in the mood to explain to the old housekeeper what happened before, but she had to say it, so she simply said, "Zhang Jinshua had ill intentions towards me, so Tang Feng taught him a lesson." "Uncle Zhang, don't say these things in front of Tang Feng. Since I have already asked him to be Yao Yao's bodyguard, I trust him. I will find a way to solve this matter, and you can just pretend you don't know." "How could I pretend I didn't know about such a big thing? Miss, do you think that an old man like me is useless and can't help you? I am loyal to the Lin family. Even if it costs my life, I can't just watch you being bullied by the Zhang family." The old butler looked aggrieved and angry. Shangguan smiled helplessly and said, "Uncle Zhang, you should listen to Miss Lin and let us handle this matter. What can you do? Can you reason with the Zhang family in Pingyang?" Pingyang? That's right. The Zhang family is only so powerful in Pingyang. Once they leave Pingyang and Nanhai, they won't be so powerful anymore. Miss, let's go back to Yinjing. Once we go back to Yanjing, then. Impossible. Lin Mengjia's expression suddenly changed. A layer of frost instantly covered her face, and her tone became stiff. No matter what happens, I will never go back to Yanjing. The old butler was stunned for a moment. Usually, Lin Mengjia was always polite when speaking to him, but she had never been so cold before, which surprised him a little. Lin Mengjia took a breath and realized that her attitude was a bit bad. She continued, "Others don't know my situation back then, but you, Uncle Zhang, know it very well. I have cut off all ties with my family. I swore that even if I died of cold or hunger outside, I would never go back to the Lin family to live a miserable life. Have you forgotten? Now you want me to go back. Are you asking me to break my promise?" The old housekeeper wiped the sweat from his forehead and said hurriedly, "Miss, those were all words you said in anger. No matter how you quarreled with the master, you are father and daughter after all. How can you just break up and never go back? You know the master's style of doing things. He is a big shot and he wants to save face. Although he is strict with you on the surface, he loves you in his heart. You are in trouble now. You go home and ask your father for help, not an outsider. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Lin Mengjia sneered and said, "Even if I want to go back, I won't go back to beg him. Instead, when I am stronger than him, I will go back to let him see if I can survive without him." Shangwan was not very interested in Lin Mengjia's family affairs or any conflicts she had with her family before. She was more concerned about the current situation. Seeing that the old housekeeper wanted to say something, she hurriedly said, "Miss Lin, you have a morning meeting today. The time is almost up. If you don't leave now, it may be too late." Lin Mengjia immediately understood and stood up and said, "I almost forgot. Let's go." After that, the two of them hurried out the door. The old housekeeper was still standing there and said, "What do you mean by severing the relationship completely? Can the bloodline be severed? Isn't the blood flowing the same? Isn't the stubbornness in the bones the same? Alas, there is really nothing we can do." Lin Mengjia sat in her red Cayenne, watched Shangwan start the car, and slowly drove out of the gate of the community. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, "These days, everything has really come together. I am a little overwhelmed." Shangwan smiled calmly and said, "It will be over soon. After all, a big thing has been solved, right?" Lin Mengjia knew what Shangwan was talking about, and a smile appeared on her face. She said, "Well, this was a concern of mine before. I thought Meng Tang was going to fail, but who could have thought that things would turn around and Sui Sui Wuhan would be reborn? If this set of skincare products is launched, the first step of Meng Tang's transformation will be a success." At this point, Lin Mengjia's face showed a puzzled expression again, and she said to herself, "But I still don't understand how he got this prescription." Shangwan didn't answer, nor did she know how to answer. There were so many unexpected things about Tang Feng that she couldn't understand or explain to Lin Mengjia. However, Lin Mengjia did not expect her answer, but continued, "No matter how it came about, I am too busy to get to the bottom of it. These days, I have to keep an eye on the RD department. There can't be any problems this time. There are only 3 weeks left before the press conference, and there are still some outstanding issues that have not been resolved." Shangwan nodded and said, "If you have to work overtime, I will always be with you. Yao Yao has him here, you can rest assured. I feel relieved that he is protecting Yao Yao, but the Zhang family. If the Zhang family really finds him, it won't be a bad thing. They dare not act rashly." "Are you sure?" "Sure." Shangwan answered firmly. "If that's the case, I..." Lin Mengjia's voice dropped, and she seemed to say something else, but Shangwan didn't hear it clearly. When she raised her voice, she was talking about something else, the spokesperson we signed before sued us for breach of contract. Although we are sure to win the lawsuit, we can't continue to use her as the spokesperson. We have to replace her. Recently, I need to find a new spokesperson and have to leave Pingyang." Shangwan nodded and said, "I have no problem. I can go anywhere with you." Chapter 45 Chapter 045 Little Princess. Tang Feng parked the car in the parking lot outside the little girl's kindergarten and did not leave. He stayed in the car, waiting to pick up the little girl after school. Although the small Lingxi formation had been set up next to the little girl, Tang Feng was still reluctant to stay too far away from her unless there was something important. After all, the little girl's safety was the most important thing to him. Besides, it was daytime and the streets were full of people. In order to avoid trouble, Tang Feng did not want to use his strength in public. If he wanted to go to the place of practice, he would have to drive there. As long as he thought about the traffic jam on the road, he thought it would be better to wait here honestly. Taking advantage of having nothing to do during the day, Tang Feng used his mobile phone to search for various news to learn about what major events had happened in China and even on the entire Earth during the time he was away, and also to take a look at the current situation in Pyongyang. Just when Tang Feng was feeling a little bored, his cell phone rang and the caller ID showed it was Shangguan. She called me at this time. Could it be that Lin Mengjia was in danger? Tang Feng quickly answered the phone, and after a hello he heard Shangguan lower his voice and said to him, "I will be accompanying Miss Lin away from Pyongyang for a few days. I am worried that the Zhang family will take some action. After thinking about it, I decided to tell you about the situation." Leaving Pyongyang? What is she going to do? Tang Feng was a little surprised. He knew that Lin Mengjia was now busy with the research and development and production of new skincare products. The factories of Mengtang Group were all located in Pyongyang. Why would she leave at this time? The celebrity who previously endorsed the timeless product sued Miss Lin's company for breach of contract. Although Miss Lin now has the prescription you gave her and can make a comeback, this news is confidential and people outside are unaware of it. Many people are waiting to see Meng Tang make a fool of herself. This celebrity was probably instructed by the people behind the scenes to do this. But no matter what, Miss Lin, the spokesperson, must be replaced. She's going to find a new spokesperson? Tang Feng understood Shangguan's words. Yes, after all, Pyongyang is not a place where celebrities gather. Miss Lin positioned the Timeless series as a high-end international line, so she must be looking for a big star. Although she hasn't mentioned the destination yet, I guess it should be to Shanghai. Although Tang Feng knew that it was impossible for the Zhang family to retaliate against Lin Mengjia, he always felt that there was someone behind Lin Mengjia who wanted to attack her and the people around her. The little girl and Shangguan were both targets. If Lin Mengjia left Pyongyang and something really happened to her, he would be unable to take care of her. At this time, he really couldn't let her get too far away from him. Tang Feng took a deep breath and said, "Okay, I get it. The spokesperson issue is not a difficult problem. If you have a way, it would be best to hold her back for a few days. After this weekend, I will give her an answer." Shangguan was silent for 2 seconds before he said hesitantly, "I'll try." Although Shangguan has always been by Lin Mengjia's side, she never interferes in her affairs. She always does whatever Lin Mengjia says and follows her wherever she is asked to go. Tang Feng's request really makes her feel a little embarrassed. But Shangguan also understood that the only person she could trust now was Tang Feng. Unknowingly, she had been acting completely in accordance with Tang Feng's requests. After hanging up the call with Shangguan, Tang Feng looked through the few contacts in his phone. When he saw one of the names, a faint smile appeared on his face. This name was exactly the object of Lin Mengjia's jealousy early in the morning, the big star Gu Jiechen. Tang Feng quickly searched for information about Gu Jiechen. At the beginning, he knew that Gu Jiechen was just a new member of the girl group. He didn't know how popular she was now. Tens of millions of news items about Gu Jiechen popped up all at once, and this amount of information undoubtedly showed that she was now a top-tier celebrity. Tang Feng glanced through a few pages and was somewhat surprised at how popular Gu Jiechen was now. Among the actresses of the same age in China, she was considered one of the best. She had won numerous awards, her movies were hits, and her box office was extremely high. Not only was she very popular in China, she had also won awards internationally, and had starred in several multinational blockbusters, all of which had a very good reputation. If Gu Jiechen could be the spokesperson for Mengtang Group's ageless series of skincare products, Lin Mengjia would surely be very satisfied. This status would definitely be better than that of previous spokespersons. Tang Feng searched for Gu Jiechen's endorsement brands again. Coincidentally, her contract with an internationally renowned cosmetics company had just expired, and there was no definite news on whether the contract would be renewed. Tang Feng couldn't help but smile. Gu Jiechen had asked him through Gu Shirhan to take the little girl out for dinner on the weekend. Originally, he was not very interested in this, but now it seems that he has to go. The day passed very peacefully. Tang Feng picked up the little girl from school as usual. It was the baby-faced teacher Wang who sent her out. When she saw Tang Feng, she looked apologetic and kept saying, "Mr. Tang, please don't take what I said yesterday to heart. I am really sorry." "Nothing," Tang Feng waved his hands indifferently. Teacher Wang had already apologized to him yesterday, so it wasn't a big deal. Of course, he didn't care. Tang Feng happily picked up the little girl and asked her, "Are you happy today?" "I'm happy. I learned a new story today. Uncle, can I tell it to you? The little girl hooked her arms around Tang Feng's neck and smiled cutely. Okay, go home and tell your uncle. Come, say goodbye to the teacher. We are going home. Goodbye, Teacher Wang. The little girl waved to Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang also smiled and waved to her. Goodbye, Yao Yao, see you tomorrow. As she spoke, her gaze fell on Tang Feng's face again and she smiled at him gently. Tang Feng didn't care much about it. He just nodded and smiled politely, then got into the car with the little girl. On the way back, the little girl couldn't wait to say to Tang Feng, Uncle, I have told Hanin that we will go to Disney restaurant together on the weekend. She said that she can dress up as a princess in the restaurant. I want to dress up as Snow White, okay? Of course. Yao Yao is so cute, why does she need to dress up as a princess? You are the little princess yourself. Tang Feng smiled from ear to ear. If she were in the Northern Star region, the daughter of the Purple Star Lord would be a legitimate princess. Anyone who saw her would have to worship her properly. But staying on this earth would be an injustice to his bloodline. However, according to the plan made by Tang Feng, if it can be implemented and the little girl is given a medicinal bath, in time, the little girl will be able to rely on her own abilities to become a proud princess here and look down on the world. Chapter 46 Chapter 046 All Eyes. Lin Mingjia, wearing a white doctor's coat, had been standing outside the glass wall of the large laboratory of the research department, staring inside without blinking, with an extremely focused expression. It seemed that she didn't even dare to breathe loudly for fear of disturbing the people inside. In fact, the glass wall has excellent sound insulation. Several members of the RD team who are also wearing white coats are busy with their work. Everyone is running around, talking hurriedly for a few moments, and then observing the experimental results. No one will be affected by her at all, but even so, Lin Mingjia still looks nervous. Shangguan was standing not far behind Lin Mingjia. Although he was not as nervous as Lin Mingjia, his expression was also very solemn. He frowned slightly, and looked like he was worried about something. After standing like this for more than 2 hours, the head of the RD team in the laboratory suddenly turned around, smiled, and made an okay gesture to Lin Mingjia. Lin Mingjia's tense face finally showed a slightly relaxed smile. Lin Mingjia turned around and smiled at Shangguan behind her. The test was very successful. If there are no unexpected situations in the next 3 days, we can proceed to the next step according to the procedure. It will be in time for the press conference. Are you going to keep staring at me like this these days? Shangguan asked casually. Lin Mingjia nodded, and then laughed self-deprecatingly. Although I don't know much about RD, even if I keep an eye on it, it won't do anything, but I can't rest assured when I'm not here. These 3 days are crucial to me and the entire Mengtang group. If something unexpected really happens, there will be no way back. Shangguan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since Lin Mingjia was going to stay here all the time, she would not leave Pingyang for at least 3 days. Tang Feng asked him to hold Lin Mingjia for a few days. Although he did not say the specific number of days, 3 days should be enough, right? If it is not enough, he will find a way when the time comes. Lin Mingjia walked towards the door of the laboratory, saying as she walked, although this matter went smoothly, I am still worried about the Zhang family. I have to find an opportunity to find out what the Zhang family is saying. The Zhang family is also strange. With their ability, it is not a piece of cake for them to investigate something in Pingyang. These 2 days have passed, why is there still no movement? If they really take action, I can also think of a way to deal with it, but they have not taken any action, which makes me feel difficult. Shangguan followed Lin Mingjia silently. Although she kept persuading Lin Mingjia that she just needed to trust Tang Feng, she was a little worried in her heart. She didn't know whether what Tang Feng said this morning was true or a joke. If the Zhang family really believed that she had injured Zhang Jinhua, this would really be a headache for her. But now I really don't know who to ask about this matter. Lin Mingjia sighed, sounding a little frustrated. Pingyang is a place that is neither small nor big. There are only a few people in the upper-class circle. Lin Mingjia knows very well that her matter has been widely spread. The Zhang family is such a big name that any small matter can be discussed for days, let alone such big news as the eldest grandson being beaten and seriously injured. That night, I went to a cocktail party. Although it was almost over and many people were drunk, many people saw me go there and drink with Zhang Jinhua. Although Lin Mingjia didn't know what happened afterwards, it was impossible that no one saw Zhang Jinhua taking her away from the party. There were also more than a dozen bodyguards in Zhang Jinhua's villa. They all watched Tang Feng take action and knew the whole story. As long as the Zhang family asked them, the truth would be revealed. Lin Mingjiao was well informed and had been paying attention to the developments of this matter. She already knew that this matter was a secret known to almost everyone in the upper class of Pingyang. Many people also spread various versions of the so-called events, some of which were very absurd, but some were very close to the truth. Since those irrelevant people can use this matter as a topic of conversation after dinner, why is the Zhang family silent? Just as Lin Mingjiao worried, indeed, all the upper-class figures in Pingyang knew about this matter. For many people, even though this matter had nothing to do with them, they investigated and inquired about it out of curiosity. In just 2 days, these gossipers really found out what happened. In fact, this matter was not difficult to investigate. Almost everyone knew that Zhang Jinhua had coveted Lin Mingjiao for a long time. Some people also witnessed him taking Lin Mingjiao away at the cocktail party. When the news that Zhang Jinhua was beaten came out, some people secretly speculated that it was because he had flirted with Lin Mingjiao, and some fragmentary rumors that followed further confirmed this point. At this time, these people in Pingyang's upper echelons were clearly divided into 2 factions. One faction was secretly worried about Lin Mingjiao. The news that Mingtang Group had problems had already spread, and with this incident, it was feared that Lin Mingjiao would really have difficulty gaining a foothold in Pingyang. But sympathy was sympathy, and worry was worry. At this time, no one dared to ask Lin Mingjiao any more questions, let alone lend a helping hand. The other group, on the other hand, is gloating and is just waiting to see Lin Mingjiao get into trouble and the Mingtang Group go out of business, just like Sun Lily, the president of Liren Rongzhuang. In the office of the CEO of Liren Rongzhuang in Pingyang Huanyu building, Sun Lily smiled very proudly and said to her deputy manager He Yuandong, Lin Mingjiao is dead. This time, she will cry and kneel in front of her uncle-in-law and swear to change her ways. He Yuandong was tall and handsome, and had outstanding looks. However, he looked so flattering as he nodded and bowed to Sun Lily, which was inconsistent with his appearance. He echoed, the bank refused to lend, and no one injected capital. Meng Tang Group's working capital was invested in that skincare brand, and it is now in jeopardy. In addition, her blind bodyguard injured the young master of the Zhang family. She can't stay in Pingyang anyway. Ha, that girl named Shangwan doesn't know her place. She relies on her ability to look down on others. This time, let's see how she ends up. The Zhang family will never let her go. No, it's them. Sun Lily was about 35 or 36 years old. She was pretty and could be considered a beauty. But the smile on her face at this moment was extremely ferocious and seemed a little scary. Chapter 47 Chapter 047 Disney. Lin Mingjia came back a little earlier than the day before, with a smile on her face. Tang Feng could see that she was in a much better mood than the previous 2 days. Her voice was also a lot more relaxed when she spoke, and she seemed in high spirits. When the little girl saw Lin Mingjia coming in, she happily ran over to ask for a hug, looking very excited. Lin Mingjia smiled and picked her up and asked, Yao Yao, did you attend class well today? Were you obedient? I was very obedient today. The teacher praised me again and gave me a little red flower. The little girl kissed Lin Mingjia on the face and answered with a smile. Her cute big eyes twinkled with a happy expression. Tang Feng smiled as he watched the closeness between mother and daughter. This scene had appeared in his dreams before. The 3 of them were so happy together, and when they looked at each other, the air was filled with warmth and love. In the bloody battle, this was the only beautiful dream that comforted him. It was the hope that had sustained him for so long and that allowed him to return to Earth. But the gap between ideal and reality is always huge. When Lin Mingjia looked at Tang Feng, the smile on her face disappeared instantly, replaced by a complex expression of worry and doubt. Tang Feng naturally understood what Lin Mingjia was thinking. He smiled at her and said nothing. The little girl didn't know what happened in those 2 short seconds, nor did she know the many thoughts that flashed through Lin Mingjia's mind. She still said to Lin Mingjia excitedly, Mom, my uncle is going to take me to Disney restaurant on the weekend. Can you go with us? Lin Mingjia blurted out without thinking, Are you going with Gu Shihan's mother? The little girl nodded and said, Well, Hanin's mother has already reserved a seat. Mom, you should come with us. Hanin's mother is very beautiful. She is the second most beautiful mother in the world besides you. When Lin Mingjia heard the little girl say that Gu Shihan's mother was beautiful, she almost nodded in agreement immediately. However, when she thought about Tang Feng going to have dinner with a beautiful woman, even with a child, she felt uncomfortable. But at this moment, Lin Mingjia inadvertently glanced at Tang Feng and saw that he was looking at her with a smile, as if he had guessed what was in her mind, and his smile was so hateful. Lin Mengjia immediately frowned, glared at Tang Feng, and said to the little girl, "Mom has been very busy at work these days and doesn't have time to take you out to play. Just go with Uncle Tang. Mom will accompany you when there's a chance in the future, okay?" The little girl had long been accustomed to Lin Mengjia's busy work. Although she was very disappointed, she still nodded sensibly. Tang Feng was still looking at Lin Mengjia and listening to her talk with a smile on his face. When he heard her refusal, it seemed as if he had thought of it a long time ago. The smile on his face became even more obvious. Lin Mengjia showed a very depressed look on her face. She wanted to say something, but because of the little girl, she couldn't speak, so she could only stare at Tang Feng and be angry. Tang Feng was not going to give up so easily. He seemed to speak to the little girl, but his words were obviously directed to Lin Mengjia. With a half smile on his face, he said, "Hanin's mother only invited us. It would be very rude for us to bring others without their consent." The little girl said "oh" as if she suddenly understood something, and nodded heavily, "I know." Lin Mengjia couldn't help but roll her eyes. She couldn't bear it any longer and said, "It's just a restaurant. Yao Yao, Mom will also make a reservation and take you there alone." The little girl immediately shook her head. "Hanin said that the seat has been booked for 2 months later. I don't want to wait that long. I want to dress up as a princess and take photos with Hanin." Lin Mengjia was helpless and depressed. She had nothing to say for a moment. She could only put the little girl down and walked towards the stairs. When she passed Tang Feng, she lowered her voice and said in his ear through gritted teeth, "You'd better be careful, don't get beaten by her husband, don't feel wronged when the time comes." Tang Feng looked innocent, blinked his eyes, and whispered back, "What a coincidence, she doesn't have a husband and is a single mother, so she doesn't have this worry." Lin Mengjia's expression froze for a moment, and then she slowly showed a mixed expression. Then, without saying anything else, she walked towards her room on the second floor. Shangguan followed Lin Mengjia into the room, silently watching what seemed to be a warm scene of a family of 3, with a blank expression on her face. She didn't speak to Tang Feng, but just followed Lin Mengjia to the second floor. The little girl had no idea about the undercurrents between Tang Feng and Lin Mengjia. She skipped back to Tang Feng and continued to read storybooks and tell stories with him. Her good mood was not affected at all. There was an obvious smile on Tang Feng's face, and the sound of his storytelling became even more cheerful. When night fell, Tang Feng left the villa as usual. When he left, he looked back at the villa. Only Shangguan's room was still lit, while everyone else's room was dark. Tang Feng thought about it and sent a message to Shangguan, "I have made arrangements, you don't need to stay up all night. Then sneak into the night silently." Shangguan, who received the message, was standing at the window, watching Tang Feng walk out the door. He saw him stop at the door and take out his mobile phone to send a message. He was still wondering who he was sending it to, but then he heard the text message alert tone of his mobile phone. After seeing the message, Shangguan's eyes were filled with doubt. She didn't see Tang Feng do anything, nor did she sense the presence of any other powerful people nearby. How did he arrange it? Although she was puzzled, Shangguan knew that Tang Feng's abilities were beyond her imagination. Since Tang Feng didn't need her to keep watch, she would just obey. Shangguan walked to a table in her room and took out the notebook that Tang Feng had given her. She had read the contents of this notebook several times and almost memorized it by heart. However, due to many things to do, she had not had time to practice according to the methods in it. She opened the notebook, read the contents silently again, and then sat cross-legged on the bed. Following the mantra of the mental method, Shangguan controlled his breathing. Slowly, he felt that his surroundings were becoming increasingly quiet, as if a kind of power was quietly sprouting within his body. Shangguan had felt this kind of power before during her practice, but never such a clear feeling. Before, she could only feel it vaguely but could not grasp it. But now, she could realize that she could guide this power. Chapter 48 Chapter 048 Former Classmates. Tang Feng came to the place where the Ganoderma lucidum was located in Dacheng Mountain again. The spiritual energy that circulated yesterday had condensed a lot more. Tang Feng looked around and explored the area within a few miles, and found that there was no sign that anyone had been here. Some intelligent wild animals, sensing the gathering of spiritual energy, would come to rest nearby, but no one came close to harm or eat the Ganoderma lucidum. Tang Feng meditated next to the Ganoderma lucidum again, using his mental formula to absorb the essence of the nearby spiritual energy. After some practice, he felt an indescribable power in his limbs and bones, and his true energy could be felt slightly stronger. However, in Tang Feng's opinion, it was still unsatisfactory. He only recovered a little bit of his magic power, which was negligible compared to before. Fortunately, the secret technique of the Medicine King sect that allows one to transform oneself into a cauldron does not require very high magic power. Tang Feng's magic power is just enough to use it. If the Zhang family can get the medicine on the prescription in the next 2 days, Tang Feng can help Zhang Qingyu refine the pill at any time. When it was getting light, Tang Feng returned to the villa as usual. Every move he made was extremely secretive. He never walked under the camera and was always in the blind spot of the surveillance. No one had ever noticed his whereabouts. The old housekeeper, Lin Mengjia, and the little girl were naturally unaware of it. Shanghuan was probably the only one who knew that he had left. After breakfast early in the morning, Tang Feng sent the little girl to kindergarten. The car stopped in the parking lot. He held the little girl in his arms and walked towards the kindergarten. The two talked and laughed, as happy as every day. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the kindergarten, Tang Feng suddenly heard a man's voice behind him calling him, "Tang Feng?" The voice sounded familiar, with a hint of hesitation. Tang Feng felt as if he had heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. He looked back and saw a black Mercedes parked on the road behind him. The owner was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He was leaning out of the window and waving at him with a surprised look on his face. "It's Yang Fan." Tang Feng recognized the car owner, smiled faintly and nodded at him. This man was his high school classmate. They were not very close, but they were in the same class and knew each other well. Yang Fan was considered a prominent figure in school back then, mainly thanks to his father. Yang Fan's father, Yang Hongwen, is also a well-known figure in Pingyang. Although he is not as wealthy and famous as the Zhang family, his family assets are tens of millions and the business he runs is quite profitable. In his high school, such a family background is already one of the best. Yang Hongwen has also made a lot of donations to their school, so naturally Yang Fan is well known in the school. "Old classmate, long time no see." Yang Fan parked the car on the side of the road and walked towards Tang Feng. He was wearing a neat suit, which was obviously a famous brand, and looked very energetic. Tang Feng smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, we haven't seen each other since we graduated from high school. It has indeed been a long time since we last met." In Tang Feng's time, thousands of years have passed. The world has changed dramatically. If he was not the Lord of Ziwei Star with superhuman memory and all the things were stored in his brain, he would have probably forgotten this ordinary person who was as insignificant as a grass in the world long ago. "Is this little girl your daughter? She looks quite like you." Yang Fan glanced at the little girl in Tang Feng's arms and said with a smile, "There were rumors that you died in an accident, and your classmates were very sad and mourned you. I didn't expect it to be false. You ran away to get married in another place, right? Even your child has grown up so big." Tang Feng smiled and looked at the little girl. In fact, he always thought that the little girl looked like Lin Mengjia. Yang Fan said this probably just out of courtesy, but Tang Feng still felt very comfortable. He smiled and said, "No, this is the child of my employer's family." "Employer?" Yang Fan's expression seemed a little strange. He looked Tang Feng up and down and saw that he was wearing very ordinary casual clothes and a pair of domestic non-famous brand sneakers. It looked like this outfit cost only a few hundred yuan. Faced with Yang Fan's slightly rude behavior, Tang Feng didn't care at all, and still said with a smile, "I am her bodyguard." TSK, did I hear correctly? Tang Feng, our academic nerd, who ranks first in the grade every year, is extremely talented and intelligent, and was the only one in the school who was admitted to Yenching University. Now he is working as a bodyguard for a little girl in kindergarten? Yang Fan's expression seemed extremely exaggerated, and his voice rose a few notches, attracting the attention of passers-by. Tang Feng smiled nonchalantly. "What academic tyrant, that was all a joke back then. I think being a bodyguard is pretty good, especially for such a cute little girl." As he spoke, Tang Feng looked at the little girl and smiled at her gently. The little girl immediately laughed and clapped her hands and said, yes, I like Uncle Tang as my bodyguard the most." In fact, this little girl didn't know what a bodyguard was at all. She just felt very happy that Tang Feng was always by her side. She thought that a bodyguard should be someone who accompanied her like this. Apart from Tang Feng, she would never accept anyone else like this. Yang Fan still looked surprised and said half-jokingly, "Aren't bodyguards all martial arts masters? There are also special forces soldiers and so on. I don't remember you learning martial arts or serving in the army. So, is this considered self-taught? Or can't you find another job? As for other jobs, I have done some, but in the end I still think this is the best." For example, Ziwei Star Lord governs the entire northern star region and is the king of that world. All people submit to him and no one dares to look up at him. However, Tang Feng feels that being a king is not as good as staying with the little girl. Yang Fan raised his chin slightly, still smiling, but revealing a hint of mockery, and said, "Old classmate, if you really can't find a good job, I can provide you with an opportunity. Oh, by the way, I'm working in my father's company now, as the deputy general manager. It's just a matter of a word to hire an employee. I just happen to be in need of a secretary, so why don't you come over? The salary is definitely more than what you can earn as a bodyguard." "Thank you, but I still prefer to be a bodyguard." Tang Feng declined politely with a smile on his face. While the two were talking, the kindergarten teacher came to the school gate to pick up the children. When Teacher Wang saw Tang Feng, she waved to him and said with a smile, "Mr. Tang, leave Yao Yao to me. I will take her in." Chapter 49 Chapter 049 Classmates. "Thank you very much." Tang Feng thanked Teacher Wang, shook the little girl's hand, and said with a smile, "Go to school obediently, and Uncle will pick you up after school." "Goodbye, Uncle." Tang Feng handed the little girl to Teacher Wang. When he saw her chatting and laughing with the little girl into the kindergarten, he turned around and said to Yang Fan, "I think being a bodyguard is pretty good. I don't have to go to work from 9 to 5, and there are no worries. I just need to accompany this little girl. The employer's family also provides food and accommodation." After hearing what Tang Feng said, Yang Fan's eyes almost popped out. After a long while, he said, "Tang Feng, am I right? Are you still the same Tang Feng? A graduate of Yinjing University, how could you be reduced to being a bodyguard? If you really like this job, come to my company, and I'll let you be the security captain, okay?" Tang Feng almost laughed out loud. He barely suppressed the urge to laugh, shook his head, and said, "I'm telling the truth. I haven't thought about changing jobs yet. You're the deputy general manager, so you must be very busy, right? If you're in a hurry to go to work, I won't waste your time." Reminded by Tang Feng, Yang Fan hurriedly checked his watch. His movements were very exaggerated, revealing the bright gold Rolex on his wrist. He looked at it for a full 10 seconds before he said loudly, "Oh, it's already this late, and I have a meeting. It's really too late. Old classmate, let's leave contact information. What's your mobile number? WeChat is your mobile number, right? I'll add you." When Tang Feng left the Earth, WeChat had just been launched for more than a year. At that time, not many people used it, and most people were still using QQ. Tang Feng registered an account but rarely used it. Unexpectedly, after he came back, he found that almost everyone was using WeChat, so he got his account back. Currently, the only friend he had was Lin Mengjia. Lin Mengjia's WeChat seems to be used for work, and she doesn't usually post any moments. Tang Feng once looked through her history records and found only a few messages, all of which were work-related. There were not even selfies or photos of little girls. It didn't look like the moments of a woman of her age. Tang Feng took out his cell phone and asked Yang Fan to add him as a friend. When Yang Fan saw Tang Feng's cell phone, a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face, because Tang Feng's cell phone and his were of the same brand and model. They were both the latest limited editions of a well-known foreign brand, and they were also special editions of the first batch released. Yang Fan went abroad specifically to buy this special model, which took a lot of effort. He originally wanted to show it off, but he didn't expect that his old classmate who was a bodyguard and whom he looked down upon was also holding the same phone. Tang Feng pretended not to see Yang Fan's expression and added him as a friend. When he saw Yang Fan's name, he couldn't help laughing. His WeChat name was Tall, Rich and Handsome Man. Tang Feng felt like he was going to get hurt, so he tried to hold back his laughter and said, "If you're in a hurry, go ahead and we'll contact each other later. Wait for me to add you to the classmates group." Yang Fan said hurriedly, tapping his fingers on the screen of his mobile phone. "Classmates group? WeChat now has a group function?" Just when Tang Feng was a little surprised, he heard the notification sound of his mobile phone. It was indeed Yang Fan's invitation to join the group. The name of the group was Don't Forget the 3 Years. Tang Feng clicked accept and joined the group. The tall, rich and handsome man invited Meng Hui Tang Chao to join the group chat. Meng Hui Tang Chao and the others in the group are not WeChat friends. Please pay attention to privacy and security. Yang Fan, my old classmates, look who I brought in. You can never guess it in your dreams. Zhang Zhizhi at Dream Back to Tang Dynasty, please change to your real name. Thank you for your cooperation. Zhang Zhizhi, isn't this the monitor in high school? When he was in school, he was always serious. If anyone violated the class rules or school rules, he would follow the rules without any carelessness. I didn't expect that after so many years, he is still the same. Yang Fan glanced at his phone and said to Tang Feng with a smile, if these people in the class see you, they will definitely be surprised. Back then, everyone thought you were dead. Now that you've come back to life, I'm afraid some people will be very surprised. As he spoke, Yang Fan winked at Tang Feng, looking meaningful. Tang Feng smiled and said, I'm really sorry for making everyone worry about me. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm really too late for the meeting. Yang Fan once again raised his shiny Rolex and looked at it. Then he waved to Tang Feng hurriedly and ran back to his car. After starting the car, he waved to Tang Feng through the car window. Tang Feng also waved to Yang Fan. After seeing the Mercedes-Benz going away, he looked at the screen of his mobile phone again. In just such a short period of time, several messages had appeared. Pan Zhengxiang, who is it? Yang Fan, you didn't explain clearly, who did you pull in? Wang Yiyue, who is this person? You don't want to change your name? Didn't you see that the monitor asked you to change your name? Zhang Zhijia, dream back to Tang Dynasty, please change to your real name, thank you for your cooperation. Next, there were several messages speculating who Tang Feng was. Tang Feng couldn't help but laugh. When he was about to say a few words and make a joke with everyone, he suddenly saw a message from a very familiar name. An Xin, dreaming of the Tang Dynasty? Yang Fan, please don't make such jokes. Tang Feng has been missing for 6 years. It's not funny to make fun of him. After an Xin sent this sentence, she sent 3 angry emoticons in a row. After hearing what an Xin said, Tang Feng's original mood of joking disappeared instantly, and his eyes became slightly dim. After an Xin's message, several more people spoke. Hao Junkai, the person who dreamed of returning to the Tang Dynasty, was Tang Feng. Didn't Tang Feng die a long time ago? Luo Mingchang, didn't he go missing? Wang Yiyue, he has been missing for 6 years. I heard that he was declared dead. If he was alive, he would have come back long ago. He must be dead. An Xin, Wang Yiyue, don't talk nonsense. The police have not found his body yet. He may still be alive. Tan Yaki, oh, the campus bell of Anhui University, why are you so excited when talking about Tang Feng? An Xin, I am just explaining an objective situation, why are you so excited? You can make up nonsense and spread rumors, but can't I point out the actual situation? Seeing the chaos in the group, Tang Feng changed his name in the group to Tang Feng and sent a message, I am Tang Feng. The moment this message was sent, the group fell silent, and no one spoke for a full minute. Chapter 50 Chapter 050 An Xin. Seeing that no one was talking in the group, Tang Feng felt amused, but then he felt a slightly bitter feeling. If it weren't for the coincidence that allowed me to reach another world and return as an immortal, I might have really died, and most of these classmates would think that they would never appear again. After a brief silence, someone sent another message. Jiang Tunha, Tang Feng, is it really you? Gao Zhua, damn it, buddy, you are not really still alive? I shed tears for you in vain. Hao Junkai, Yang Fan, please come out quickly and explain yourself clearly. What is going on? An Xin, who are you? I told you not to joke about this kind of thing. Tang Feng cleared his throat and sent a voice message in the group, thank you all for your concern. I did have a small accident at the beginning, but I didn't die. I just couldn't come back because of some things. I'm really sorry for making everyone worry about me. After hearing Tang Feng's voice, the group became excited again. For a while, some asked Tang Feng to release photos, some asked Tang Feng to send red envelopes to calm people down, some asked him if he had eloped with a beautiful woman, and some shouted that they wanted to see him in person immediately. Seeing this, a faint smile emerged on Tang Feng's face. Although he hadn't seen this group of classmates for a long time, and he was not very familiar with some of them and had no impression of them at the beginning, seeing them care about him so much still made him feel warm in his heart. If he had no money in his WeChat, he would really send a red envelope. Thinking of money, Tang Feng sighed slightly. Although it was not difficult for him to get money with his ability, he had no plans to do so at the moment. After all, he came back to live a normal life with Lin Mengjia and the little girl, and did not want to create any trouble. If he wanted to make money, he still had to rely on legal channels. At present, he used the money in the wallet given to him by Shangguan to spend some small amounts of money. There was more than 2,000 yuan in cash and a bank card with a password. However, Tang Feng was only accompanying the little girl, so the cash was enough and he had not touched the bank card. Tang Feng took his phone and went back to the car. Then he opened WeChat and found that in addition to everyone joining in the fun and swiping the screen, there were also several messages at himself. Jiang Zhizhia Tang Feng, I didn't expect it was really you, old classmate. You came back at the right time. There will be a class reunion in a few days. You must be there so that your classmates can meet you and it will be worth their worry about you. After he finished speaking, many people agreed and asked him to come. Perhaps because Tang Feng had not responded, Jiang Zhizhia Tang Feng again and sent a message, why don't you respond? Don't you want to come? Tanyaki at Tang Feng, you have to come no matter who comes. You don't know that we were all worried about you during the time you were missing. Tang Feng smiled and replied, okay, I will definitely come, tell me the time and place. Jiang Zhizhi, see you at Juxing Building at 5 p.m. on September 8th. Tang Feng knew Juxinglu, a high-end hotel in Pingyang. It had been very famous 6 years ago and the consumption was quite high. It seemed that everyone was willing to spend money on this class reunion. How Junkai, Tang Feng, what have you been doing for all these years? Why is there no news at all? Luo Mingcheng, when I first heard that you had an accident, it was really scary. Zhang Tonghe, we really thought you were dead. You are so mean. You didn't even tell us that you were alive. We were worried about you for nothing. Wang Yue, that's right, many of us girls shed tears for you, right, you, the campus belle of Anhui University? Tanyaki, our school beauty gets so excited every time she talks about Tang Feng, she doesn't allow anyone to say that Tang Feng is dead. Now that Tang Feng is really back, why is she still silent? Tang Feng also discovered that after he sent the voice message, an Xin never spoke again. Was it because she had something else to do and didn't see the message? Or was there some other reason? Tang Feng stared at the phone screen and frowned slightly. When others said that he was dead before, an Xin was indeed very angry. It can be seen that she really cared about him and was unwilling to believe the news that he was dead. In this case, his appearance must be extremely important to her. It is impossible for her to be distracted by other things and not check WeChat. Just when Tang Feng was stunned, WeChat prompted that someone had added him as a friend. He clicked on it and saw that the familiar name that appeared in front of him was an Xin. After Tang Feng passed the verification, an Xin immediately sent a message, is it really you? Are you really back? Tang Feng only replied with 2 words, really. There was no sound from an Xin. Tang Feng looked at an Xin's profile picture, which was her photo. Her appearance had not changed much compared to her high school days, except that her short hair had become shoulder-length hair, curled in fashionable waves and dyed burgundy. She looked disheveled and unrestrained yet elegant and energetic. She tilted her head slightly with a gentle smile on her face, looking exactly like the goddess she was during her student days. Seeing an Xin's photo, Tang Feng's memory involuntarily went back to high school. At that time, the most eye-catching person in the class was an Xin. She was the recognized school belle of their high school. From the time she entered high school as a freshman, she defeated the previous school belle, to the time she graduated from high school as a senior, no one could surpass her position. She had been the school belle for 3 years without anyone questioning her. Wearing the school uniform and with short hair, she always stands out and is easily noticed in the crowd. Tang Feng, who was just beginning to fall in love, would certainly pay attention to such a goddess-like figure. When Tang Feng was in high school, he always had good grades and was always ranked first in the grade. He was known as a top student. An Xin would often ask Tang Feng questions. Over time, the two became familiar with each other and their relationship became better and better. However, at that time, the school was very strict about premature love. Although Tang Feng and an Xin seemed to have feelings for each other, no one said it out loud. It was just a little ambiguity. Later, after the college entrance examination, the two were admitted to different universities. Tang Feng entered Yenqing University, and an Xin was admitted to a university in Shanghai. Their communication gradually became less, and by their sophomore year, they had no contact anymore. At that time, Tang Feng met Lin Mingjia and truly understood what love at first sight was and what it felt like to love someone recklessly. Naturally, he would no longer care about other girls. Now, thinking back to those things that happened back then, and seeing an Xin denying the news of his death with other people in the group, Tang Feng felt a mixture of emotions. Chapter 51 Chapter 051 The herbs are ready. Just when Tang Feng was thinking to himself, an Xin was silent for a long time before sending another message, which consisted of only 4 words, I'm glad you're back. After reading these 4 words, Tang Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was no longer in the mood to continue talking in the class group. He just promised again that he would attend the class reunion on time. He said that he had other things to do and had no time to chat. Then, he put his phone aside and closed his eyes to rest. Although Tang Feng looked like he was taking a rest, he was constantly thinking about what he was going to do next. Tang Feng was still worried if the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum in Daqing Mountain was not placed in a proper place. However, he was still living in Lin Mengjia's villa. Although the garden was quite large, he couldn't transplant the Ganoderma lucidum to her house, right? He couldn't let her know about what he was doing for the time being, otherwise, it might cause some trouble. It is not realistic for Tang Feng to buy a house here now. Even though the housing prices in Pingyang are not as high as those in first-tier cities, they are still rising day by day. It is not an easy task to come up with so much money at once without using some extraordinary means. Besides, the house Tang Feng wants to buy must have a garden and it must be hidden so that it cannot be discovered by others. To meet these conditions, it must be a villa, and a big one at that. The price of this villa must be very high. It's a bit difficult, but I have to buy a villa. Tang Feng muttered to himself involuntarily. Not only did he need a place to move the Ganoderma lucidum, but he also needed a private space to give the little girl a medicinal bath. When he had some free time these days, he would go look for houses, choose a suitable one and find a way to buy it. As for the money, it was not a difficult matter for him. Thinking of this, Tang Feng took out his mobile phone and wanted to check the housing information in Pingyang, but when he looked at the phone, he found that there were dozens of unread WeChat messages, all from the classmates group. Although Tang Feng was not very interested in this, he was free anyway, so he might as well take a look. So he opened the group again to see what was being said in it. After just a few glances, his expression turned a little ugly. During the short time when he was thinking, Tanyaki and Wang Yue were talking to each other in the group, constantly at an XAN, asking her if she was happy to see him back, but an XAN didn't reply, so Wang Yue said that an XAN was chatting with him privately and had no time to pay attention to everyone. Although the words these two said in the group seemed to be about their happiness for an XAN's return, in Tang Feng's eyes, they seemed to be intended to squeeze an XAN. Tang Feng remembered that when they were in school, Tanyaki and an XIN were not on good terms. Tanyaki is also a very pretty girl. Although she is much inferior to an XIN, she is the prettiest girl in the class except an XIN, so she is privately voted as the class belle by the boys. Logically speaking, the class belle should be the most beautiful girl in the class, but it happens that this class belle and the school belle are in the same class. Tanyaki is secretly very annoyed, and she dislikes an XIN no matter how she looks at her. She secretly gathers several girls to form a small group to target an XIN. This Wang Yue is the girl who was most loyal to Tanyaki back then. I didn't expect that after so many years, Tanyaki still had a grudge against an XIN, and it was so obvious. Tang Feng shook his head helplessly. These girls are all in their 30s, why are they not mature at all? There were undercurrents in the class group, but Tang Feng didn't take it seriously. He thought it was just a quarrel between girls. Although he thought Tanyaki was narrow-minded, he didn't take it too seriously. Before Tang Feng finished reading the chat history, his cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Tang Feng answered the phone and heard a very respectful old man's voice. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Tang?" "It's Zhang Qingyu." Tang Feng said calmly. Zhang Qingyu continued respectfully, "Mr. Tang, I have found the herbs you mentioned. I wonder when Mr. Tang is free to come to my humble home and see if these herbs are suitable for use." Tang Feng was a little surprised. He thought it would take at least a week to find those medicinal herbs, but he didn't expect the Zhang family to be so powerful. They managed to find all the herbs in just one day. "I'll go over tonight," Tang Feng replied calmly. "Fortunately, I have now recovered the ability to transform myself into a cauldron, otherwise, I would be in some trouble." "Okay, then I'll be waiting for you, Mr. Tang." Zhang Qingyu's voice was filled with gratitude, and he thanked her again and again. After Tang Feng hung up Zhang Qingyu's phone, he called Shangwan again and asked, "How is the matter I told you yesterday going?" After coming back last night, Shangwan has been with Lin Mengjia, and Tang Feng didn't find a chance to ask her about this matter. "Wait a moment, I'll call you back," Shangwan said hastily, and then hung up the phone. About half a minute later, he called again and said in a low voice, "Ms. Lin will not leave Pingyang within 3 days. "Okay, 3 days is enough. Tomorrow is Saturday, and Tang Feng will bring the little girl to meet Gu Zhechen to discuss the endorsement with her. If Gu Zhechen agrees, her agent can come to Meng Tang Group for a meeting next Monday, which is just the right time." Shangwan whispered again, "Few people call me, Miss Lin will be suspicious." Next time if you have any problems, just come to me privately. After that, he hung up the phone in a hurry, as if he was a thief. See you privately? Should I go to your room to look for you in the middle of the night? Tang Feng couldn't help but complain in his heart, but think about it, Shangwan always has a poker face with no expression, and it doesn't look like she has any friends. It is estimated that except for customer service and sales, no one will call her. The problem of preventing Lin Mengjia from leaving Pingyang was solved. Tang Feng was in a good mood and began to check the transaction information of Pingyang Villas with his mobile phone. However, after looking through it for a long time, he couldn't find one that suited his taste. Tang Feng wanted one that had already been renovated. After all, he couldn't be distracted and spend too much time on the house. It would be best to buy one that could be moved in after a simple clean-up. However, most of the villas for sale were bare bones, and either the garden was not big enough, the location was not good enough, or he didn't like the layout very much. Pingyang is so big, how can we not find a suitable house? Tang Feng smiled bitterly. I originally thought that money was the biggest problem, but now it seems that the problem is that even if you have money, you can't buy a good house. Chapter 52 Chapter 052 Bone Refining Grass. When everyone in the villa had rested and everything was quiet, Tang Feng once again left the villa alone quietly. He felt that he was getting more and more accustomed to this kind of life, and he felt a very relaxed feeling in his heart. This time, without Chen Jianfei's company, Tang Feng followed the route Chen Jianfei had taken him and headed straight towards Xiaqingshan, relying on his own strength. When he arrived near the Zhang family's old house, he found that it was still brightly lit, just like the night before when he came. In front of the gate of the house, there were several people waiting there, obviously waiting for Tang Feng. With Tang Feng's ability, he didn't need to go through the gate at all. He could enter the house directly from anywhere and go straight into the house. But Tang Feng did not do so. Instead, he came to the door and was led by a man who looked like a bodyguard, all the way to the door of the living room. In the living room, Zhang Qingyu was looking forward to it. Behind him were still his son Zhang Jinbei and granddaughter Chu. She saw at a glance that Zhang Qingyu's face was full of anticipation. When she saw Tang Feng show up, she quickly stood up to greet him. Mr. Tang, you are here. Please come in. Zhang Qingyu walked all the way to the door of the living room and bowed very respectfully. Tang Feng nodded slightly and walked into the living room without hesitation. Behind Zhang Qingyu, Chu had a curious look on her face and kept looking at Tang Feng with a smile. Tang Feng ignored her and walked straight to the marble-topped 8 Immortals table in the living room. On the table, there were several exquisite wooden boxes. Seeing Tang Feng walking to the table, Zhang Jinbei hurried forward, opened the wooden boxes one by one, and displayed the medicines inside to Tang Feng. Tang Feng glanced over and nodded slightly. The strength of the Zhang family should not be underestimated. The requirements he put forward for the medicine were already a bit harsh. They were able to find it in such a short time. Moreover, the quality of the medicine looked good, and the quantity was even more than what he asked for. Zhang Jinbei opened the wooden box and said, Mr. Tang, my father said that he was worried that the herbs would not meet your requirements, so he prepared an extra portion of each. There are also some other herbs here, all of which are tonic. We dare not use them carelessly, so we will give them to Mr. Tang to take a look. While Zhang Jinbei was speaking, he would occasionally glance at Tang Feng. One could see that there was still a hint of doubt in his eyes. Although he seemed very respectful to Tang Feng, it was more because of the gesture he made in front of Zhang Qingyu. Tang Feng didn't care about his attitude at all. He just glanced at the herbs. The herbs prepared by the Zhang family were almost the same as what he required, and they should be good for refining pills. Among the several wooden boxes on the table, there is a smaller one, which contains several herbs. The more precious herbs on the table are all packed separately in a wooden box. Putting several herbs together is not so high-end. Of course, this is relative to other precious herbs. Naturally, there will be no ordinary things placed on this table. When Tang Feng inadvertently looked over at the wooden box, he paused slightly. Bone refining grass? Am I seeing things? Isn't this a magical medicine that can only be found in the star field? There is no such thing on Earth, how could it appear here? This bone refining grass is an indispensable ingredient for refining the Wanyuan pill. Unfortunately, this bone refining grass has not yet grown, and it will take at least 3 to 5 years to be used as medicine. But even if the age is a little short, it's better to have it than not. This is a magical medicine that Tang Feng never thought of existing on Earth. At that moment, Tang Feng was extremely surprised, but his face remained calm and expressionless. Zhang Jinbei saw Tang Feng's eyes pause on the wooden box. He misunderstood and said quickly, Mr. Tang, these ginsengs were given to my father by someone else for healthcare. Although they are relatively young and not very good in quality, the person who sent them said that they were pure wild ginsengs dug from the deep mountains in the northeast. That's why I brought them to you for you to take a look. If you think they are not good, I can take them away. No need. There's no problem with these herbs. Just leave them to me. Tang Feng said calmly. Mr. Tang, do you think there is anything else you need? Just tell me and I will find it at all costs. Zhang Qingyu asked cautiously, seeing that Tang Feng had no expression on his face. I need a place to turn the herbs into medicine. It will take about an hour. During this hour, no one is allowed to disturb me, and no one is allowed to watch. Okay, there are several empty rooms at the back of the house. Mr. Tang, you can choose any one of them. I will order everyone to leave the back house within an hour. Oh no, no one will set foot in there before Mr. Tang allows. Zhang Qingyu said hurriedly. Tang Feng nodded, lead the way. I'll take you there. Chu Chu, who had been standing behind Zhang Qingyu and looking at Tang Feng with a smile on her face, suddenly jumped out and said excitedly. While speaking, she was still staring at Tang Feng with a smile. Tang Feng had always treated her as a child and didn't say much. He just made a gesture to ask her to lead the way. Chu Chu smiled as she skipped along, still saying to Tang Feng, those empty houses in Grandpa's backyard are not good at all. I'll take you to a good place. Tang Feng didn't say anything and just followed her. He just needed a quiet place to make the elixir. As for where that place was and what it did before, he didn't care at all. Chu Chu, stop messing around. Zhang Qingyu followed behind with a crutch. Although he quickened his pace, he had been sick for a long time. How could he keep up with the speed of a young girl jumping and skipping? Zhang Jinbei hurried over to support Zhang Qingyu, and signaled the bodyguards to take the wooden boxes on the 8 Immortals table and follow him. Chu Chu was still jumping and walking very fast, heading towards the garden. In preparation for Tang Feng's arrival, the front living room of the Zhang family's old house was brightly lit, but few lights were turned on in the back house. It was even darker in the direction of the garden, but Chu Chu was obviously very familiar with that path, and even in the dark, her steps were still brisk. Tang Feng was a little curious about where this little girl was going to take him. What is this girl Chu Chu doing? Zhang Qingyu followed behind, panting and complaining. Chu Chu, stop making trouble and take Mr. Tang to the back house. Zhang Jinbei raised his voice and said to Chu Chu, who had already run more than 10 meters ahead. But the only answer he got was Chu's laughter as sweet as silver bells. Chapter 53 Chapter 053 Alchemy. Chu Chu took Tang Feng all the way to the depths of the garden. Tang Feng could see clearly even in the darkness. He saw a transparent dome-shaped glass house about 30 meters ahead. Inside it were flower stands and flower pots neatly arranged. The flower pots were full of green plants in bud, which must have been blooming during the day. However, it was night and the flowers were all closed. It seems that this glass house is a greenhouse, and Chu Chu's target is exactly here. As Tang Feng expected, Chu Chu walked to the front of the greenhouse with a smile, opened the glass door, walked in, took out a box of matches from a metal rack at the door, and lit several candlesticks on the flower rack and the large candle lamp hanging from the roof. Tang Feng couldn't help but burst out laughing. The decoration inside the greenhouse was in foreign medieval style, with a strong girlish feeling. This must be Chu Chu's private territory. Chu Chu tilted her head and smiled at Tang Feng. Seeing him looking around the greenhouse, she looked even more proud and said, Uncle, what do you think of this place? This is the most beautiful place in the whole house. The flowers and plants here were all planted by me. They look beautiful, right? This place is much better than Grandpa's dark and gloomy rooms that have been deserted for a long time. Uncle? Tang Feng looked at the little girl in front of him with a half smile. Are you calling me? Although he has experienced thousands of years of vicissitudes, his appearance is still exactly the same as when he just graduated. This girl actually called him uncle? How did he look like an uncle? Chu Chu still smiled at Tang Feng, looking very playful, but did not answer. Tang Feng deliberately put on a stern face, coughed, and looked at her with a gloomy face. Under Tang Feng's almost stern gaze, Chu Chu gradually became embarrassed, the smile on her face faded, she was a little overwhelmed, twisting her skirt with her fingers, and said timidly, Do you want me to call you Grandpa? Tang Feng almost vomited blood. At this moment, Zhang Qingyu finally caught up with Zhang Jinbei's help, and before he could catch his breath, he said breathlessly, Chu Chu, you kid, you are really too naughty. Why did you bring Mr. Tang to this place? This is not a room? Zhang Jinbei also frowned and echoed. Mr. Tang said that it is forbidden for others to see it. You brought him to a glass greenhouse like this. It is transparent on all sides and has lights on. He can see it from a long distance. There are curtains here that can be pulled closed. Chu Chu quickly pointed around. Sure enough, there were floor-length curtains hanging all around the greenhouse. They were light pink in color, probably to block the sunlight for light-protective plants. When the curtains were drawn, they could block the entire glass wall of the greenhouse. Mr. Tang, I'm really sorry. Please don't mind it. We are just children who don't understand. I will take you to the backyard, where there are many suitable rooms. Zhang Qingyu glared at Chu Chu, then quickly apologized to Tang Feng, with an anxious and guilty look on his face, fearing that Tang Feng would be angry. No need, we can do it here. Tang Feng waved his hand to stop Zhang Qingyu. Here, how can this be possible? The place doesn't matter. Just put your things here and you can leave. Tang Feng interrupted Zhang Qingyu and said lightly. Chu Chu's eyes lit up when she heard that. She quickly ran over and pressed a switch on a glass wall. As she moved, the curtains around her slowly moved. Soon, they were spread out, blocking the surroundings. A light pink ceiling also appeared above the transparent dome. It is really a combination of classic and modern. The room is made like a medieval one. All places that require hands-on are controlled by buttons. Tang Feng nodded in appreciation. Seeing Tang Feng's approval, Chu Chu immediately became excited and said hurriedly, I designed all of this, isn't it good? Seeing that Chu Chu seemed to want to continue to show off, Zhang Qingyu glared at her again and said to Tang Feng, Mr. Tang, do you need anything else? For example, a stove fire, a medicine pot. No need, just leave. Zhang Qingyu looked a little surprised at Tang Feng's answer. He looked at the wooden boxes that were brought in by the bodyguards and placed on the empty flour rack, then looked at Tang Feng, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. To make medicine from herbs, Zhang Qingyu thought it was to boil the medicine, but there was no vessel and no stove. What did Tang Feng use to boil the medicine? Zhang Qingyu was puzzled, but he didn't dare to ask Tang Feng too much, so he could only nod his head. Okay, then we will leave first. If Mr. Tang needs anything, just give me a call and I will come over. After saying that, Zhang Qingyu made a gesture to the others, and the bodyguards immediately withdrew. Zhang Jinbei also hurried to support him. Chu Chu seemed to have something else to say, but when she saw Zhang Qingyu glaring at her again, she quickly stuck out her tongue, waved at Tang Feng, and followed Zhang Qingyu out. There was no need to look. Tang Feng could feel from where he was that the people around him were getting farther and farther away from him. After about 10 minutes, there was no trace of any other people around him. Tang Feng took out several necessary medicines from the vacant ground in the greenhouse and arranged them according to the formation of Yao Wang's sex Huading technique, forming a circle with a diameter of about 1 meter. He then sat cross-legged in the middle of the circle. As he recited the incantation, a circle of golden light surrounded Tang Feng. The light was not strong, and seemed to be there and not there. It slowly expanded and gradually enveloped the circle of medicinal herbs. Most of those medicinal herbs had already been dried in the sun, but as the light covered them, the dry herbs became plump and green, as if they had just been picked and were still covered with dew. However, this greenness only lasted for a few seconds, and the herbs began to shrink rapidly, just like ice melting directly into the air. Green mist rose above the herbs, as if the herbs had turned into water mist. The mist transformed from all the medicinal herbs, under the guidance of the golden light, blended together, surrounded Tang Feng, and moved slowly. As it moved, it gradually merged. Although the speed was very slow, with the circles of rotation, it could be seen that the mist of the medicinal herbs condensed together again, becoming a green particle the size of a grain of rice. The particles seemed to be absorbing the mist, gradually growing larger as they continued to rotate. By the time the mist formed by the medicinal materials was completely absorbed, the tiny particles had turned into a round particle the size of a pigeon egg, green, and emitting a faint light, like an emerald bead. Tang Feng stretched out his hand, and the bead fell into his palm. Chapter 54 Chapter 054 Miraculous Pill. As the emerald green pill fell into Tang Feng's hands, the golden light surrounding him disappeared, and the medicinal materials that had been placed there before also disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. Tang Feng looked at the small pill in his hand and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He said to himself, I never took Shaoiban pills seriously before. I didn't expect that it has become a panacea on Earth now. It really is a matter of time. None of the medicinal materials used to make this Shaoiban Dan are cheap, and the total price is very high. This small pill may look insignificant, but in fact it can be exchanged for a big villa. Tang Feng put the small yai benden into a small wooden box and his eyes fell on the bone refining grass again. The appearance of bone refining grass is very similar to ginseng, so it is no wonder that other people mistake it for ginseng. However, its effects are very different from ginseng. Even a 10,000-year-old ginseng cannot compare to a 100-year-old bone refining grass. This bone refining grass was obviously picked not long ago, and the roots were still covered with soil. Although it looked a little wilted, it was still alive. Tang Feng took the bone refining grass in his hand and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He only needed to find a place to plant the bone refining grass and take good care of it. When it matured and had medicinal effects, it could be used as medicine. The reason why Tang Feng thought that one yuan pill could not be refined before was because he believed that the indispensable ingredient in it, the bone refining grass, was a medicinal herb that did not exist on Earth. Now that the bone refining grass has appeared, how could he not be happy? Tang Feng carefully placed the bone refining grass on an empty wooden box and ignored the remaining medicinal herbs. He only took this wooden box and the wooden box containing the Shaoiban Dan and walked out of the garden. As he walked, Tang Feng suddenly had an idea. Since the bone refining grass can be found on Earth, does that mean that other spiritual medicines that he previously thought did not exist on Earth may also grow here? It's just that these spiritual medicines are lost among other plants, and no one has ever discovered them. Thinking of this, Tang Feng felt ecstatic in his heart. If this was true, then it would be just a matter of time for him to repair his soul and return to the peak. This joyful mood made him smile uncontrollably, and the smile was still on his face when he walked to the front hall and saw Zhang Qingyu, who was waiting for him on pins and needles. When Zhang Qingyu saw Tang Feng before, he always had a blank expression on his face. Even when he smiled it was very indifferent. Now seeing him smiling so brightly, Zhang Qingyu couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at Tang Feng's appearance, the medicine should have been made successfully, but he was only carrying a wooden box on him, and he didn't even hold a bowl. Where was the medicine? Not only Zhang Qingyu thought so, Zhang Zhenbei and Shuchu also had puzzled expressions on their faces, looking at Tang Feng as he walked in. Shuchu seemed to want to say something to Tang Feng, but just as she leaned forward and was about to speak, Zhang Zhenbei pulled her to stop her from speaking. Shuchu bit her lip lightly and shut up reluctantly. Just when Zhang Qingyu was wondering wildly, Tang Feng came to him, took out the small wooden box from his pocket, handed it to him, and said, after taking it, regulate your breathing and practice Qigong, let the Qi rise from your heart meridian, travel through your meridians, and finally return to your heart meridian. Do it once a night for 15 consecutive days, and it can repair your heart meridian and cure your current illness. While Tang Feng was speaking, Zhang Qingyu couldn't wait to open the wooden box. The moment the little Li Bendan appeared, a strange fragrance instantly filled the entire room, cheering up anyone who smelled it. Zhang Zhenbei and Shuchu, who were standing behind Zhang Qingyu, couldn't help but lean over to look. As they were not martial artists, they naturally couldn't see what was so special about Xiaoyai Bendan. They just felt that the fragrance was so tangy that they couldn't help but want to smell it more. Zhang Qingyu had seen the world, and his hands could not help but tremble. He stared at the pill as if his eyeballs were about to pop out, and his lips trembled with excitement, but he could not utter a word. Tang Feng continued, if you want to continue practicing later, there will be no problem. This Shaoiban pill can not only heal your old injuries, but also help to open up your meridians throughout your body. Even if you have been delayed in practicing for decades, it will not be a problem at all. Xiaoyi Bendan, Zhang Qingyu muttered the name, his voice choking with joy and excitement. I thought I was going to die, and my days were numbered. I couldn't even think about practicing. I didn't expect that fate would favor me so much and let me get this elixir. How can I repay you? As he said these words, Zhang Qingyu was already in tears. He placed the small wooden box containing the Xiaoyi Bendan on the 8 immortal table beside him, and looked towards Tang Feng with tearful eyes, trembling as he wanted to kneel down to him. His action startled Zhang Zhenbei and Shu Chu. Tang Feng stretched out a hand, supported him, and said lightly, if you can get these herbs again, I will come back in half a month and refine another pill for you. The effect will be better. No problem, I will get it. I will get it. Zhang Qingyu was flattered and nodded repeatedly. Not to mention getting those medicinal herbs, even if Tang Feng asked him to pick stars, he would go buy a rocket immediately. For Zhang Qingyu, getting this pill was already an unexpected thing. Unexpectedly, Tang Feng actually said that he would refine another one for him. He didn't know what to say. He was a man who had experienced countless storms and seen countless big scenes, but this was the first time he lost his composure like this. Tang Feng patted the wooden box containing the bone refining grass he brought with him and said calmly, there is a ginseng in it. I have other uses for it. If you don't mind, would you mind giving it to me? Okay, Mr. Tang, just take whatever you want. No need to ask me. I have everything here. If Mr. Tang needs it, just take it. Just take it. Even if Tang Feng asked Zhang Qingyu for all his property, he wouldn't even blink an eye now, let alone a mere ginseng? What is the use of having a lot of money if you don't have life to spend it? As long as you are alive, you can earn back any money you have, but you only have one life, and it cannot be bought with any amount of money. Zhang Qingyu has seen countless Chinese and Western medicine doctors over the years, and he knows in his heart that this disease cannot be cured by doctors. In fact, he has long been prepared to die. The appearance of Tang Feng has saved his life and given him hope of embarking on the path of martial arts again. Naturally, he is grateful and will not refuse anything Tang Feng wants. Chapter 55 Chapter 055 Happy Laozhang. Tang Feng has never been a person who takes advantage of others' misfortune. He did not say much, but said calmly, "This ginseng is enough. Mr. Tang, I don't know where you live now. When my unworthy grandson wakes up someday, I will bring him to Mr. Tang's house to apologize." Zhang Qingyu said to Tang Feng very respectfully. Tang Feng hesitated for a moment and said, "You don't have to apologize to me. Just apologize to Lin Mengjia. Even if you didn't tell me, Mr. Tang, I would have asked him to apologize to Miss Lin. This bastard was spoiled by me, so he doesn't know his place. Don't worry, Mr. Tang, I will personally take him to apologize to Miss Lin." "Mr. Tang, is Miss Lin your friend?" Zhang Qingyu glanced at Tang Feng and asked cautiously. Hearing Zhang Qingyu ask this, Chu Chu immediately looked at Tang Feng, clearly showing that she was very concerned about this issue. Tang Feng did not answer, but said coldly, "What is the relationship between the two of us? It seems to have nothing to do with this matter." Hearing Tang Feng's cold voice, Zhang Qingyu felt a cold sweat running down his face, and said hurriedly, Yes, I shouldn't have asked so many questions." Tang Feng's tone softened a little, and he said, "When you go to the Lin family, you don't have to mention me. I hope that no one else will know about my presence except those who know about this matter, especially Lin Mengjia. She must not be allowed to know anything." When he spoke to the end, Tang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Although his tone and voice were not as cold as before, there was a captivating aura that made Zhang Qingyu tremble and shudder. "Mr. Tang, don't worry, this matter will never be spread outside. If there is someone who is not present who knows about it, please ask him for me." Zhang Qingyu lowered his head and did not dare to look at Tang Feng again. Tang Feng said him, then walked towards the door without looking back. Only after Tang Feng's figure disappeared did Zhang Qingyu let out a long breath, his body swayed and he almost fell down. Zhang Jinbei supported him and frowned, "Father, where does this Tang Feng come from? Why are you and Uncle Chen so afraid of him? I don't think he is a hermit." "Shut up." Zhang Qingyu glared at Zhang Jinbei, and with his help, he sat back on the mahogany sofa. He took out the small even pill from the wooden box, held it in front of his eyes, squinted his eyes and looked at it for a while before continuing, "What do you know? This pill is an elixir worth a ton of gold. He can actually make it out of thin air with some herbs. What else can he be but a master? At least, I have never seen a more powerful person than him." Chu Chu leaned over and sniffed as she said, "Is this the elixir? It smells really good, but aren't elixirs usually black and brown? How come it's this emerald green? It doesn't look like an elixir, but more like an emerald bead. Grandpa, let me take a look." As she spoke, Chu Chu reached out and wanted to take the Xiaoyai Benden from Zhang Qingyu's hand. Zhang Qingyu closed his hands, holding the pill in his palm, pretending to be angry, glared at Chu Chu and said, "You are getting bolder and bolder, you were so rude to Mr. Tang just now," and took the initiative to bring him to the flower room. Fortunately, Mr. Tang was generous and didn't make a fuss with you, otherwise if he got angry, I don't know how this matter would end. I don't think this uncle is such a fierce person." Chu Chu shrugged, looking aggrieved. "Not fierce? Look at how badly he hurt Ashua. If Ashua hadn't fallen on someone else when he fell, I'm afraid he would not even be alive now." Zhang Jinbei said in an angry voice. "My cousin deserves it. Who told him to bully Sister Mengjia?" "Speaking of Sister Mengjia, Grandpa, why didn't he say who he is to Sister Mengjia?" Chu Chu's face showed a curious look. "Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask." Zhang Qingyu was in a good mood now. Although he said this, his tone was not harsh and he always had a smile on his face. He put Xiaoyi Bendan in front of him and looked at him. "Uncle, tell me, is this Uncle Sister Mengjia's boyfriend?" Chu Chu still had a gossipy look on her face. Seeing that Zhang Xingyu didn't answer, she looked at Zhang Jinbei again. Zhang Jinbei obviously had no interest in this question. He just frowned and said, Lin Mengjia has always been single. I've never heard that she has a boyfriend. Besides, even if she has a boyfriend, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Why not admit it? Then it's not? Chuchu's eyes were obviously filled with a bit of joy, and then she said to herself, I don't think that uncle is Sister Mengjia's boyfriend. Sister Mengjia is so beautiful, and many people pursued her, but she didn't agree. How could she just find an uncle to be her boyfriend? Zhang Jinbei no longer paid attention to Chuchu's nagging, but said solemnly to Zhang Xingyu, who was looking at the little Yabenden with a smile, Father, do you really want to take this pill? This magical medicine is hard to come by in a century. I don't know how I am so lucky to get it. Zhang Xingyu's eyes were full of ecstasy. He didn't pay attention to Zhang Jinbei's tone and said happily, It's a pity that your Uncle Qin is not here. Otherwise, if he saw it, he would be so envious that his eyes would fall out. Zhang Jinbei still frowned, looking at the pill, and said, Father, this Tang Feng's origin is unknown. Apart from some files before he disappeared, we can't find anything else. We don't know his background, and we don't know where he has been all these years. What if he was sent by someone with ulterior motives and poisoned this pill? What a joke! If he wanted to kill me, would he need to poison me? I'm already dying, who would go to the trouble of harming me? Zhang Xingyu snorted coldly and glanced at Zhang Jinbei with disdain. Zhang Jinbei lowered his head and dared not say much, but there was still some suspicion in his eyes. The Pingyang Zhang family is very powerful, and his opponents are naturally no ordinary people. Zhang Jinbei has followed Zhang Xingyu for many years and is suspicious by nature. When encountering such a situation, of course the first thing he thinks of is to be more cautious. Zhang Xingyu trusts Tang Feng so much that Zhang Jinbei finds it difficult to understand why his always cautious father would be so careless. Chuchu suddenly thought of something, jumped up, and shouted, Oh, my flower room, I don't know if the uncle closed the door when he came out, if a mouse sneaked in, it would eat my flowers. While shouting, the man ran towards the garden. The only people left in the room were Zhang Xingyu, who was still beaming with joy, and Zhang Jinbei, who was frowning and silent. Chapter 56 Chapter 056 Discovered by the Beautiful Lin. After Tang Feng left Zhang's house, he did not go directly back to Lin Mengjia's home, but went to the place where the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum was located in Duqing Mountain. After all, such a treasure was placed there. Even though he knew that this mountain was remote and sparsely populated, and it was impossible for anyone to take this elixir away, he still felt a little uneasy. In addition to coming to see the condition of the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, Tang Feng had another purpose. When he arrived under the huge ancient tree where the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum was, Tang Feng cleared the weeds around it to reveal a small open space, then dug a small hole, carefully took out the bone-refining grass from the wooden box, cleaned the dirt on the roots, held it in both hands and placed it in the small hole, then gently filled it with soil. When Tang Feng saw the bone-refining grass before, he was thinking about where to plant it before he had a stable place to live. After much thought, he decided that the area near the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum was the best place. In order for the bone-refining grass to mature and exert its medicinal properties, it needs the nourishment of spiritual energy. The 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum can gather spiritual energy, which can act as a catalyst. The bone-refining grass has a mild nature and has a fusion effect, which can enhance the ability of the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum to gather spiritual energy. Planting the two together will complement each other and can bring out their medicinal properties to the extreme. Looking at the planted bone-refining grass, Tang Feng thought to himself, although no one would come to the depths of Duqing Mountain, it was safe to leave the two herbs here for the time being, but this was not his own backyard after all. No one could guarantee that it would be foolproof. He had to find a proper place to plant them as soon as possible, otherwise he would always feel a little uneasy. Tang Feng meditated under the tree as usual, absorbing the spiritual energy around him to repair his soul. Even though there were 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum gathering spiritual energy here, it was pitifully little for what Tang Feng needed. After another night of practice, although he had some improvement, the effect was not obvious. He still remained at the level equivalent to the first level of qi refining and could not move forward. Although Tang Feng's current situation seemed like a god to other martial artists, he himself was very distressed. He could only hope that the bone-refining grass would mature quickly so that he could make the Wan Yuan pill and make a breakthrough. When he returned to Lin Mengjia's villa, the situation was not much different from the past, except that Shangguan looked at him strangely, as if he wanted to say something, but because Lin Mengjia was present, he could only act as if nothing had happened. Tang Feng did not ask any more questions and continued to accompany the little girl for dinner. Even though Lin Mingjia, who was sitting at the same table, was obviously angry and looked at him with daggers in her eyes, he pretended not to see it and even smiled at her from time to time. Lin Mingjia just looked at him coldly with a cold expression and didn't speak to him. Shangwan had a strange expression on her face. She looked at Lin Mingjia, then at Tang Feng, as if she knew some secret between them. Although Tang Feng was thinking about what had happened in his mind, he just seemed to be chatting and laughing with the little girl, as if he was completely unaware of Lin Mingjia's low mood. Only the little girl had no idea that something was wrong between the adults. She laughed very happily and talked to a few people from time to time. Lin Mingjia only showed a slight smile on her face when she answered the little girl's questions. But as soon as she saw Tang Feng, the smile immediately disappeared. After the little girl had eaten and drunk her fill, Tang Feng sent her to school. Before leaving, he did not forget to wave to Lin Mingjia, but Lin Mingjia just rolled her eyes at him and ignored him. However, Tang Feng didn't care about it. He just thought that Lin Mingjia was probably still angry because of what happened last night. He felt that living with Lin Mingjia and the little girl was really wonderful. Except for the fact that his soul had not recovered, this life was what he had always dreamed of. After handing the little girl over to the kindergarten teacher, Mr. Wang, Tang Feng returned to the car, took out his cell phone and looked through the messages in it. Because there were too many messages in the WeChat group, he set the group to Do Not Disturb last night and had not had time to check it. When he opened it, he found that there were nearly 1,000 messages. He couldn't help but be amazed. These guys are too idle. They can chat so much in one night. Anyway, he was bored, so Tang Feng casually clicked on the messages. Most of them were just idle chats and meaningless. There was only one climax when Yang Fan sent out red envelopes in the group, which attracted a scramble among classmates. Then many people praised him and complimented him, asking this promising young boss to send out more red envelopes. It seems that Yang Fan has quite some prestige among these old classmates. At least his words are more powerful than those of the former class monitor Jiang Zhiji. Just as Tang Feng was looking at the chat history, Shangwan called. He had just answered the call when she spoke in a low voice, "Ms. Lin knows that you went out last night." Tang Feng was stunned for a moment. He felt that he had acted secretly enough. Everyone was asleep when he went out. How did Lin Mingjia know? Shangwan didn't wait for Tang Feng to speak, and said hurriedly, "Miss Lin woke up in the middle of the night and suddenly wanted to go see Yao Yao. Then she stood at your door for a while, and then pushed the door open and went in. She was very unhappy to see that you were not in the room. No wonder Lin Mingjia looked at me with such annoyance this morning. This was the reason." Tang Feng smiled helplessly. However, according to Lin Mingjia's personality, she should have directly questioned him about why he went out at night. Why didn't she mention it this morning? Could it be that she thought he went out at night? Tang Feng suddenly had an ominous premonition in his mind? As if to confirm his premonition, Shangwan continued, "Ms. Lin didn't know that I was awake and could hear everything she did. When she walked upstairs, she said angrily, 'It's not enough to have a date during the day, you have to sneak out in the middle of the night,' and then she went back to her room. Although she didn't go out again, she didn't sleep since then." Tang Feng couldn't help but pinch his eyebrows with his hands. This was really troublesome. Lin Mingjia actually thought that he went out in the middle of the night to secretly meet Gu Zhechen. He said to Shangwan helplessly, "I know, is she still angry now?" After Ms. Lin arrived at the company, she was busy supervising the research and development process and did not mention anything else that was not related to work. However, she was in a bad mood the whole time. After hanging up the phone with Shangwan, Tang Feng felt a little amused. Then he thought, if Lin Mingjia really thought that he was going out for a tryst at night, she might stare at him every night. This would not do. He had to find a way to dispel her doubts. After thinking for a while, Tang Feng's frown suddenly relaxed. He smiled and made a phone call. Chapter 57 Chapter 057 Asking for help from policewoman Zhao. When Zhao Yu received a call from an unfamiliar number, she did not think much about it. She answered the phone and asked politely, "Hello, who are you?" "Tang Feng." A very calm male voice came from the phone. Zhao Yu was stunned for a moment and didn't react for a while. When she figured out who Tang Feng was, her voice suddenly rose 8 octaves, as if Tang Feng was standing in front of her, and she shouted, "What are you going to do?" The other policemen in the office looked at her with puzzled eyes. Zhao Yu quickly stood up and walked out of the door while lowering her voice and asking into her phone, "How do you have my phone number?" Tang Feng did not answer her question, but said calmly, "Tell Lin Mingjia that I was with you last night." "What?" Zhao Yu was startled again. Her mind paused for about 3 seconds before she came to her senses. She raised her voice again with dissatisfaction. What do you mean? What do you mean you were with me last night? How do I know what you did last night? If you go and kill someone again, wouldn't I be giving false testimony for you? You don't need to give false testimony. You just need to confirm this to Lin Mengjia, no matter what method you use. There was no emotion in Tang Feng's voice. Zhao Yu could guess that he must have had an expressionless face when he spoke. She couldn't help but feel angry and said, "Why should I help you? You know that. I know nothing." Zhao Yu wanted to swear, but she stopped herself abruptly. After a long pause, she said in an extremely annoyed voice, "Is it so great to be so capable? Can you order me to do anything just because you are in the Xiantian realm? Even if you are a martial artist, it doesn't mean I will do anything for you unconditionally. Don't you think I owe you a favor?" Tang Feng's voice was still very calm, interrupting Zhao Yu's words. "If you are in trouble in the future, I will definitely help you." Zhao Yu originally had a bunch of words she wanted to shout at Tang Feng, but when she heard his words, she immediately fell silent. Even though Zhao Yu couldn't tell what realm Tang Feng was at, she was certain that he was superior to all the martial artists she had ever seen. He made such a promise to her that she could not refuse no matter what. However, Tang Feng's attitude made her feel depressed. She thought that if she agreed to it like this, she would feel like she was being given something out of pity. While Zhao Yu was still struggling, Tang Feng had already hung up the phone. Zhao Yu looked at the phone in her hand, her pretty face flushed red, and she gritted her teeth as if she wanted to eat the phone. The policemen passing by avoided her when they saw her like this, and reminded each other, "Sister Yu, have you been heartbroken? Look at her, it seems like her mistress called her to challenge her. Don't be ridiculous. How could Sister Yu have a boyfriend? How could any man dare to date her? I think her bank card was stolen. All her belongings are gone. I just received a text message notification." What? Sister Yu can still save money? Didn't she use all her salary to pay off her credit card? You say, Sister Yu doesn't have a boyfriend, doesn't dress up, and doesn't buy clothes, so why does she spend so much money? Zhao Yu was so angry that she stared at them and shouted, "Are you bored? Go and clear all the cases piled up in the archives. You have 1 week to solve at least 3 cases." The group of young policemen immediately looked bitter and ran away in shame. Lin Mengjia folded her hands over her shoulders and looked at the busy RD personnel in the laboratory. It seemed that there was no difference from yesterday, but when she got closer, she found that her eyes were wandering and her mind was not in the laboratory at all. She was not as focused as yesterday. Just as Shangwan was looking at Lin Mengjia in confusion, thinking about what would happen when Lin Mengjia and Tang Feng met again when they returned to the villa tonight, Lin Mengjia's cell phone rang. Lin Mengjia's body trembled, and it was obvious that she was a little out of her mind. The ringing of the cell phone startled her. She answered the call and said, "Hello." "Hello, Miss Lin, I'm Zhao Yu." "Oh, Officer Zhao, is there anything wrong?" Lin Mengjia became nervous when she heard Zhao Yu's voice. Had the police begun to suspect her? "Ms. Lin, we have something we would like to know from you. Is it convenient for you to talk now?" "It's convenient. If you have any questions, just ask." Lin Mengjia was very nervous, but her voice remained calm. "We have been investigating a case these past 2 days. A man named Tang Feng was present at the scene of the crime. He is the man you helped to get bail for last time at the police station. Last night I asked him to come to the police station to take a statement. He claimed that he is now your hired private bodyguard. I want to confirm this with you." "Last night?" Lin Mengjia raised her eyebrows. Her focus was not on Zhao Yu's question at all. Instead, she asked, "What time was it last night?" "He arrived at the police station at 11:30 p.m. and left at around 3 a.m. I'm really sorry, the case is urgent. Although this time is inconvenient, we can only ask him to come and take a statement immediately." Zhao Yu was talking nonsense in a serious tone. Although her voice didn't sound unusual and she looked very businesslike, her face was full of confusion and she looked as if she was in great pain. Lin Mengjia couldn't see Zhao Yu's expression, so she naturally believed it and asked hurriedly, "Officer Zhao, what is the case? Is it related to Tang Feng? Is he a suspect?" "Of course not, he is just a witness." "If he was a suspect, how could we let him leave so quickly? As for the case, Miss Lin, I'm sorry, it needs to be kept confidential." "You haven't answered my question yet. Is this man named Tang Feng your personal bodyguard?" "Yes, he is." Lin Mengjia replied quickly. Okay, Ms. Lin, I'm sorry to bother you and thank you for your cooperation. Zhao Yu hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Mingjie took the phone, turned around and looked at Shangguan, with a complicated expression on her face, a little surprised, and a little frightened. She said, "It was Zhao Yu who called. I thought it was about Zhang Jinhua." The corner of Shangguan's mouth twitched. She was just wondering why Tang Feng asked her for Zhao Yu's cell phone number. He was really capable to make Zhao Yu lie for him. Seeing Lin Mingjie like this, Shangguan asked knowingly, pretending to be puzzled, and said, "Is there something else?" She only said that Tang Feng was an eyewitness to a case and asked him to testify and asked me if he was my bodyguard. Chapter 58 Chapter 058 Anger Countermeasures Zhao Yu. Tang Feng laid the driver's seat flat and was lying on it with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he felt a familiar breath approaching him. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but he did not change his posture. He was still lying there, and he also spread out a magazine that Lin Mingjie had placed in the car and covered his face with it. About 5 minutes later, a police car without its lights on drove into the kindergarten parking lot. The parking lot of Sunshine Noble Kindergarten was built to facilitate parents to pick up and drop off their children. During school hours, apart from the staff, there are only a few vehicles parked there, and most of the parking spaces are vacant. However, the police car did not stop at all, but drove straight to the innermost part and parked next to Tang Feng's red A8 parked in the corner. Tang Feng pretended not to know and still looked like he was asleep until there were loud knocks on the car window. He slowly took the magazine off his face and did not stand up. He just tilted his head to look out the window at Zhao Yu's furious look. He was not surprised that Zhao Yu found him. After all, she was a police officer and could locate him by simply checking the surveillance. Moreover, Zhao Yu had a hot temper. Even if she was fooled by him and helped him to cover up the lie to Lin Mingjie, she would definitely come to find him to explain things. Zhao Yu knocked on the car window several times, but Tang Feng didn't open the door. He walked around to the front windshield and knocked on it a few times. He stared at Tang Feng, who was looking at him expressionlessly, and shouted in dissatisfaction, "Open the door! Open the door! You have the guts to call me, but don't you have the guts to open the door?" Tang Feng smiled bitterly. Why did this feeling come to him so strangely? He felt like a mistress being beaten up by the original wife. He stood up and adjusted his seat before unlocking the car door. Just as he unlocked the door, Zhao Yu had already run to the passenger side without any hesitation, opened the door, got in the car, and sat in the passenger seat. Tang Feng originally wanted to get out of the car, and the door was already half open, but when he saw her get in, he had no choice but to close the door again. Before Tang Feng could speak, Zhao Yu had already started to speak rapidly. "What's the matter with you? What did you do last night? Killing or setting fire or fighting? Did you have a tryst with some woman? What's your relationship with Lin Mingjie? Why did you ask me to lie to her? How about I answer one of your questions to offset the favor I owe you, okay?" Tang Feng glanced at Zhao Yu with a smile. Zhao Yu immediately shut up, with an expression of dissatisfaction on her face, but she didn't dare to ask another question. Tang Feng still smiled faintly. "Why, are you thinking about what question to ask?" "Tang Feng, I am very dissatisfied with your current attitude." Zhao Yu tried hard to suppress the anger in her heart. "It doesn't matter. I'm not your subordinate. I don't need your satisfaction. If I could beat you, I would have done it a long time ago." "Then stop talking nonsense." Tang Feng pointed at the car door. "Don't disturb my sleep. Is this how you treat the person who just helped you?" Zhao Yu gritted her teeth in anger. She had been a police officer for so long and she had always been domineering. When had anyone ever dared to talk to her like that? Tang Feng's mouth twitched slightly, and he chuckled. "I remember that I didn't ask you for help for nothing. In exchange, I promised to help you when you were in trouble." "What? You are in trouble now, and you come to me for help?" Zhao Yu looked depressed, and after a while she said angrily, "I really dislike you more and more." "Don't say that. It's easy to cause misunderstandings, as if you liked me. I don't think someone who handcuffed me and took me to the police station for interrogation the first time we met would have any good feelings towards me." Every word Tang Feng said left Zhao Yu speechless. She had a very strong personality and even her superiors in the police station didn't dare to mess with her. She didn't expect that she would be defeated every time after several confrontations with Tang Feng. She felt very depressed. Zhao Yu came to see Tang Feng this time with the intention of finding out about his situation. She originally thought that since Tang Feng had taken the initiative to ask her for help, and she did as he said, Tang Feng's attitude towards her would be different than before. If she asked him something, he would tell her. However, she did not expect that Tang Feng was still as hostile as before and did not show any mercy to her at all. After a long while, Zhao Yu said angrily, "Don't be too proud, the Zhang family's affairs are not over yet." "Oh, really? Why did I hear that they didn't make any moves?" Tang Feng was calm and not threatened by Zhao Yu at all. He smiled faintly and said, "It's much easier for the Zhang family to investigate something in Pingyang than for you police. If they wanted to do something, would they have to wait until now without any news? What else do you know?" Zhao Yu's eyes immediately became stern. The man in front of her was even more unpredictable than she had imagined, and there were even some things he might know more about than she knew. Tang Feng did not answer, but smiled and said, "Officer Zhao, I advise you to keep this favor and use it when you have no choice. It is not worth wasting it now just for a problem." Zhao Yu was interrupted again, her face turned red and white, she stared at Tang Feng with an expression of rage, but she was speechless and could not utter a word. She could only stare anxiously. Tang Feng was amused in his heart, but his expression did not change at all. He continued, "You helped me, so I will naturally remember it in my heart. I will repay you one day, but if you think you can act recklessly in front of me because of this, then you are wrong." Tang Feng's tone was calm and normal, but when Zhao Yu heard it, it made her shudder. When she first met Tang Feng, she felt his overbearing aura, but they didn't have much contact afterwards. This time Tang Feng asked her for help again, which made her forget a little about how scary Tang Feng was. Only then did she realize that even if a lion occasionally felt lazy and dozed off, it was still a lion and should not be taken lightly at any time. After a brief silence, Zhao Yu silently opened the car door, left Tang Feng's car, and drove away in the police car. After watching the police car drive away, Tang Feng couldn't help but laugh. Naturally, he had no animosity towards Zhao Yu, and he also knew that Zhao Yu had no ill will towards him. Although on the surface she was always noisy and impartial, Tang Feng could tell that it was probably because Zhao Yu thought he was a martial artist and wanted to be friends with him. However, based on Zhao Yu's identity, Tang Feng didn't want to get too close to her. After all, he wanted to live an ordinary life, and it was better to have less trouble than more. This time he had to find Zhao Yu for help because there was really no other way. Only if Zhao Yu appeared in the name of a policeman could Lin Mingjia believe it. "As for the favor I owe you, I'll repay it when I have the chance." Chapter 59 The Bloodline of Purple Star Lord. When the little girl got out of school, nothing else happened, so Tang Feng went to the kindergarten gate to pick her up as usual. The little girl seemed a little unhappy today. She didn't laugh as she did every day when she saw Tang Feng. Although she also rushed over to Tang Feng and asked him to hug her, there was less smile between her eyebrows. "Yao Yao, why do you look unhappy? Are you hungry? Or do you miss your mother?" Tang Feng asked the little girl with a smile, his tone full of doting. The little girl didn't answer, but just pouted and looked unhappy. Teacher Wang, who sent the little girl over, had an apologetic smile on his face and explained, "Today, a few children had a little quarrel. It's nothing serious. Please rest assured that no one was physically involved and no one was hurt. There are surveillance cameras in the kindergarten. If you are worried, you can check them at any time. It is normal for children to quarrel with each other." After hearing what Teacher Wang said, Tang Feng did not take it too seriously. He nodded to Teacher Wang and said, "The children are naughty. I am sorry for causing you trouble. Yao Yao, say goodbye to the teacher. We are going home." The little girl then forced herself to cheer up and wave to Teacher Wang, but she still looked unhappy. On the way back, Tang Feng asked the little girl in a gentle voice, "Yao Yao, why did you quarrel with the little kid?" "I didn't quarrel with them." The little girl answered angrily when she heard Tang Feng ask this. "Oh, what's going on?" It was Chen Dongdong and his friends who stole Li Lin's bao. They refused to give it back to Lin Lin and even said they were going to throw it into the trash can. "That's why I helped Lin Lin get the bao back." The little girl looked unhappy. Chen Dongdong is the most annoying. He always steals other children's things. Didn't the teachers say anything about him? Tang Feng looked displeased. Just now, from what Teacher Wang said, it was a conflict between the children and both of them were wrong. But in this situation, it was obvious that the little boy named Chen Dongdong was bullying others. The teachers always scold him, but he always does it again. How annoying. The little girl's face flushed red. He never listens to the teachers. Last time he pulled Jingjing's braids and was criticized by the teacher. Another time he tore up Eng Ying's handicraft and the teacher also criticized him, but he never corrects his mistakes. It seems that Chen Dongdong is the kind of troublesome kid. Tang Feng glanced at the little girl in the rearview mirror and asked in a serious voice, "Has he ever bullied you?" The little girl shook her head vigorously. "Humph, he wouldn't dare. If he dares to bully me, I will fight back." A gratified smile appeared on Tang Feng's face. She was worthy of being the daughter of Ziwei Star Lord. Such a small little girl had such domineering power. When he asked the little girl just now, he had already made up his mind that if that brat dared to bully the little girl, he would educate his parents and let them learn how to teach children. "You're just a little girl, can you beat a little boy?" Tang Feng asked with a smile. The little girl puffed out her chest and shouted back, "Even if I can't beat him, I will fight back. I'm not afraid of him. If I don't fight back, he will bully me again next time." The smile on Tang Feng's face became even more intense. He was originally worried that the little girl was so weak that she would be bullied. But now it seems that his worry was unnecessary. Although the little girl looked fragile on the outside, she was very strong on the inside. Seeing that Tang Feng didn't speak, the little girl thought he was unhappy, and asked timidly, "Uncle, did I do something wrong? Are you angry?" "Of course not, Yao Yao, you did the right thing. You have to fight back against those bad boys who bully others, but you are weak now. If you can't beat him, you will get hurt, and your uncle will feel bad. Uncle has a way to make your body stronger. Are you willing? Now that I am strong, I will no longer be afraid of being bullied by others. If someone bullies my friends, I can help them." The little girl was excited and nodded vigorously, "Uncle, please make me strong quickly." Tang Feng smiled and said repeatedly, Okay, when uncle is ready, I will make you strong, but this matter must be kept secret and cannot be told to anyone." "Can't Mom and Aunt Shangwan do the same?" "Yes, they can't either." "Can Yao Yao do it?" "I can." "Uncle, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. This is a secret between us." The little girl's voice was childish, but her words were firm and her eyes were determined. Tang Feng only felt a kind of excitement in his heart. The smile on the corners of his lips became more and more intense, and his eyes were full of pride. Even when he was at the top, he had never felt so happy. When he got home, Lin Mengjia had not come back yet. Tang Feng learned from the old housekeeper that she had to work overtime again and would probably be back very late. Tang Feng knew that Lin Mengjia didn't necessarily have to work overtime. She just misunderstood that he went out to date someone else last night, and she looked angry this morning. After Jiayu called her, she must have felt a little embarrassed and didn't want to see him like this, so she deliberately came back late. Tang Feng knew it well, but he just thought it was funny. He took the little girl to read books and learn words, and played with her for a while. When it was time for the little girl to go to bed, he coaxed her to go to sleep. The little girl was very excited because Tang Feng praised her heroic behavior. While lying on the bed, she kept saying that when she became stronger, she would protect her friends and not let them be bullied again. By the time the little girl fell asleep, it was already past 10 o'clock and Lin Mengjia had not returned yet. Tang Feng waited until the little girl fell asleep, then went out and headed straight for Duqing Mountain. He didn't care that Lin Mengjia would find him gone when she came back. Since Lin Mengjia deliberately avoided him, she would not go to his room to check. Tang Feng was sure that Lin Mengjia would deliberately avoid meeting him these days and would not show up tomorrow morning. When he arrived under the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum tree, Tang Feng was delighted to find that the bone-refining grass had almost recovered. Its leaves had spread out and turned emerald green. It seemed that the time it could be used as medicine would be much shorter than he had estimated. And due to the nourishment of the bone-refining grass, the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum gathered more spiritual energy than before. Tang Feng could see that the entire area was shrouded in spiritual energy. It was quite spectacular to see so much spiritual energy on Earth. If the two trees grew together and gathered spiritual energy at the same speed, Tang Feng would not need to look for a place with spiritual energy everywhere, and the progress of cultivation would be much faster. Tang Feng meditated under the tree and began to practice. Chapter 60 Chapter 060 Goodbye Gu Shirhan. When Tang Feng returned to Yinjing Bay, he could not sense the presence of Lin Mengjia and Shangguan at all. These two people had not returned yet. Looking at the villa with all the lights off, Tang Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that Lin Mengjia was hiding from him so completely that she didn't even go home. Lin Mengjia didn't come back until the next morning. Although Tang Feng already knew that she had not returned all night, he still pretended not to know and said to the little girl, "Yao Yao, do you want to go up and wake up your mother?" The little girl ran up to the second floor with sleepy eyes, knocked on the door a few times, and then shouted loudly to Tang Feng downstairs, "Uncle, Mama's not at home." The old butler in the restaurant poked his head out and said to the two of them, "The young lady said that the company's affairs are very urgent, and she will not be back today. Just let you go and play according to the plan, and there is no need to wait for her." The little girl ran down from the second floor quickly and shouted, "Uncle, let's go quickly, Hanin is still waiting for us." The original plan for today was to take the little girl to have dinner at the Disney theme restaurant with Gu Shirhan and her mother Gu Jechen. Lin Mingjia was not going there anyway, so whether she came back or not would have no impact on the plan. The dining time at the restaurant that Gu Jechen booked was 1 p.m., and although it was only early in the morning, the little girl was already impatient. Tang Feng smiled and said, "Yao Yao, go wash up first, then have breakfast. Uncle will take you to the playground, and then we'll go to the restaurant in the afternoon, okay?" "Yeah, okay." The little girl immediately agreed, happily ran to the bathroom, and started washing her face and brushing her teeth. Although she is young, she is already very independent. Lin Mingjia is busy with work and is often not at home, so she always does her own things. Small things like washing her face and brushing her teeth are no problem for her at all. Compared with children of the same age, she is much more sensible. After breakfast, Tang Feng took the little girl to the amusement park again. Although they had just been there last week, the little girl was still very excited. She went around trying out all the rides and finally rode the carousel several times. Tang Feng looked at the time. It was almost noon. It would take more than an hour's drive to get back to the city, so he took the little girl out of the amusement park and headed straight for the Disney theme restaurant. This restaurant is located in a bustling commercial street in the city. The restaurant is very large. In addition to dining, it also has a small indoor children's playground. Although it only has some simple things like slides, swings, game consoles, and claw machines, they are all designed in Disney style. There are also dolls dressed as Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, and various princesses and princes next to them, playing with the children. It is enough to attract the attention of all the children. Almost everyone who passes by the restaurant stops and is reluctant to leave. Because of the booming business, the restaurant only accepts reservations. The number of reservations is limited, so it is quite difficult to order a meal. I guess Gu Jechen must have used some means to reserve a seat during the prime lunchtime. Tang Feng walked into the restaurant with the little girl, and two waiters dressed as fairies came up to him and asked enthusiastically, "Welcome the beautiful little princess and her knight. Do you have a reservation?" "Fairy sister, we are going to Snow White's castle." The little girl's face turned red with excitement. Her big eyes looked around. She was very happy to see that the huge restaurant was full of people dressed as cartoon characters. Tang Feng nodded to the waiter and said, "We have a reservation." "It's Miss Gu who made the reservation. The time is 1 p.m. "Okay, beautiful princess and Mr. Knight, please follow me." The waiter bent his knees slightly and made a gesture of invitation. The little girl didn't even wait for Tang Feng to hold her, she ran over with the fairy sister. The Snow White themed room is on the third floor. The little girl skipped up there by herself. The stairs were decorated with very soft materials. The walls on both sides were colorful, with posters and photos of various animated movies and small dolls hanging on the walls. The little girl touched the dolls with her hands as she walked, her eyes full of happiness. Tang Feng followed behind the little girl, secretly sensing the surrounding atmosphere. Only after he realized that there were no martial artists around and no danger, did he feel relieved and smiled as he watched the little girl's extreme excitement. The little girl walked for more than 10 minutes, feeling around and looking around, on the short 3-story building. She was finally guided by the fairy to a large box where a waiter dressed as Snow White was standing at the door. The door of the box was very cutely designed, a pink door with the portrait of Snow White from the cartoon on it, and surrounded by the 7 dwarfs. Snow White, standing at the door, waved at the little girl with a smile. The little girl immediately ran over, carefully touched Snow White's long skirt, her eyes full of envy. "Beautiful little princess, if you like, you can also put on Snow White's dress, or Snow White's crown, and have lunch here with the other little princesses and little knights." The fairy who followed closely said to the little girl with a smile, "Uncle, I want to wear Snow White's dress." The little girl immediately turned her head and looked at Tang Feng with a pleading look. Naturally, there was no reason for Tang Feng to refuse. He brought the little girl here just to make her happy. He smiled and nodded. Just as the little girl was jumping and skipping, the door opened and Gu Shirhan poked her head out. When she saw the little girl, she immediately said happily, "Yao Yao, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Han in. The little girl went up and held Gu Shirhan's hand affectionately, with an excited look on her face. Fairy sister said that we can wear Snow White's dress and wear the crown. Yes, I've been waiting for you to come and change into a princess dress. Gu Shirhan became excited when she heard the little girl say this. While the two girls were talking at the door, a young man in casual clothes walked out of the room. Tang Feng recognized him as one of the 3 bodyguards that Gu Zhechen brought last time. Perhaps because he was going to such a relaxed children's theme restaurant, he dressed so casually. The bodyguard nodded to Tang Feng and said respectfully, Mr. Tang, Miss Gu is waiting for you. I will accompany the 2 ladies to put on makeup. Please go in first. Tang Feng already knew that there was no danger around, so he didn't refuse. He nodded to the bodyguard and said, okay. Then he smiled at the little girl and said, go and change clothes with Han in. Uncle is waiting to see the little princess come back. Yeah. The little girl couldn't hide the joy in her heart and nodded heavily. The 2 little girls walked hand in hand towards the dressing room accompanied by the bodyguard. Tang Feng watched them leave with a smile, and then entered Snow White's castle.